Welcome to the Rock, home of the Fleming Island Golden Eagles and home of our game of the week between the Middleburg Broncos and Fleming Island. This is a big-time matchup with major playoff implications. Fleming Island comes into this one with a record of 4-3, right on the outside looking in of the playoff picture. Middleburg coming off one of the biggest wins in program history, looking to keep it going and knock off Fleming Island for the first time since 2009. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fleming Island High School. I am Noah Schlicksup alongside Brody McGuff. And Brody, we have ourselves a big-time matchup tonight, and I am looking forward to it. If you're a player getting ready to go into this game, Brody, what are you feeling down there right now as you await the final moments before kickoff?
Yeah, it's a senior night here at Fleming Island. I would assume the seniors especially got knots in their stomach. They're ready to go play some football tonight. Very fired up, big-time matchup tonight between the Fleming Island Golden Eagles against these Middleburg Broncos. Both teams very physical and very solid programs this year. Middleburg finding their stride in the past 2 to 3 years. Got a new coaching change over there, and they've been doing a good job propping up that program and figuring out how to get some wins. Like, as you mentioned, they had one of their biggest wins in program history against Beachside, and they're looking for a win against Fleming Island tonight. Fleming Island having a little bit rougher of a schedule, but they still got a shot to scratch and claw their way in to the playoffs, and tonight they're ready to stamp their names into it and keep a winning streak going.
Yeah, and for Middleburg especially, I mean, this is a team that they do come in as the favorites in this game. However, the history, it gets in your head sometimes. You are 1-17 according to Max Preps against this Fleming Island team in history. Last year lost 42-6. It's 12 wins in a row for Fleming Island against their Clay County rivals. And the last time Middleburg beat Fleming Island, October 30th, 2009. It has been a while, and for both of these teams, this is a big-time matchup when it comes to the playoffs, and one that you feel like they almost have to win in their region.
Yeah, you do. I mean, both these teams feel like this is a must-win game for each of their seasons to place them in the playoffs and possibly even get higher rankings and seedings in the playoffs. Both teams very, very pumped to play this game tonight. Both teams seem very fired up. Pre-game warm-ups. Middleburg had to do their warm-ups on the practice field because of the senior night and all the festivities to do with that in the middle of the field. Both teams looking ready to run through their banners now. Super fired up to call this one with you, Noah.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun night, a Clay County clash in our Week 10 game of the week. The team's getting ready to take the field. It's a blackout for Middleburg, a whiteout for Fleming Island. And here come the Golden Eagles. It is a packed house here at Fleming Island. A great crowd on hand for senior night. A battle of Clay County rivals. As I mentioned earlier, Fleming Island currently sit 9th in the region. Middleburg sits at 6th. Middleburg 7-1, but not a very strong strength of schedule. They had a bad loss to Ponte Vedra, and that was one that they knew they couldn't let Ponte Vedra beat them twice, is what they were saying. Going into that Beachside game, they had to turn that page quickly, and they came up with one of the biggest wins in program history with a quarterback and a sophomore, Dalton Motes, stepping in for their injured starter, making his first career varsity start, and he had himself a game, 75% completion percentage, leading the Broncos to victory, and running back Gino Addison is the man to watch tonight for Middleburg. On the Fleming Island side, that defense led by Jarius Rogers, Sebastian Cruz, got their work cut out for them, but I feel like that's going to be the big battle tonight. And talking with both of these head coaches, Thomas McPherson, he made it sound like for Fleming Island, they don't want to put too much on their offense tonight. That defense needs to play a good game, and they need to stop the run.
Yeah, Fleming, a very solid defense. They've had their ups and downs this season, but all in all, they're a pretty scrappy unit, and they play some solid football here in the region. Their offense needs to stay on. Fleming's offense needs to stay on the field and keep Middleburg's offense off the field. They need to do nice, methodical drives that go 12 to 15 plays. That would be a beautiful picture for the Golden Eagles tonight, but Middleburg trying to keep their offense on the field and trying to light up that scoreboard.
It is a gorgeous fall Friday. The temperature here at kickoff, 70 degrees, going to dip down to about 65 tonight. The sky is clear. We're under the lights. Nothing better than this on a Friday night. The kick is away, a sky kick, and it is on the ground. Middleburg thinks they have it on the opening kickoff. The Broncos steal a possession.
Short kick.
Wow, I thought one of their upbacks got there, went back there, made a great play and tracked the ball, but he just dropped it. Really good heads-up play for that Fleming Island upback to go try to catch that ball and make sure that Middleburg doesn't hop on it. He just dropped the ball, and that's really unfortunate for Fleming Island, and that's a big special teams play to start this game.
And now it will be Middleburg's offense that takes the field, led by Dalton Moats at quarterback. He's played in some big games, was the quarterback of the Jaguars' 7-on-7 championship team. Stands at 5'11", 167. Completed 65% of his passes this year for 2 touchdowns, 162 yards. Starts with the give. This is Addison. And not much doing for him on his first carry of the night.
Yeah, really good job by the D-line of the Fleming Island Eagles, Golden Eagles. Guy in the back, the run went to the right side, and I couldn't catch the number, but the guy on the back side of that Blaine DN spot, he followed the pullers across the line of scrimmage and made his way into the backfield right there for a minimal gain. Bring up 2nd down and 9.
2 tight ends, or fullbacks is how they're down in their lineup. Play them as sniffers, as Brody McGuff will refer to them. Samuel Craven and Lawson Pageant out there. 2 receivers out wide on the left side. Shotgun formation. There's the give to Addison, and he is stopped in his tracks. A tackle for loss. Fleming Island's defense getting into the backfield and putting Middleburg in an obvious passing situation.
Yeah, really good job by the D-line, getting some penetration on that Middleburg Broncos O-line. Number 21, Garrett Dewey. I saw him in the backfield there, but there was a multitude of Fleming Island defenders in the backfield on that play.
A long look over to the sidelines, getting the play call. Gotta imagine that play clock running low. Moach takes the snap, rolling left, feeling heat, throws towards the sticks. It's caught, shy of a first down. No, incomplete. Out of bounds on the sideline. No move to the special teams unit yet.
Ty Street, Mike linebacker for Fleming Island, got in the backfield and laid a big hit on the QB there. And then Sebastian Cruz, nice pass breakup on the sideline by him. That's just an all-around great defensive play for the Golden Eagles, and just a good drive. Middleburg steals a possession to start this game, and Fleming Island, they stand tall and get them off the field 3 and out.
That's how you respond. Doesn't let Middleburg grab the momentum early on in the game. In fact, you take some by getting a 3 and out after that.
Yeah, it's a sign of a tough team.
Sebastian Cruz to receive the punt.
The punt is away, high in the air, and out of bounds. Not much on that punt. Maybe not even to the first down markers. I'm interested to see where they say this went out of bounds.
The ball landed around the 20-yard line out of bounds.
They're going to mark it on the 25, so that's going to be maybe a 10-yard punt. Not what the doctor ordered for Middleburg after recovering the opening kickoff. And now Fleming Island with some energy as their offense takes the field. Led by Eric Gentry at quarterback. They have 3 running backs back there who split almost an equal share. Right now it's Cedric McNeil. Tristan Stevenson, the leading receiver this year for the Golden Eagles. There's a flag down on the field, and it's a false start. 10 minutes on the clock. It'll be first down and 15 for Fleming Island. Brody, for this team tonight, going up against a Middleburg defense that's had some good games this year, what are they going to have to do to move the football?
They're going to have to play some disciplined football, and their own line needs to execute at a high level tonight. Need to create some running games to open up their passing game. Pass game's a little weaker than they like this season.
They lost a lot of weapons from last year's team, but finding their stride, Gentry, who's a good runner, takes it himself for about 7 yards there. This is a group that lost Sebastian Broughton. They lost Trace Burney. They lost a good amount of their offensive line. And especially you look at Broughton and Burney and what they brought to this team, having to replace that the next season is a tall task.
Yeah, those are big shoes to fill, and Fleming, I feel like they're doing a pretty solid job for how young their unit is.
Averaging 30 points per game. Play action. Falling down is Eric Gentry trying to keep it himself on a keeper. Falls down at the 20-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 15 yards.
You had some space on the sideline, too. That would have set up a more manageable 3rd down for him, but Turf Monster got him, and he just tripped up there.
Gotta hate the Turf Monster.
Yeah, you got to.
This Middleburg defense has struggled the past couple of weeks in their 2 toughest matchups of the season. Gave up 41 to Ponte Vedra, 36 to Beachside. Rolling right on 3rd down, Gentry finds Stevenson, and he's down around the 30-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 5. Now bring on the punt team.
That was a good throw out there. Sprint out for the QB to the right side. Had a go route from the outside receiver. Kind of stopped running his route towards the end of that, but then he hit the out route near the sideline, not near the sideline, to the right side of the field. Just not enough to get that 1st down. They're backed up way too much from miscues and misexecution plays.
Never good when you get a pre-snap penalty on 1st down.
Yeah.
And now,
or 4th.
Yeah. Another one against Fleming Island. Back them up 5 yards. They'll now be punting from their own 25. So good starts for each of these defenses, both forcing a 3 and out. The stands filling in on both sides. Sertovan, the punter, gets it away. Going to bounce and fall around the 41-yard line. Middleburg will get the ball around midfield. And Brody, what does this offense have to do better after being held to a 3 and out their last time out?
They got to be more physical up front. They just kind of got pushed around there by the Golden Eagles defensive front. But Middleburg, yeah, they got to get that run game going and execute on some short pass throws. Maybe get some screens going to their receivers. Get their players in open space.
They take over with 7:41 on the clock. 1st down and 10. Moats gives to Addison. And still nothing there for Geno Addison. The North Carolina Central commit coming off of an amazing game last week in which he rushed 34 times for 285 yards and 4 touchdowns. This is a Middleburg team that averages 228 rushing yards per game. That's the driving force of their offense. Addison, a back that was banged up to start the year. He's working his way back, and they expect him to be a guy that gets about 30 carries a game. He's had multiple games already around 200 yards this season. Play action. That's batted down and whistled incomplete. Landon Howard, the defensive tackle, gets in the backfield and blows up the screen.
Yeah, that's 2 plays back-to-back for Landon Howard. He was in on that big blow-up play, the play before. And then right there, he goes and swats that screen away. Was looking for Jordan Williams in the flat. Fleming Island's defense on their P's and Q's right now. Doing a good job sniffing everything out.
3rd down and 10. Empty backfield for Moats. Two on either side. Fleming brings a blitz. A free rusher gets through, rolling to the left, looking downfield. Moats finds Williams. Jordan Williams is going to be a yard shy of the first down marker. Now it sets up an interesting decision. 4th down and 1 at the 50-yard line. Brody, what would you go in this spot?
I would go for it, and I can't tell if Middleburg is looking to do that. They got their QB off the field. I think they're going for some type of big package.
That's what they do. Wildcat with Addison, and seeing that, McPherson and Fleming Island will spend their first time out of the game with 6:31 on the clock in the first quarter.
I want to say that's a formation they haven't ran this season. I haven't watched every Middleburg game, but watching the Middleburg PV game, I haven't seen that once. So that new formation could be a big-time reason for the timeout.
Do you think they do it again here after showing it, or do they mix it up?
They could mix it up, but it's 1 yard, and it's the beginning of the game. Don't get cute. Just go get that first down and keep the drive going. Just run right up the middle between those B gaps. I wouldn't even go outside the B gaps. But at the same time, Fleming's been doing a really good job on that defensive front, getting some penetration early on these plays.
They huddle up the same as they did the play before. Going to show the formation late. It's another Wildcat formation. Quick snap to Addison, looking for the first down, driving forward. It's going to be close. And now it all depends on the marker.
That was really close. I couldn't tell you if he got it or not.
It looks like they're going to give it to him. Moving the chains. A new set of downs. Fleming Island's offense was coming onto the field thinking that they stopped him. To be honest with you, I wasn't sure. That was one where from up here it looked like it could really go either way.
Yeah, I agree. I thought they were going to take a while on that one, but refs feel like they got enough.
And that takes us to our official water break. Back after this on Action Sports Jacks 24/7.
Action Sports Jacks Friday Night Blitz. Every Friday, the only live streaming show in Jacksonville dedicated to high school football. Streaming on Action Sports Jacks 24/7. Then we're packing all the highlights into a 30-minute show, Action Sports Jacks Friday Night Blitz, and streaming on Action Sports Jacks 24/7, Friday at 10:30 on Fox 30. Sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Both teams making their way back out to the field.
First down and 10, Middleburg after picking up the first down on 4th and 1 on the 50-yard line. They now set up with 6 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock in the first quarter. 1st and 10 on the Fleming Island 49. Struggled to establish the run so far, Brody. They look to pass on this one. Moats with time, goes over the field, takes a shot. It's bobbled and caught. Jordan Williams went off his hands, stuck up in the air, and somehow he brought it down.
Yeah, really good job. Williams working on number 19, David Fuentes, out there at the safety spot. Little good post route down the middle. Good connection. Had to bobble it a little bit, but really secured that catch. Big play for Middleburg.
First down and 10. They give back to Addison, and still not much going for him on the ground. Maybe one on that rush right up the middle. And this is a team that, with that running game, they have rushed for at least 150 yards in all but 1 week this season. Nothing doing for them so far. They're getting dominated up front.
And Fleming's loving that. That's what they want to do. They want to make this team one-dimensional. They got threats in the passing game, big-time threats in the passing game. So they just want to hone in on that and stop that run game.
3 wide to the left side. They set up a screen, and it's off the hands of Jordan Williams. It'll be 3rd down and 8.
That's a matchup I'm excited to watch tonight. Jordan Williams, the slot for Middleburg, with Sebastian Cruz, the safety for Fleming. Head up on him on that play. I'm excited to see those guys go at it on some routes.
Middleburg needs 8 yards. The Broncos 7-1. Have 1 game remaining after this. That's a home game against North Marion. They're bringing Williams in motion. Hand to Addison. Breaks inside the 20-yard line. Still churning those legs. Falls forward for a couple yards more down to the 17-18-yard line. 4th down and 4 yards to go. The long this year for Brock Araujo, the kicker, is 28 yards. From here, it'd be around a 33-yard field goal. 35. Now they're going to kick it from the 26, 36 yards for Araujo. He's kicked 1 field goal this year, which he converted. The operation looks good. The kick is up, has the distance, and is through the uprights. A 35-yard field goal from Brock Araujo gets Middleburg on the board. That's a big kick for a high school kicker.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was, like, on this angle, it's very tough for me to see, but I thought it was right, but then it was right down the middle. It's a boot there. Really good kick for Middleburg, and good job for them to get on the board there and strike first.
4:15 to play in the first quarter. High school football on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network, brought to you by That One Painter, First Coast. That painter you need, we're the one. Republic Services, RecyclingSimplified.com, Nimnick Buick GMC, nobody but Nimnick, Jaguars Prep, and Baker's Sports. Four minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. First quarter of play. Middleburg first to strike in this game. It's another sky kick. Whistles blow. A flag back by the original spot of the kick. And we're going to be doing this one again. I think I sense a pattern in what Middleburg's doing on their kickoffs tonight.
Yeah, they're not kicking it deep. They're doing those little pooch kicks, whatever you want to call them, the little sky kicks that go about 10 to 15 yards.
They've got some dangerous returners, though. Fleming Island does. Sebastian Cruz has brought a few back this season. Chase Donaldson, a dynamic player. Doesn't look like they want to kick it to either of them.
No, and I don't blame them. But right here, you got to feel like they want to kick it deep here, because if they kick it to what they usually do, it'll be around the 50-yard line. Fleming Island gets the ball.
More power on this sky kick. Brought in by Donaldson. Moving around, making guys miss. Breaks past the 45, down around the 50. Chase Donaldson. Nice return there.
Yeah,
making something out of nothing.
Yeah, it was. Donaldson made about 5, 6 different cuts there, trying to find a lane, and he found it. Just Middleburg just got him with their last players.
Looked like Travis Hunter out there. He was shifty.
Oh, yeah, he was making stuff happen right there. Good return. He received it around the 35-yard line, got about 15 yards out of it.
First and 10 for the Golden Eagles. Went 3 and out on their first possession. Over the middle, Gentry. He was looking for Pichota, and he missed him.
Yeah, looking for Pichota down the middle. That seam route was open, and he just had to hit him in stride. This ball was behind him a little too low. That ball will fall incomplete and bring up a 2nd and 10.
4 minutes in the first quarter. 2nd down and 10.
Second down and 10.
It's a toss. McNeil.
Penalty marker on the field.
He's going to pick up 5. There's a flag down.
Yeah, I went with that quick pitch to the right side, and I saw a flag pretty much right when he pitched it. So could be a quick holding call. Oh.
No, goes against Middleburg. And we'll give Fleming Island a first down.
Against Middleburg.
Not typically who you'd expect that penalty to be going against on a play like that where the flag was thrown, but personal foul will give him 15 yards, and now Fleming Island football on the Middleburg 30.
Yeah, Fleming very happy about that one. Now they got a chance to go put some points on the board.
15-yard face mask penalty. Moves the ball to the 30-yard line of Middleburg. That's a first down, Golden Eagles.
Gentry against the blitz, hands it off. McNeil is brought down, I think, by the arm. Down at the 33. Did he drag him down by his arm when he stuck it out for the stiff arm?
It looked like it. I couldn't really tell if it was the shoulder pad jersey or the arm.
New definition to an arm tackle.
Yeah. Again, Fleming starting behind the sticks, though.
I'm going to make another arm tackle joke. He took arm tackle literally. That one wasn't as good.
Stevenson, number 2.
Second down, 13, jet sweep. Ciliac
with a blocker.
still going. Down inside the 20. That'll be a first down, Fleming Island.
Good job by him to just be patient on that jet sweep and let his blocks develop on the outside. Made a move and got there past the first down. Fleming likes that. They do a lot of basic things on first and second down. They're just trying to get yards, trying to make it a manageable third down for their offense. They try a lot of runs and outside runs and jet sweeps and screens. Right there, they go with the jet sweep. Works just fine.
First and 10, 2 minutes, 40 seconds to play in the first quarter. Middleburg up 3-0. Fleming Island with their first trip to the red zone. There's the blitz, throw over the middle, caught by Stevenson inside the 10, cuts inside the 5, and breaks into the end zone. The Eagle has landed. First touchdown of the game for Fleming Island.
Really good job by Eric Gentry to just step up in the pocket and deliver that strike to Stevenson. Stevenson, a very dynamic athlete, turns his foot upfield, makes a move, and gets into the end zone. Really good job for the Golden Eagles to get in the end zone first tonight.
Number 16, Grayson Bridge on hold for the point after.
Sertivin for the extra point. 26-28 on these this season. Gets it blocked. There is a flag. I think that's going to be against Middleburg. I think they jumped the snapper.
Personal foul.
Bingo.
Retry the point.
Now do you maybe go for 2?
Always goes across the head coach's mind when they get a flag on the PAT and you get a little bit close to the end zone. But
neither team has been running the ball too well.
Yeah.
We'll do it again. The tight end and the kicker, Parker Sertivin. Money. And a great catch by a kid behind the field goal post. He went up and got that.
He was ready for it, wasn't he?
7-3, Fleming Island with their first touchdown. First touchdown of the night. All touchdowns brought to you by Donato's Pizza. And Bono's Pit Barbecue, real pit barbecue since 1949.
It's good drive by Fleming Island right there, capitalizing on that early mistake by Middleburg with the hands to the face. Fleming did a nice jet sweep after that, then threw a strike down the middle to eventually get in the end zone. You're a Golden Eagle fan. You love that.
Fans at 8 o'clock, the FARA Friday Night Zone Blitz will be starting on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 streaming on social media channels and even on YouTube. If you want to only watch the game of the week, you can do so on the Action News Now stream and on actionnewsjacks.com and on the Action Sports Jacks YouTube channel. Zone Blitz will be showing live action from this game along with Oakleaf, Mandarin, Fletcher, First Coast, and Matanzas and Menendez. Some good games in the area this week. Some district championship matchups. Right now, the top 3 district matchups this week. Riverside, Ed White, this one a big district game, and then obviously Oakleaf and Mandarin facing off. Williams running it back for Middleburg. Falls around the 26. That's where the Broncos will set up shop. Brody, every team's got to find a way to run the ball in a game. How does Middleburg get that run game going against Fleming Island?
You got to be more physical in the interior alignment, and but if that doesn't keep working, if that keeps getting bottled up by this Fleming defense, I feel like you got to start trying the outside handoffs. They got some good plays in their playbook for outside handoffs, but also maybe get that pass game working so it can open up the run game. And if Fleming is pressing the corners, which they are right now, maybe take a shot.
1st and 10. Addison again hit at the line of scrimmage, and he's going to lose a yard. Just no room for him to run.
No, there isn't at all. Fleming's doing a really good job bottling this run game up. I bet you they're highlighting that all week at practice through the coaching staff, and they did a good job of getting their kids ready to play because they're showing it right now.
1:35 on the clock. 7-3 Golden Eagles.
They're also moving Rogers around. He's at the weak side linebacker spot right now.
Yeah, they said they're trying to do different things to help him get into the backfield, set him up for success. They fake the give to Addison, running it himself is Moats. A few yards on the game there. They'll place him on the 29-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 7.
They'll bring up 3rd down and 7.
That midline run, really good play for Middleburg to set up this 3rd down a little bit better for him after that tackle for loss on 1st down. Got to draw up some routes to the sticks here.
.35 seconds. Moats running out of the pocket.
Pressure coming.
It's picked off. Stevenson making a return. Switches sides of the field. Now cuts it back. He's still going. Tackle from behind. Tristan Stevenson jumps on the mistake from Dalton Moats. And it's Fleming Island football in the Middleburg 28.
What a just great all-around play from Fleming Island right there. Jarius Rogers at the middle linebacker spot, blitzed up the middle, created pressure, put his hands in the air. Then the QB, Moats, had to scramble to the right side, try to find something and try to make something happen. Threw the pick to Stevenson, and then Stevenson, really good job right there, sticking on that route from the receiver, staying on that sideline, staying on his near hip. Made a play on the ball, and little solid return after that, too. Good job by Fleming Island's defense. They're playing really well in this 1st quarter.
1st and 10. A chance for Fleming Island to grab a real advantage in this game.
Big deal in the backfield with Gentry.
Jet sweep, Ciliac.
Ciliac with a carry.
He's going to get to the 25. Late flag on the play. Actually hit the right guard, Corbett Yarborough. Interesting note, he's one of the few seniors on this offense that was honored tonight. Yarborough, they were saying during the senior night festivities, volunteers and helps rescue cats in the area.
Oh, that's very nice. That's very cool.
Unsportsmanlike conduct against the Golden Eagles.
It's unsportsmanlike against Fleming Island.
Huh. Is that during the play?
They threw that one late, and it looks like Tom McPherson not happy about that.
Middleburg has a student section over there.
Yeah, they have filled in.
It's a good
Right of
atmosphere.
the bleachers. They've got I think that's a new set of bleachers. I don't remember that when I was here last year.
Me neither.
They've got a good 3 rows standing over there. And you can hear them.
Yeah, you can.
Second down and 25.
Second and 25, 10 seconds to go in the first quarter. Gentry, play action. Pass caught by Pichota. Goes up and over a defender and falls down on the 34-yard line. And that will take us to the end of the first quarter. Our score after 1. Fleming Island 7, Middleburg 3. You are watching the Whataburger Game of the Week on Action Sports Jacks 24/7.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Welcome back to Fleming Island High School, The Rock. We're rocking over here on a Friday night, Clay County rivalry. 3rd down and 17 for Fleming Island after the interception. Went back on a personal foul and on 1st down, and now timeout Fleming Island, their 2nd of the first half. Time to take a look at some scores from around the area. Currently, Rains with an advantage in a district championship game against Yulee, 35-0 in the 2nd quarter. And Rains is just on another level.
They got an advantage.
A little bit. Ed White, 28, Riverside 14 at halftime. Mandarin leads Oakleaf 14-0 in the 2nd quarter. Baldwin leads Andrew Jackson 20-6 in the 2nd. Paxton up on Reball 14-6. Trinity Christian cruising their way to a district championship, 34-0 over Kipbold City in the 2nd quarter. Would take a little bit of a miracle there to blow that game. A miracle and a half. And Bishop Kenny over Westside, 14-0. We'll keep you updated on scores from around the area throughout the night. You can catch live action from the top games on the Farah Friday night zone blitz starting at 8 o'clock. 3rd down and 17. Gentry looks back towards the sidelines.
You gotta like
a lot of numbers on the line of scrimmage.
You gotta like Stevenson 101 down here at the bottom.
That's what they're looking towards. To Stevenson, it's caught. Out of bounds on the 21-yard line.
21-yard line. It's going to be about 3 yards short.
Brody, you read that one like a book.
Looked, I mean, the safety on that should have been over that was really shaded in the inside. It looked like a go-ahead. Let's throw it that way. But all the objective was of that play right there is to get it closer for this kicker to get a better look at this field goal.
And this is Parker Sertivan, 4.5-star kicker. His long this year, 42 yards. This one is coming from 38. The kick is blocked. It's on the ground. Middleburg's got it. Running it back. The Broncos in the clear. Touchdown, Middleburg. Ronell Seward brings it back.
Touchdown.
And it's 9-7 Broncos.
Middleburg already made a special teams play earlier with that onside type of recovery, and then right there they blocked the field goal, the go-ahead field goal for Fleming. Sturdivant could have easily got that with his leg. They didn't even let him get it off. They blocked it, and they picked it up and took it to the house. What a big play for Middleburg. Refs discussing something around the 15-yard line.
I didn't see any flags on the play.
I thought he stepped out, if I'm being honest. But also, I'm all the way up here.
Well, we're on YouTube. Let's take a look. Oh, we can't see anything.
White hat looking to give the
Block in the back against Middleburg. So they do block the kick, but the touchdown's coming back. The Broncos faithful are not happy.
Yeah, letting the white hat hear it on that one. Was there a flag ever thrown?
I don't know, but they say it happened on the 30-yard line. And now I'm going to look back and see what they were looking at.
Which 30?
Middleburg touchdown comes off the scoreboard. Ball will be placed at the 40-yard line of the Golden Eagles.
Didn't catch anything on our camera. I'm not sure if Middleburg, did a block in the back at that point. It was really just a boneheaded play.
Yeah, that would have been.
He was gone.
Yeah, it would have been more of like a unsportsmanlike than anything. Let's see if Middleburg's offense carries that, what would have been momentum into this drive.
They still got momentum after blocking that kick. Just a little less after the touchdown called back. Great starting field position, though, on the opponent's 40-yard line. They hand it off. That was Pinker. They tried with a different running back and got the same result, just a 1-yard gain there on the carry, and just nothing doing for them right now in the run game.
Yeah, this Fleming Island defensive front's really come to play this ball game, firing off the ball and getting in the backfield quick. Middleburg's got to start going through the air and let some shots happen.
Back to Pinker. Brought down by Jarius Rogers, the 4-star Syracuse commit.
Gain of 3 on the play. Third down.
They pick up 3. It's 3rd and 6.
Such an athletic player right there. I mean, in that situation, a lot of kids are missing that tackle because he already been inside just a little bit. Pinker trying to bounce it outside, but Rogers, you can't do that on Rogers. Just a lengthy athlete right there, 6'5", 225.
He can move, too.
Oh, yeah. You ain't running around him.
That ball's on the ground. It was tossed forward.
Call it incomplete.
Well, then why are they marking the ball on the 41-yard line?
Fourth down for Middleburg.
I don't know, but it's definitely loud in here. This band is blaring. I know that offense might be having a little bit of a hard time communicating with each other right now. It's a great atmosphere at the Rock, I'll tell you that.
Thomas Thrasher made the defensive play on that one for the Golden Eagles.
It'll be 4th and 6. And Ryan Wolf will spend a timeout.
Called on the field.
Middleburg is going to discuss ahead of this 4th down. I think you got to look either for Deshaun Green or Jordan Williams right here. Your 2 best playmakers on offense.
Yeah, I'm wondering how many times he's going to attack Jordan Williams with him, his counterpart Sebastian Cruz head up on him, playing some man coverage from that safety spot. He's playing off, but he's definitely going to be following him a lot of the places he goes. Middleburg took that timeout and just punt, which is always weird. When they take a timeout right there, why not just take the delay of game and just take the flag?
Well, it's the first half. You're not really hanging on to timeouts with 10-14 to go in the second quarter. First time out of the game, I think. Well, after punting, yeah, delay a game makes sense.
I was just saying, like, the only other situation I could see is a fake punt, but I guess we're about to find out.
not a good punt the first time they did this. This is another one that's wobbly off the side of the foot and maybe goes for 10, 15 yards.
That's why they didn't want to take the delay of game.
Yeah, that would explain it.
Yep.
1 yard punt for Middleburg. Will place the ball at the 35.
It's a 1 yard punt. Wow. The Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz starts at 8 o'clock on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 stream and live on the Action Sports Jacks YouTube channel. Giving you live look-ins at the top games in the area.
Fleming's offense doing a pretty good job executing tonight. Right here, they're going to empty backfield with quad bunches.
They had 4 bunched in wide on the right side. Now they bring 2 of them in. Gentry, hands up the middle. 1 or 2 yards the gain.
Short gain on the play by ball carrier Dickman.
It was the Swilly twins getting into the backfield. Dominic and Darius hit him at the line of scrimmage and brought him down.
Both defenses pretty much canceling out the opposing offense's run game, especially between the tackles.
9 minutes, 42 seconds to go in the second quarter. 2nd down and 8. Play action. Throw goes over the middle, and it's behind Pichota.
3rd down and 8.
It'll be 3rd and 8.
Yeah, Gentry took a shot there when he was trying to deliver that RPO slant across the middle to Pichota. Just not that good of a ball because of the pressure. Pichota not be able to haul that one in. Difficult catch there on that 2nd down play, bringing up 3rd down.
3rd down and 8 on their own 37. Gentry drops back, throws over the middle. It's caught with space. Ciliac on the left sideline, breaks inside the Middleburg 40.
Solid play right there. They motioned him to the right side. Then ran an in route towards the middle of the field. Gentry caught him there. Really good connection right there by the QB and receiver. And a good running after the catch for Ciliac.
He's one of the more electric players on this offense. Had one of the best touchdowns of the year.
Oh, yeah.
With an 80-yard touchdown against Ponte Vedra earlier this season. A flip to the right side, and Cedric McNeil falls down to the 33. Good 1st down gain.
Yeah, I like that pitch play where QB's in shotgun and the halfback to the right of him, and he just pitches it from there.
2nd down and 4 to go for the
Gives McNeil a running start on the run and more eyes on what his blockers are doing and just a better run lane for him.
Second and 4. Fleming Island with the 4-point advantage. This is a team that feels they need to win out to make it to the playoffs. They've got Middleburg, then at Flagler, Palm Coast, and Beachside. Gentry steps forward. Let's go of a shot down the field, out of reach. I thought Derek Marshall might have a shot at picking that one off.
That'll bring up 3rd down.
He just sailed it.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a post at first and got a little bit confused there of Gentry's ball. I don't know if that was just a really deep in route or if it was a post because the receiver was running flat and Gentry threw a post.
Sounds like just a miscommunication on that one.
Yeah. You can hear the confusion while I'm talking about it.
3rd and 4. Screen pass is blown up. The ball on the ground. Gentry fell on it. Darius Swilly on the sack. His 5th of the season.
Yeah, Fleming Island looking for the fake throw to their halfback to the flat on the right side, then the tunnel screen coming back to the left. But another miscommunication. Nobody ran a tunnel screen. All the receivers were downfield blocking. Just 2 miscues back-to-back for Fleming Island's offense, and they're going to have to punt.
We saw a lot of the Swilly twins on the defensive line that drive, too. The leaders on this defense. Both very athletic players. Difference makers on that defensive line. Not a favorable bounce there on the punt. Goes directly to the left side and down on the 20-yard line. So the Broncos will take over with 7:56 to play in the second quarter.
This is a time for Middleburg's offense to, they got to start moving the ball somehow, and they can't run the ball up the middle. For what we've seen so far in this football game, they need to start getting the receivers in open space. Maybe start some receiver screens, getting them in bunched up, and getting some receiver blockers out there. They've been rolling with 11 personnel this whole game so far.
Empty backfield. Oh, no, empty backfield. It's a direct snap to Addison. He's going to get 2.
Middleburg just trying to find ways to get a run game going.
And we talked with Coach Mack from Fleming Island here ahead of this game, and he said Ryan Wolf and that offensive staff have gone over the place, and he goes to different places, whether it's Clay, Fleming Island. He goes around, and he has a style of football that his teams play, and they execute it at a very high level. They're very good at adjusting, too. They want to make them adjust. They want to make it so that they're not just going out and doing what they want to do. They go back to the Wildcat look, and Addison stopped for a 1-yard gain.
It's another bottled up run. Again, give credit to Fleming Island. They're doing a really good job just stopping this run and minimal gains over and over again. Middleburg needs to find a way to get this passing game going.
At some point, you feel like Middleburg's got to start airing it out more.
Because they're just getting behind downs on first and second down when you're running it up the middle, and it's just not working. At this point, I feel like you got to open up these drives with something else. They've always opened up a drive with a run up the middle.
Play action. Moats was looking for Jordan Williams. Fell incomplete.
Jordan Williams working on Sebastian Cruz out there. Looks like he ran like an out curl. Not exactly sure, but Moats didn't throw the best ball.
This Fleming defense is having their way early on.
Yeah, they are. Middleburg just struggling to find an identity for the game. They can't run the ball well. They haven't attempted too many passes tonight. They've only really attempted it on third downs. And right there, that ball is just in the dirt. Nobody's making that catch. And their special teams unit, their punt unit, man, it's just not been good so far either. Probably had a net punt yardage of like
11.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to use the stairs.
Good punt this time. Bounces on the Middleburg 49 and rolls down to the Fleming Island 42. Good punt that time from Brock Araujo. It'll be 1st and 10 Fleming Island on their 43-yard line. 6:02 to play in the second quarter. And we'll be back after this water break on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network.
What a throw! Touchdown, Jaguars!
We're coming for you.
They're going to get him on the ground, and that's going to end the ball game. We show no mercy. Lawrence looking deep in the end zone. Touchdown! Duval! ETN is going to take it all the way. Right here on
CBS 47.
CBS 47.
Right here.
Your official station of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
And the Jaguars strike first.
Go Jags.
Welcome back to Fleming Island. First down and 10, Golden Eagles. They've been moving the ball pretty well on their last couple of drives.
The Fleming's doing a good job of moving the ball. They've had some successful run plays and successful pass plays, just some flags causing some issues and some miscommunications of what the play call is has been their struggle tonight.
In the backfield with Gentry.
Gentry takes a shot, looking deep, incomplete.
Just out of reach.
Jace Thrift, the intended target.
Intended receiver, Jason Thrift.
Jace Thrift working on Laurel Pitt on the seemed like an seam route right there. Pitt got his hand on his jersey, a little bit of holding and tugging there. Refs didn't think it was enough for a holding call. Good defense for Middleburg right there on that first down play.
2nd and 10.
2nd down and 10 for the Golden Eagles.
They bring Celiak in motion. Running it himself, Gentry. Past the 50-yard line down to the 49 of Middleburg.
He'll be a couple yards shy.
3rd down and 2. Looks like they're bringing in their big guys for this 3rd and short situation.
Yeah, I like the Wildcat with Sebastian Cruz on these short yardage downs. Rutgers commit one great athlete. Plays safety for the Fleming Island Golden Eagles, and he also comes in and gets some carries from time to time again.
A lot of motion, and Middleburg, it looked like Dominic Swilly came into the neutral zone. Goes offside, and it's a first down, Fleming Island.
Fleming loves that. They didn't have to run a play to get that first down. That shift with just the whole formation could be tricky, especially when you're not used to it as a defender. It can cause you to jump, and that's what happened there for one of the Swilly twins in the middle.
5:04 to go in the first half. Still Wildcat with Cruz. Looking for the left edge, gets some blocks, breaks through, gets the first down. He's got some speed and a flag way after the play. Looks like some words being exchanged on that Middleburg sideline.
He'll be run out of bounds on the Middleburg sideline.
Good outside run, though, in that Wildcat formation for the Golden Eagles. Found a gap and hit it. Sebastian Cruz making something happen. You can see the speed there on that play.
They waved the flag off.
No penalty on the play.
1st and 10
On
on the 29-yard line.
Ball at the 29-yard line.
Whistles.
Officials timeout on the field.
And maybe a sideline warning on Middleburg. Moving the spot of the ball back. Now on the Middleburg 33.
Ball has been moved back to the 33-yard line, where the Golden Eagles will start first down from there.
Gentry brings Celiak in motion. Hits him on a screen.
Backwards pass to Celiak.
Makes a man miss. And he gets to the 27.
Pushed out at the 27.
He's not listed in their starting lineup, but He might be their most dynamic receiver out on the field.
I was about to say, the first thing I want to say when you said they're not listed in the start, he's not listed in the starting lineup is why. He's a really good player when the ball's in his hands. You definitely want to get him the ball in open space, see if he can make something happen. He's got jukes for days. Right there, made something happen there in that first down play.
Second down. Gentry climbs the pocket, maneuvers his way out of it. Multiple flags on the field. Lobs one in the end zone. It's caught! Now will it stand? No, it will not. Holding.
Just unfortunate. Gentry moving around the pocket, improvising, trying to make a play. He escapes it, but looks like the O-lineman had a holding during that play. The longer the play goes and the more it's extended by the QB, the more likely you're going to get a holding call. And right there, 2 refs saw it because there's 2 flags on the field.
And an illegal man downfield. It was a great play.
Yeah, definitely would have made the highlight reel, but all for naught. This is where the flags come into play for this offense. Backing them up.
It's been killer in this game.
They've been moving it fine. It's just been flags and just some miscues in the offense here and there. Other than that, they've been doing a pretty good job.
Second down. Gentry, screen pass, dropped. Pichota. It'll be third down and 15 yards to go.
Yeah,
looking
for that tunnel screen yet again. Pichota just dropped it right there. Looked like a solid developing play. Too bad we couldn't see what could have happened there.
Well, Pichota and Ciliac have been the top 2 targets tonight. They're both on the right side. They motion McNeil to the left. First catch for Gavin Boyesen. Works after the catch and gets to the 27-yard line.
Getting to the 27.
It'll be fourth down.
Good run after the catch right there from Boyesen.
Offense is on the field.
Fleming keeping their offense on the field.
They're going for it. 4th and 4. Long time in between plays. Wonder where that play clock's at. There's the snap. Gentry looks to the end zone. Incomplete. Middleburg wants a PI or a hold, or excuse me, Fleming wants a PI or a hold on Middleburg. And Brody, what's your take on that? A lot of talking there between Laurel Pitt and Oliver Pichota after the play. They're still going.
Laurel Pitt had it. That's great coverage to me. He had his hand on his hip pocket and he was looking for the ball. He's allowed to ride him out of bounds if he wants to. As long as he's looking at the ball, he's allowed to do whatever he wants right there, as long as he doesn't hold. Really good coverage by him on that 4th down play. My question is, why are we taking a shot to the end zone
on 4th and 4?
Yeah, I mean, you would rather just the Sebastian Cruz Wildcat play right there.
It's a fair point. 3:29 remains in the first half. Middleburg will get the ball to start the third quarter. Chance for a double possession, but they've got to get the ball moving. They hand wide to the right. There's Gino Addison, and that's his best run of the night. He's going to pick up 6 yards, maybe 5.
Middleburg finally went with one of their outside runs right there, and it worked out really well for them. One of their better runs of the night. Probably their best.
6-yard run, 2nd and 4. Fans, if you're watching the Zone Blitz on YouTube or the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 stream, you'll be Now switched over to the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. It's Gino Addison. Now he's going. Back-to-back good runs. Even better there. Gets up to the 48.
Yeah, really good blocking right there from the old line. Best blocking play for him. Got some big gaps up there for Gino Addison to make a play. And when he gets to the second level, he's a dangerous cat right there. Good run by him, and now bring up a first down for this Middleburg offense.
Dangerous Bronco, Brody.
Got the Coach Mac quote in me.
Three straight runs. This one not quite as successful as the previous two. There is a flag down as well.
Yeah, I was wondering if those Middleburg receivers were set. It looked like a little bit of movement down here. See who it's on.
It does go against Middleburg. Back him up. And they'll start first down behind the original line of scrimmage. Not exactly what the doctor ordered for this Bronco offense. I was finally finding a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, they had two good runs back to back. I wonder if they'll go back to the ground game again.
First down and 15.
First and 15.
Play action. Moats. Let's go of a pass. Looking for Williams. Led him a little bit too much. Would have been an impressive throw with Jarius Rogers right in his face.
Yeah, it really wasn't a bad ball for the circumstances. Just Rogers. It's a big guy right there. And
Middleburg just overwhelmed by that blitz.
Yeah, they were. Good coverage down the field for the most part, other than the route he intended. Sebastian Cruz had to follow Williams across the whole field. Never an easy task to do that.
Second down, 1:55 to play in the second quarter. Gino Addison hit after a couple of yards and gets one more. It will be third down and 12.
That'll bring up third down.
Middleburg still struggling to run the ball. To bring up a third down behind the original sticks.
Ball at the 46.
Middleburg has been operating this game just behind schedule. A lot of third and long is not going to set you up for much success.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Fleming brings the blitz off the edge. Addison runs to the right. Stays in bounds to keep the clock running. He's brought down at the 50-yard line, fourth down and 8. Fleming Island has one timeout left, and they don't seem too keen on using it. Fourth and 9, 45 seconds to play in the second quarter. They'll be able to run the clock down to around 30 seconds. Maybe 25. Clock hits 30 now. Still going. Down to 18 seconds. And they had a lot more time to melt than I thought. Down to 12 seconds while Middleburg spends a timeout.
Very low scoring first half of this football game. 7-3 right now. Neither offense is really finding their groove or finding their stride of what they could do best.
It's just been a good defensive game. They've done a nice job of affecting the offense, getting pressure on quarterbacks, and when you don't have a run game, it's tough to operate in a high school offense.
Yes, it is, and Middleburg's living and dying on it. Fleming trying multiple different things, trying jet sweeps, trying screens, and they've taken some shots downfield as well. Middleburg kind of living and dying by the run so far in this game.
They've been able to run the ball all over people all season long. Fleming Island putting up a fight, really testing that offense tonight. A line drive kick. Bounces at the 27-yard line. Call it the 28, goes out of bounds with 4 seconds left. And you'd imagine that Fleming Island just going to take a knee and take this lead into half.
Yeah, Fleming definitely happy with taking the lead to half. Really not much you can do from this part of the field with 4 seconds left. Should just be a run or a knee.
I'm still waiting on that hook and ladder play at the end of a half. I feel like at the high school level, if you run that effectively, the last play of the first half, I think you might get something out of that.
I like the thought process behind that. They're playing back.
Prevent defense, they hand it off. Longmire brought down at the 45-yard line, and that takes us to the half. Fleming Island with a 7-3 lead after the first 2 quarters of football. You are watching the Whataburger Game of the Week on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network.
Most of us know how to throw. But you need to know what to throw. I'm not talking about footballs, baseballs, softballs. We're talking about those items you need to recycle. Republic Services explains it easy. Recycling simplified. 1. Know what to throw. When in doubt, throw it out. 2. Empty, clean, and dry those materials. It takes an extra minute, but it makes a big difference. And 3. Don't bag it. This makes the recycling process faster and more efficient. This is a look at the Republic Services North Florida Recycling Center. You can make this process even more efficient. By utilizing those 3 steps, Republic Services can help you become a better recycler in your home. Learn more at recyclingsimplified.com. Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it. Baker's Sports. It's a hometown business filled with hometown people trying to make you feel right at home.
Chris Conley, Jacksonville University.
Walker Wright, class of 2018, West Nassau High School.
Michael Young, Fletcher High School.
Baker's Sports started in a grassroots way and now outfits.
This is Action Sports Jacks Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, sponsored by Farah and Farah, your Jacksonville accident attorneys.
Hey, welcome aboard, Farrah and Farrah. Good to have them here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz, the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz. And, hey, welcome to week number 10 of the high school football season. Brent Martineau, the entire Action Sports Jacks team out and about on a beautiful Friday night here in late October. And we have one more week of the regular season. Then we've got a little bit of a bridge week. If you got to make up games, might have some little SSAA playoffs as well. So there's some action. But then the playoffs begin in earnest in just a few Fridays from now. That will be November 14th, the race to the state championship for several teams. Will we have anybody there? And so here we go. Now, this is where it gets fun. All the work put in the spring, the summer, the sweat, the workouts, the hot Friday nights earlier in the year give way to just a beautiful one right here. So, hey, thanks for joining us. We'll take you until midnight now. Many of you have been watching our Whataburger Game of the Week, which features Middleburg and Fleming Island. That just went to halftime. And then these are the other games. Got 4 games on this Friday night that we're going to keep a keen eye on and show you the play-by-play action. That includes Oakleaf and Mandarin. Mandarin was up by a couple of scores at last check, so we'll get you caught up. Fletcher and First Coast, 10-6 in favor of Fletcher as they just start the third quarter. So we're going to get you some live action there in a moment. Matanzas and Menendez as well. So we'll head down to St. Johns County for that one. So all over the area, as we always do. We'll take you until 10:30, and then at 10:30, the Friday Night Blitz, where all the highlights come in, some reaction from some of these games and more. And then 11 o'clock Band of the Week, 11:15, back to the Friday Night Blitz for an abbreviated version, and then we'll recap it all with everyone until midnight. But, hey, this is the real fun part right now because we bring in our Hall of Fame head coach, Kevin Sullivan, and we start to check out all these games and all the action going on. And, Sully, good to have you, man. Missed the show last week, but we were in London, so a little light on the resources. And we gave you a little break, so your voice should be full go, a lot of energy, and high expectations from me for you tonight.
Well, that's good. Everything's good here. We got to week 10. Isn't it crazy how, like, we always talk about beginning of the year, week 1, week 5, week 10, it's almost over.
Yeah, it's almost over, and yet there's still a little bit left. Right now, this elongated season now we have with that, especially that November 7th Friday, that we can juggle a little bit. But, you know, now I was at Trinity Christian. I was not at Trinity Christian. I was at Kipbold City, and they were playing Trinity Christian. And Verlin Dormady and the staff were joking around. They were like, getting on the bandwagon now, huh? And, well, hey, this is the time to get on the bandwagon, isn't it, Coach? I guess that's my point. Like, this is the time to heat up. This is all the work that you put in. And now we get to see if it's really going to pay off for a lot of these teams, including Trinity, who played that tough schedule. And now we'll see if it pays off in terms of a nice playoff run.
Yeah, again, they've struggled early and started to get things going towards the latter half of the year. But, boy, they played some really good teams early on and just starting to hit their stride. Young team, still a young team, a lot of juniors and sophomores out there, and Coach trying to rebuild it up, get it back to where it was a couple of years ago. All
right, let's take a look at all our games if we can, Brian, and show you what's going on right now. And we just started on that bottom right short time ago to the second half, and that's First Coast and Fletcher. And then you see the bottom left, we've got Menendez and Matanzas, the Pirates of Matanzas, up 7-0 as we get ready for third quarter action shortly there. And we got a band performance at Fleming Island. Always a great place to watch a high school football game. That is our Whataburger Game of the Week. Been showing you every single play of that. We can continue to show you all the action there on our YouTube channel and on the Action News Jacks Now stream. Just go to actionnewsjacks.com, and here you find us checking in on all the games, including the top right there, which is Oakleaf and Mandarin. And let's take this one live. Coach, Mandarin jumped out to a 14-0 lead, and I just got the scoreboard in front of me right now. At the latest check, it's 17-0 Mandarin. So this is a huge opportunity for Oakleaf with the football down at the 5-yard line.
Yeah, probably a little surprising when people got on and saw they were up 17-0. We really thought this was going to be a close game. The pick six by Bryson Wright as the first score. But Oakleaf can stick it in here, get it in the end zone, still be in the game with a lot of football left to play.
Yeah, so we'll see what this is the story from this last year, right? Might have a touchdown. Do we have a touchdown? Keep pushing. Who's going to win the rugby scrum there? Oh, wow. They didn't give him the touchdown. They must have called the stoppage of play. That was a fun little battle there, a little tug of war. But last year, Coach, as you very well know, but we'll just tell everybody else, we got First Coast going for a big score, and look at that. There we go. Touchdown for the First Coast Bucks. Again, they trailed 10-6. Nice job, Brian. Catch the end of that touchdown. We'll get the highlight of that one, too, a little bit later. But big score right there for the Bucks as they, I think, just took the lead as they were down 10-6. So big moment there. All right, Coach, I'll get to my question in a moment, but here we go for Oakleaf now, and McKissick is going to take it in. So there's the score, and we'll see if it makes it 17-7. But a big deal there for Oakleaf to kind of get themselves into this football game, make it a 10-point game, and still have a shot. But the interesting note, Sully, as you well know, and I think a lot of people who cover high school football, this is two very good programs. And Oakleaf lost in the regular season, but Coach Foy right there and the Knights beat Mandarin in the postseason. So I got to believe the Mustangs have a little fire in their belly tonight.
Yeah, and again, there's probably a possibility they may end up playing early again, too. In the playoffs. Both these teams very well coached, very good players on both sides. And I believe Mandarin is getting the better end of them right now, but Oakleaf's got to get a score here.
By the way, in the Bucks game, Tony Kennedy was there. We saw him at the tail end of that run, so that was a big touchdown run in the lead for them. We just have the extra point in the Oakleaf game, 17-7, and a lot of football still to be played there. So keep an eye on that one, and we might have just tuned in at the right time. That's what we do here on the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz. We get you the second half action of all these games, a handful of them usually. Tonight we've got 4 of them, and looks like we're going to have some pretty good ones with the way the scores are. Sully, I'm going to catch you up on the scoreboard a little bit.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what's going on, at least according to ScoreStream. Again, we take this a bit with a grain of salt, but this is what we've got so far at the latest check. Ed White over Riverside 44-27. That'll be a nice win on the road for the Commanders, Coach, if they can get it.
Yeah, again, that's a big rivalry game, and so a high-scoring game, and Ed White's been playing some high-scoring games over there, so Ed White can continue to stay on track. Going to be a playoff team. Hopefully they'll be able to make a deep run.
Yeah, hell of a game of the week last week we had where Ed White almost won on a Hail Mary at the end of that one. Baldwin and Andrew Jackson 20-6 in a district championship game right there, as Baldwin has been able to put up a bunch of points this year. That's in the second half, so Andrew Jackson holding their own. But Baldwin Indians have been a nice story for a good chunk of this year, Coach.
Yeah, they've done a good job as far as scoring points and everything. And we know about the Bowls game, which, little notoriety where they gave up 8 rushing touchdowns to one player, set a state record, and which he's a pretty good player too. And that was a 77-49 game, and not many times you're going to score 49 and lose, but they've been able to score points against pretty much everybody. Baldwin.
Yeah, they have 20-6 lead for them. Paxton, I was at that game. I literally stopped there for about 8 minutes, tried to get an extra game in, and Paxton scored as I walked in to take a lead, and they still have that lead, 14-12 right now for the Paxton Golden Eagles. Actually, I said they were in the lead 7-6. They built the lead to 14-6. Now it's 14-12. We see Mandarin up 17-7 now is the score there. Space Coast visiting, and they're 8-1 this year, 42-0, blowing out Stanton. Fletcher, well, First Coast just scored to take the lead over Fletcher, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. Rains, oh man, they're rolling, Coach, again. There's just not a hiccup in their giddy-up, is there?
No, like I said, that's one of our ones, them and St. Augustine and Mandarin, that we're looking for deep playoff runs.
And then you got Trinity Christian. I was out there, and they're putting it on Kipbold City, 48-0. Is this where they get some of the momentum? It certainly looks like could be the case. Eagles U down to Mount Dora, 15-0. Nice up 36-0 over Tokoi Creek. Nice is starting to find its stride again after a little slump in the middle of the year, Coach. Against 2 good teams, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, 2 teams that they've lost to are probably top 10 in the state in all different classifications. One of them happens to be in their district, which is Gainesville-Buchholz, and the other one is their neighbor right down the road, St. Augustine, which ended up being a real heck of a game. But he's got a good team, a young team, too. Coach Graff's done a nice job.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I make his motivational speak by saying it was a slump. for Colin Drafts. He can use that. Fleming
People
Island.
don't know Coach Drafts uses our words to inspire his team. That's what we've been told anyway.
Yeah, just want to give him as much ammunition as I can. Go Panthers. Fleming Island 7-3 over Middleburg. That is our Whataburger game of the week. And I probably should know this, but I was kind of hustling in here, and I think that's still the halftime score, but we'll double check on our other station when you get back to it. I think that is, but it's been 7-3 for a long time. There's been some really highlight plays, that including a blocked field goal, return for a touchdown, then called back by Middleburg, or that score would be different right now. But defense is winning the day there. Liberty County over Hilliard, Bishop Kenny cruising over West Side, Crescent City over Taylor. What else we have? Old Plank Christian over Cedar Creek. Palatka beating Keystone Heights 26-3. St. Joseph over Interlochen. We'll show you some highlights of that one later tonight on the Friday Night Blitz. And Baker County Wakulla, we have no score. I'm assuming that is the case. St. Aug, you mentioned them, 39-0, taking care of business over Ridgeview. And Columbia 7-0 over Clay in the second quarter. Sully, I saw this stat. Somebody tweeted this. Just don't have it in front of me who to give credit to right now. But I think Columbia has beaten Clay County schools 22 times in a row. An interesting tidbit there.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they usually come over here, and somehow they always end up in those district games, and that's what Clay County is tonight. Clay County got their second win of the year last year, a little rebuilding project, playing about 4 seniors maybe on the whole team, both sides. So Coach Gerke over there at Clay's got a rebuilding project, but Columbia usually comes over and takes care of business. That's a good football team, Columbia, with Brian Allen back in the helm.
Yeah, absolutely. They've had a very nice year outside. I think they lost to St. Aug, right? That was the only loss, I believe, of the season. Bradford up 14-7, by the way, over Santa Fe. We know how good Bradford is. All right, let's get back to some of this action. You're seeing our triple box right now in the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz. Top left, it's Oakleaf Mandarin. Mandarin has the football. They're in orange and deep in their own territory. Up 17-7, but you feel like Oakleaf might have a bit of momentum after that last score. Top right, you've got Menendez and Matanzas. Matanzas just on the outskirts of our viewing area and at Menendez in St. Johns County. And this is a little bit of a different game. We usually don't showcase this game, but we thought, hey, what the heck? Let's head down there. And 7-0, the Pirates from Matanzas had the lead going into this third quarter, and that's the action. Oh, we got to fumble the ball on the ground. Oakleaf's got to pick it up. Potential scoop and score. The ball's loose again. Who's got the football?
Got to get it out of the pile. Get it in the end zone.
Oh, no. Oakleaf had it. That was wild. That's Tion White, by the way. Tion White is able to come up with the football down inside the 10, and it's going to be first down Mandarin because there was a fumble, Coach. Oakleaf picked it up. I didn't make out who picked it up. It was about to be a scoop and score, and he got walloped. He loses the football. Tion White lands on the football, and what a big play. I mean, we were moments away from 17-14 there, Sully.
Yeah, it's crazy, you know, that you get a chance to soup and score, and you're just trying to get to the end zone, and the guy comes out of there and just bangs you and drops the ball, turns it over on down, and gives Mandarin new life with the first down now. And that's how they draw it up over there on Greenland Road.
That's how they draw it up. Meanwhile, bottom of your screen, as I get back to telling you what we've got, Fletcher, they're in the white on the left, and First Coast in the blue on the right side of that bottom screen. So 14-10, First Coast in the lead. They just held Fletcher on the last possession after they took the lead with a Tony Kennedy touchdown run. And First Coast, Coach, this is surprising at all to you? First Coast leading Fletcher here in the third quarter.
Well, on Monday night, I called him. That was my upset of the week.
How about that?
That was my upset of the week because Fletcher has the start quarterback Cruz is out, and they had to play the backup. So anytime going in and First Coast, nothing to lose. I thought maybe that could be an upset game for First Coast. And right now, it's they're playing pretty good, and they got a chance.
we like the Tony Kennedy kid a lot, right? I mean, he's had some really nice games for him. He seems to, like you just said, you get a matchup like this, and you've got a backup quarterback against a young man who's played some good football for First Coast and gives him a heck of an advantage. Now, as I say that, the Bucs are going back to pass, and this could be a defensive second half. So 4-point lead. We'll find out if that's enough, specifically with a backup quarterback. But a good matchup right now between Fletcher and First Coast. And just a great night for high school football. Man, you can just feel it. Just feels like high school football tonight, Sully.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's like. You were up in the mountains, I think, this past week, right?
Oh, yeah. We got back yesterday. 34 degrees yesterday morning. But it was nice.
Wow, 34 degrees. Then now you got the beach, and it's probably nice and warm but comfortable down there.
Oh, man. It was beautiful this morning out there sitting on the deck. Really nice. It was probably about 68 this morning. Nice little breeze blowing. So it's good deck sitting weather, whether drinking coffee in the morning or having a little cocktail in the afternoon.
Yeah,
but not today. Not today, though. Not today. I'm working.
Hey, see kids grow up and be like Sully. Go teach and coach and AD for 35, 40 years. Man of service, back to the community, and you end up in the mountains and the beach all in 1 week. See, that's what happens.
Hey, sometimes you get lucky down there on the road and make good investments, kid. Make good investments.
There we go. Teach a class here. You're on the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz. Just a wild situation there in the top left of that Mandarin game. I can't get over it. How Oakleaf almost had a scoop and score, and now Mandarin's got the football back, and I think it says first down there.
Yeah, nothing. That's deflating for Oakleaf a little bit because you're right there. I mean, really, he even if he got tackled there and didn't fumble, they're inside the 15, and really all the momentum would be on their side.
Yeah, we came on right away. We were like, hey, after that touchdown, you could almost feel some of the momentum. Even just jumping off the screen here, like, hey, they got them backed up. They've just scored a touchdown. So we'll see. I mean, there's still a lot of football here left. I think it's about 4 minutes or so to go in the third quarter. And then we've got the entire fourth. So plenty of football to be played. Some good games right here. This is the beauty of it. We're going to show you some good ones. The games that we have on display. Top left, third quarter just kicked off, by the way, in our Whataburger game of the week. And that's Middleburg returning this one against Fleming Island. And nice little run here. Bit of a seam and a good tackle. That's Middleburg trailing 7-3 in our Whataburger game of the week. So the 4 games that we're showing right now are all one-score games, which is a beautiful thing because you're going to see the finishes of all of them here on this beautiful Friday night. Hey, what's your take on Middleburg? Got a huge win last week, Sully, to put them in this position against Fleming Island to get another big win. We compliment Coach Wolf on the job that he's done, but massive win after the loss to Ponte Vedra, right?
Yeah, really, after the Ponte Vedra loss, they had to get back and regroup, and them coming back and getting that big win against Beachside last week was just tremendous. Great job by the kids from Middleburg because really everybody probably wrote them off and like, oh, here we go, 6-0, and we're going to finish 6-4, 7-3, like we've done the last couple of years. And then the kids come back, they get the big win against Beachside, which nobody saw it coming. And then tonight get an opportunity right here to really set themselves up for the district. Really set themselves up maybe to win the district with a win tonight. So a lot of football to play, but boy, that district's wide open. Middleburg, Fleming, Ponte Vedra, and Beachside. That put Middleburg right in it.
And keep in mind, I think I said this earlier, that this is a story of defenses in this game because it was 7-3. I think Middleburg had made a defensive stand even in that 7-3 mix. Then Middleburg threw an interception on their own territory, and then they stopped Fleming Island, so they kept it a 7-3 game. Then Fleming Island was about to kick a field goal, and it got blocked, returned for a touchdown, so Middleburg should have taken the lead, but there was a block in the back, so it got called back, and then they couldn't score. So they negated the 3 points, but they couldn't score off. So right now, I mean, Middleburg easily could have the lead in this game. You just saw a nice pickup there for a first down. So we'll be all over that game. You can watch that if you're a Middleburg Bronc fan or if you're a Fleming Island Golden Eagle fan. You can watch every play of that one on the Action News Jacks Now stream, actionnewsjacks.com, and on our YouTube channel at Action Sports Jacks. If you are a fan of high school sports or any of these other teams, you get to watch Matanzas and Menendez, First Coast and Fletcher, Mandarin and Oakleaf. And we'll also keep an eye on our Whataburger Game of the Week in Fleming Island, Middleburg. So you get the best of both worlds here on the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz and Whataburger Game of the Week with the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network. I don't know how First Coast got the ball back, so they've got the ball back around the same spot they were punting, but I missed that.
That flag came out right away.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit behind you also.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it was a few minutes ago, but I think we were locked into some other games. But here they are.
I don't know. I don't know, but that one's going to be a good one. That one's going to end up good. And they always play each other late. They always play each other tough. We've had them a couple times on this game every year, and it's always a tough game.
How much has David Hunter been playing for them at quarterback? Because he's in there right now, and he just threw that pass.
They've been using him a little bit more since, I believe, Baker County. So okay. Tony Kennedy, they've been using Tony at running back, at quarterback, at wide receiver, and, of course, on defense. And I believe that they've been working David in a little bit more since about Baker County game to free up Tony Kennedy and being able to move and get an exciting weapon out there and to bring David along as they rebuild this program and build it back up to where it's been in the past.
All right, I got deja vu. First Coast is punting again. They mishandled the snap, or actually it was a bad snap. It was a nice job by the punter. And they get it away, and that's going to work out in the favor of the Bucks. Could have been a disaster. So we'll keep an eye on that game. First Coast up 14-10 in the third quarter. Top right, Mandarin is up 17-7 over Oakleaf. And I feel like that game is being played in the quicksand right now. They're just staying in the same spot of the field for the last 10 minutes. So and Mandarin and Oakleaf. I mean, they haven't moved from that spot of the field other than our one big play. Middleburg goes up top on the top left, but can't haul it in. A little overthrow. And then bottom left there, we got a water break, it looks like, with Matanzas and Menendez. You had mentioned that Bryson Wright, obviously the phenomenal sophomore out of Mandarin High School, who's had so much attention. He's the best player in the class of 2028. And he's obviously a receiver, Sully, and that's his future, I think, right, is as a receiver. Yes. But you mentioned a pick six to start this game. That's not the first time. I almost wonder if he has had more of an impact, and I haven't watched every play of Mandarin. Has he had more of an impact on defense this year than he has on offense?
Well, the thing about it, I think, with him playing on defense is you have that guy out there, so if you do make a bad decision and throw one up, he can go get it. He can pretty much cover number to number on the sideline if they're playing him about 15, 18 yards deep. And I think the longer he's played back there and his familiarity with offense and offensive plays and what they're running and what they're trying to do, I think that helps him and makes him a threat just because he can break on the ball. And it's just like at wideout, if the ball is in his vicinity, he's going to catch it.
Yeah, he's going to make an impact wherever he is. And he is. And again, I'm not trying to slight him on the receiving side. I just know he's had a couple pick sixes, and he can really shut down another player. And, of course, he's a huge attention getter on offense. So, I mean, people are really stacking up against Mandarin on the offensive side. All right, Oakleaf's got the ball back. So after all of that, they actually do get the football back. Oakleaf does. And we'll see what they can do with it. They scored a touchdown in the last possession, McKissick touchdown run, and down 17-7 in the third quarter. But when you're down by 10 to Mandarin, you better get moving here, and let's see if they can maintain the momentum. And there you see Bryson Wright on the far sideline helping force the back out of bounds. Coach Foy, we had in on the Blitz breakdown on Monday night. So after that big win over Ed White, and obviously he likes his football team, but also knows he's got his hands full. I was talking to him a little bit about how you defend Bryson Wright. How would you defend Bryson Wright, Sully?
Probably the way we would do it is we used to call make a wolf call where we would press him with the first guy and then play a guy over the top, and basically use two guys to take him around and then play basically 10-on-9 the rest of the time. And that's how we would play over the years. A lot of really good receivers that we played against in this area. If they didn't have another option like a big time option where we felt we could play zone on one side, but we would double him.
Yeah,
and that's how I would do it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I was kind of talking to Coach Foy about it. I was like, do you just take the mentality that, hey, they've got a lot of good players, they're a good football team, but we are not going to let this guy by himself beat us tonight?
Yeah, I think that's true. You got to make the other guys.
Oh, look out! Sorry, Coach. Fareed Coleman inside the 5-yard line after a big run as he split the middle. And Coleman almost scores a touchdown. Mandarin chases him down from behind, but here we go. Oakleaf with an opportunity, and it looks like they're going to hustle to the line of scrimmage. Sully, sorry, you can finish your thought, but a big highlight right there. Might have another one coming up.
Yeah, that kid's really been pouring it on. They've really done a good job with their offensive line, and Coach Horn calls the offense, also coaches those guys up front, so really does a nice job with them. But, yeah, so get back to Bryson Wright. That's why, like, I don't know, a couple weeks ago I tweeted out, like, high school coaches, if he's the best player on the field, you don't have to punt to him. You don't have to kick off to him, not just him, referring to anybody like that. So, yeah, you don't want him to beat you. You want the other guys to beat you.
Well, we just saw Jack McKissick now get in the end zone. Of course, a committed to the uncommitted, presented by Nimick Buick GMC. We highlighted him a couple weeks ago. He looks like he's having a nice game. He's just scored 2 touchdowns here in the third quarter. And here come the Oakleaf Knights, Coach. It's 17-14 all of a sudden if this extra point goes.
Yeah, now all the pressure goes on Mandarin. They've got to be able to get in there, run their offense, and get some first downs and get the ball and move the ball and eat up some clock and try to score.
Yeah, because Mandarin, we just saw that whole stanza of action where they got away with a little bit of a, they got away with a fumble because then they forced it as a scoop and score was about to happen. So that helped them. But then they really couldn't do anything offensively, had to punt the football away. Meanwhile, bottom right, we've got Fletcher and First Coast. Again, that's a 14-10 game. Nice defense, stingy defense by the First Coast Bucks to stymie the run there. But the ball is, I can't really tell exactly where it is. I thought it was right around midfield. And Fletcher trying to get back on tap, but it looks like they're going to have to punt. Yeah, I thought it was right about midfield, but they're in their own end now, 4th down, and they are going to punt the football away for Cedric Faison and his Fletcher Senators. Meanwhile, top left, we've got some good action going for Fleming Island as they lead at 7-3 in our Whataburger game of the week. Oh, here's McKissick now. They just had a penalty in this Oakleaf game, made it 17-13. Now they're going for 2. Looks like they were just going a quarterback sneak once again. But guess what? We got a penalty. So now you've got to bring the kicker back out.
That's a really good job, though, like coach-wise, is if they just get up there and sneak it and get the extra points to them.
Hey, what do you make of Mandarin's line? I mean, can you push that line a little bit? Can you win the trenches against Mandarin with all the skill?
Yeah, I mean, I think those kids do a good job up front, Mandarin, but Oakleaf's got experienced offensive line. I believe they've got 3 of their guys are 3-year starters, and the other one is other 2 are 2-year starters, and those guys have played a lot of football together, and they're really strong. So I believe that they can take care of those guys and win the game up front. And I said all along, the team that runs the ball in that game, the best is going to win that game.
Well, we just saw a huge run, of course, by Coleman there, and that got it inside the 5, eventually a score. Sully, there's a reason why you went to the mountains. You have coffee tonight on the porch, and tomorrow you'll be fishing down there in Flagler because of what just transpired. Penalty, moves it up for a 2-point conversion. About to run the 2-point conversion, penalty. Get a guy late on the field, penalty. Now we've got ourselves a 28-yard extra point for Oakleaf, and hey, that young man can boot it. No problem, just your typical extra point that took about 12 minutes to happen.
Yeah, and the thing about that, I know he makes it, but every point in that game, see, that point is the difference of another field goal to tie it or have to score a touchdown. For the lead change. So that's a crazy. Yeah, you're right, though. But that's the stuff that drives you nuts as a coach. Like, come on, fellas, let's go.
Well, I'll tell you what now. It was a huge play. as First Coast now has the ball back, and there's Kennedy running over people on the bottom right of your screen with a 14-10 lead. But that's a huge point because that young man looks like he can kick it too. So if you need a field goal later in this game, you got some confidence that you can tie it up. So keep an eye now on Mandarin. They were up 17-0. They've relinquished the last 14 points, and now Oakleaf has all the momentum in this third quarter. They've owned the third quarter, and they're right back in this football game, and that's going to be fun. Top left, our Whataburger game of the week. Fleming Island in the lead 7-3, trying to add to it, and Middleburg just trying to either force a field goal or a punt. I think they got the ball down to the 30-yard line. So, yeah, 4th and 7 coming up here. And it looks like they were trying to get a chunky yards back, so they will go for it on 4th down is my guess. Let's listen to Noah Schlicksup and Brody McGuff. They've got the call of our Whataburger game of the week.
And I think they're going to try it right here. No, I think they're going to punt. We'll see. They do set up to punt. 4th down and 7 on the Middleburg 30. I'm surprised that it's a good spot for a fake punt.
Yeah, you're kind of in no man's land right here.
Sertivan does punt this one away. It's bouncing. Did they keep it out of the end zone? No, they did not. So it'll be a net gain of 10 yards. He couldn't have placed that any better.
Well, there's Brody McGuff and Noah Schlicksup, Chandler Dancer. They're running our game of the week, and they've done a great job all season. Sully,
yes.
10-yard net right there. It was actually a really good punt, but they couldn't find it. It could have dropped in at the 2 or 1 yard line, but I was surprised they didn't go for it. It was on the 30-yard line. Isn't that a little surprising in high school not to go for 4th and 7 at the 30?
Yeah, because I mean, really, if you don't pin them, you gain 10 yards. So if you go for 4th and 7 and get 5, you're really only giving up 13 yards on the change. I mean, you're not really giving up anything.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, I probably, unless you got to have a call or you've got to have something that you think, or maybe they just feel confident defensively that Middleburg's not going to be able to move the ball. And so we'll just turn it over to our defense, and we'll be happy leaving 7-3 win.
Shanquez Foster for Mandarin right there. You just saw that run. That's a heck of a run. They were at their own 10-yard line. He just broke off about 15 to 20-yarder to give him some breathing room and made him some momentum. That was a tough run by number 5, the junior running back for the Mandarin Mustangs. And here we go. Let's see. You just said it, Sully. Who can run the football better? Well, Oakleaf in the second half has 2 rushing touchdowns, has a big running play from Coleman. And then we just saw a nice running play there from Foster, and he's going to get it again. And nice job by the defense of Oakleaf that time. That will go for maybe a yard gain as we've got a good football game there. Top left, look at Middleburg going with a little fancy reverse and, patient run, but it's not going for much. It just doesn't seem like trick plays work like they used to, Sully.
Well, it just depends on if you got to have it and call it at the right time. You know what I mean? You have a play or you have a turnover, you have something that you said, we've done this really well, but we've got to have something off of it. So the reverse, like you said, didn't really go anywhere, maybe 3 or 4 yards off of it. But again, if you're into the bag of tricks and they've been stopping you defensively, you're scrambling to try to get something going. You're not confident in what you do.
Well, look at momentum. Momentum is the 12th player right now for Oakleaf. Oakleaf feels pretty good about what they're doing, down by 3 points, owning the third quarter, and now set up a big 3rd down. By the way, while I was yapping, Matanzas scored, and if I remember correct, I thought it was number 3. Could have been Ladarian Baker who scored the touchdown, but it's a 14-0 lead now for Matanzas over Menendez down there in St. Johns County. As we show you the Mandarin Mustangs and Oakleaf Knights. Good football game, 17-14, latter stages of the third quarter, and Mandarin with the football. Trying to stop some momentum of Oakleaf. This is like a 3rd down and about 7 or 8. They set up the screenplay to Bryson Wright. Good idea, but all over it is Oakleaf. What a nice job and a good read by Kamari Townsend. That's a good play call, in my opinion. And then Townsend, and you see a frustrated Bryson Wright, but Townsend with a heck of a play, Sully.
Yeah, this would have been my 2nd down call. I would have thrown this on second down so you still have a chance.
Well, now they're going to punt it away, and I mean you can see that sideline for Oakleaf. They're pretty fired up.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The momentum now. The momentum is just one of those things. Especially in high school, you got everything going your way. In the first half, did your kids come out not ready, thinking they were going to blow them out, and then Oakleaf comes back, and they're just going to keep working, and keep working.
Hey, Brian, can we check out that First Coast Fletcher game right now? Looks like Theatric Fazen's talking to the officials. I know we do have a player hurt down there, but just trying to see what's going on because it was odd. C4 out on the field in the middle of the field, and now talking to the officials. I think it looks like a calf. Cramp for the Fletcher young man. But they're heated about something here, Sully. I just caught it late, but the coaching staff and players are not too happy on the Fletcher side, so I was just trying to diagnose what is happening.
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to catch it up on the replay before that a little bit, but I don't think I can figure it out on my end either.
Yeah, we just won't know, and that's part of what we do on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. It's hard to see it all. A big drop in the Menendez Matanzas game there. Ooh, that's a big tight end right there, number 10, isn't it? Wow, for Menendez. Mandarin punting away. This is the first play of the fourth quarter. At the same time, we've got a punt off because Middleburg punting away as well in the third quarter of our Whataburger game of the week. Fleming Island's going to end up with a really good field position right about midfield. They lead 7-3. We've been stymied at that score since, probably the middle portion of the first quarter. 17-14 top right, Mandarin over Oakleaf at just early stages of the fourth. In fact, just one play in. 14-0, bottom left, Matanzas over Menendez, and bottom right, First Coast against Fletcher. First Coast leads 14-10. It looks like they've got the football, and on their way in, this would be a huge possession. So here's Tony Kennedy, number 7. He does it all for the Bucks, and he's got a chance to add to this lead. This would be a huge moment in the game here, and they're going to keep it in his hands.
And that's probably a good one to keep it in his hands.
Yeah. Man, I tell you what, he kind of like I feel like that's like a page out of the old Derrick Henry book right there, right? Just kind of snap it to your guy, your athlete, and plays quarterback, does it all. And then nice patient run, let the block set up, and kind of like nobody's bringing me down on the first attempt, so we know we're going to get some positive yards. Tony Kennedy playing really good football right now. For the Bucks, and you could tell another cramp, it looks like, for Fletcher. Up top for Fleming Island, top left. Oh, great play. Great play there by the Bronx. It was nice, controlled. Let me check out who that was. I want to give him some love. Floyd Reed. He didn't panic at all.
Yeah, Fleming Island must feel pretty good that they can stop him. Because, they got the ball back in pretty good position. So, really, I could see them doing it from here on out for 4 plays and just keeping them on the field if they feel, that they can do it. So,
yeah, they're a score away from, maybe really feeling really good. But that Middleburg defense has been tough here tonight as well. Got a flag down in that Oakleaf game, and that's top right. Oakleaf Mandarin. Oakleaf has all the momentum. You just saw the shot that we had. They're hopping around and just can't wait for the next play. That's the kind of momentum right now that Oakleaf has. Scored 14 unanswered in the third quarter, down 17-zip at halftime. Now it's 17-14 in the early stages of the fourth quarter. Those top 2 games we're keeping an eye on, along with that First Coast up 14-10, but there's been some cramps and injuries that have delayed some of the rhythm of the football game on the bottom right, at least for now. Stuart Weber, what's up?
Hey, how we doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
You're back.
Glad to make it back. Went to another one of our many district championship games tonight. We had University Christian in Providence. Scoreless till midway through the second quarter when we finally had a breakthrough. UC scoring first. So they led that thing 8-0 when I left. But I got a touchdown. So you know what? I'm happy about that.
All right. Well, you should be happy about that.
Yeah,
That's
happy
Stuart
about
Weber,
that.
everybody.
A little context for you here. when it comes to this First Coast Fletcher game, I know it's one of those tight ones. For Fletcher, this is a huge game. They come into the night 10th in the regional rankings. They're not going to win that district, so they need to make it into the top 8 at least in order to make it into the postseason. So a loss against First Coast would be crushing for Fletcher tonight. And I think I did hear that they are without Bajek tonight. Cruz James Bajek, the quarterback.
Yes, they are.
Yes. So that's a huge loss as well for Fletcher to have to do that. As you take a look at the First Coast Buccaneers getting ready to try and take it in here.
Tony Kennedy around the left side, patient, cuts back, touchdown for Kennedy. We've seen him a couple times here on the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz. And how about that score for the Bucs? You were mentioning what this could mean for the Senators. Well, it means now a 2-score lead for the First Coast Bucs as Tony Kennedy gets in there. And in the fourth quarter, the Bucs looking good, and Sully's upset bid looking good in the Blitz Breakdown show.
We got to let them young guys know if this stays this way that the OG made this call.
hey, by the way, Brian, can you? This is the cheat sheet for Stuart Weber. This is where he's getting all his notes today. Look at all that. I'm not going to read that. That would just be Stuart.
Hey, well, you got some important information here. You got the rankings. I got the current district champions start off in the sheet, and then you got Fleming Island taking it into the end zone.
Ah, wow, there's a big one too. We just saw a 2-score game happen in the First Coast Fletcher game, and we just saw the same thing happen right here. That is Sebastian Cruz doing the scoring for Fleming Island. And that's a touchdown in our Whataburger game of the week, and now a 10-point lead at the moment, pending extra point for Fleming Island.
Yeah, so we talked about just how much of a mess District 3-5A is. It is, yeah, it's wild. It's wild out there that you come into this one with all these teams that still have a chance to win the district championship, to make it in off the points. You don't want to make it in off the points. You want to win the district championship. But Middleburg, would they come back and win, would likely force a 3-way tie that would then be decided by the max prep points. And Ponte Vedra kind of leads the way in that right now. They're ranked 2nd in the region, Beachside 5th, Middleburg 6th. But it's a moot point if you don't beat Fleming Island.
Yeah, so it's a playoff game. I mean, essentially.
It's a district title eliminator game.
There we go.
Let's say it that way.
Yeah.
Because these teams can still make it in as an at-large. So they still both of them still could. Now, Fleming Island likely needs to win this game in order to help propel themselves up towards that top 8. They were on the bubble, on the outside looking in, coming into the night. So a win would be huge for Fleming Island to do that. Beachside is rooting for Fleming Island because they hold the tiebreaker over Ponte Vedra. Ponte Vedra holds the tiebreaker in a 3-way tie.
Okay.
So if you're Beachside, you are rooting. Well,
they like that just happened because now a 2-score game, top left in our Whataburger game of the week. Again, you can listen to every play of that if you're Beachside fans or Fleming Island fans. Obviously, if you're Middleburg fans, 14-3 with a couple ticks to go in the third quarter. And that's on our ActionNewsJax.com, our Action News Jax Now stream, also on YouTube live every single play on the Action Sports Jax channel. Meanwhile, it's a huge drive for Oakleaf coming up because Oakleaf trails 17-14. They've got the football and all the momentum in this one, Weber. I know you just jumped in, but it was a 17-0 game. Now it's 17-14. And Oakleaf, who obviously beat Mandarin last year in the postseason, looking to pull the comeback win right now.
You know, this one of 4 district championship games for local versus local. You know, winner makes it as the district champion in our area. You obviously have Oakleaf and Mandarin. Both teams are going to make the postseason out of this matchup, so very well could see this one again. This could just determine who gets to host it in the postseason should they get that far. You have Ed White and Riverside, and Ed White is pulled away in that one. That was a close game, but Commanders leading 58-39 midway through the fourth quarter of that one. So Ed White has scored some points now this year.
Yeah.
They certainly have.
Yeah,
certainly against Merritt Island. We saw that on the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz earlier this year, and then last week that shootout with this very Oakleaf team that we're looking at right now, taking on the Mandarin Mustangs. As you take a look at McKissick, drop it off to Bernie. And this is what he does.
Is that Bernie or Coleman?
Coleman, excuse me.
You made me nervous because I was calling him Coleman all night. All right, guess what time it is, guys? Time to go get some pizza.
Oh, the pizza time.
Donato's Pizza. I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, Brent will go grab a couple slices and enjoy himself out there. As you take a look at bottom right, Fletcher. They make that catch? I think they did. That should move the sticks for the Senators, and they got to move in a hurry in that one. Fletcher on the road at First Coast. Oakleaf across midfield. They're moving the sticks there, so another first down for them. Middleburg needs an answer against Fleming Island now that they're down by 11. They're going up top. Out of the reach of the wide receiver. Might have been a flag there thrown late if I saw that in my periphery. Back to that bottom right, Fletcher.
And let's see the call.
Running to the near side, will get out of bounds. We go back to, we got a pick. Mandarin with a huge interception. We mentioned Oakleaf across midfield, but the Mustangs are headed the other way with a huge interception and into the end zone. It's a pick six for the Mandarin Mustangs.
That's their second one tonight.
And what a time to do it. That is Kyrie Wilson, number 23 for the Mandarin Mustangs. Up 17-14, Oakleaf driving for a potential go-ahead touchdown. And instead, an interception return for the touchdown for the Mandarin Mustangs. Extra point pending would make it 24-14. This game not over yet, but that is a huge, huge play in this one down at the Corral, Coach.
Yeah, that's their second one of the night. They had a pick six. Bryson Wright had one in the first quarter. That's 14 points defensively scored tonight for the Mandarin Mustangs, and that's a killer right there because Oakleaf had all the momentum cross midfield driving and then just throw it out. And the kid makes a good play, really threw it right to him. And must have been a little miscommunication between the quarterback and the wideout. But, hey, Stu, I had a question for you now. You said Fletcher's on the bubble looking in. If First Coast wins tonight, do they have a chance to get in?
I think they would need a good amount of work because they're outside the top 10 in those region standings. Okay. And I don't think they were 11th or 12th. So they were a little bit further down the rankings to the point where probably not going to happen. I mean, anything can happen. I mean, you go out and get a win against a team with a good resume like Fletcher. That'll certainly help your points. But coming into the night, they did not appear to be in the picture.
Okay, yeah. I was just curious. I know they battled a bunch of games in that, and with a big win, if they finish it out with a big win tonight, I thought maybe they could sneak in. But you're telling me, but Fletcher losing tonight probably knocks them out.
Good chance that is the case, yes. Mm-hmm. So we're keeping an eye on that. And, it's not just district championships on the line tonight. It's those at-large spots as well here in the penultimate week of the regular season. Fletcher going back to the air. Immediate tackle made by the First Coast Buccaneers. That is Curtis Burgess making the tackle, senior linebacker, as you got a big 4th and long coming up for the Fletcher Senators, kind of in a position where they got to go for this thing. They're across midfield, but 4th and about 14 coming for Fletcher. We'll keep an eye on that one, and looks like they're going to line up for it. Let's see what Coach Ciatric Faison has lined up. As it's Christian Cato with those pink sleeves. He's your quarterback in the backfield. He will drop back, looking for options. Good protection by that offensive line. Still has it. Finally lets go of it, and that is a first down. Joshua Jones on the receiving end, needed 14, got about 17 on the play. So that keeps the drive alive, keeps the game alive for the Fletcher Senators. Oakleaf Mandarin, Ed White Riverside, 2 more district championship games tonight. Yulee Reigns, that goes to the Reigns Vikings. They win in convincing fashion over the Hornets. And then Providence UC, as mentioned, that was the matchup I was at earlier this evening, an 8-0 score midway through the second. So we'll catch back up to that one here in just a little bit. Right now on screen, you're checking out 4 great games on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Middleburg gets rid of it. A lot of pressure there coming from Fleming Island. That affected the throw, I think, for sure, and will result in an incomplete pass. And looks like the quarterback might still be down after that hit. So we'll come back to that one in just a little bit. Here is Oakleaf, and it's back to Fareed Coleman, back to the ground game as he picks up a nice chunk on the near side. But now down by 10. That makes it a little harder to use a guy like Coleman, right, Coach? I mean, he's a bruising running back. Sure, he could score in a hurry, but if you're making a lot of hay through the running game, you don't want to find yourselves down 2 scores against a team like Mandarin.
No, without a doubt. If you become one-dimensional and you've got to throw it every down, that gives the defense an opportunity to do some things. But I'll tell you, though, Coleman's a good runner, good player, too, but they've got to get going, and they probably need to be a little bit of hurry-up mode also.
Big defensive play there by Mandarin Christian McGowan, as well as Kindred Outland combining on that sack. You see top left, Fleming Island holding a 14-3 lead early in the fourth quarter against Middleburg. Bottom left, we got a battle of cross-county rivals, Menendez and Matanzas. That's on the bottom left. Matanzas, by the way, might be the team closest to our viewing area that's not technically in our viewing area. Just on the very north of Flagler County, which technically belongs to Orlando. So we will be rooting for Menendez and hoping that they, as the local team, can go and make some highlights for us here in that one. It is funny, though. They're like, 5 or 10 miles apart, and yet one of them's in the viewing area, one is not.
Yeah. This is a good game. They played every year for a lot of years, Matanzas and Menendez, and always have played good games. Like you said, they're only probably 10 miles apart. They throw each other in the summer, all that stuff. So either one of these, but like you said, we root for Menendez being closest to our viewing area.
That's right. That's a nice pickup there for Fletcher. I think they're going to be short of the first down. That was Romello Johnson on the reception, and that sets up another 4th down play coming up for Fletcher. And you see that score bottom left, by the way. We just mentioned the Menendez-Matanzas game, and Menendez in trouble there. Down 14-0, a minute 11 to play in that game if the quarter is correct. All right, here we go. Not a 4th down, just a 3rd down, but still a 3rd and 4 for the visiting Fletcher Senators. They have the ball at about the 22-yard line. Here's your quarterback, Cato, rolling right, finds his receiver, and hey, this is very similar to that 4th down play we saw a couple minutes ago. Go to Joshua Jones. Very sure receiver, hauls that in. And big 1st down conversion for the Fletcher Senators. Yeah, Coach, you mentioned it earlier. I feel like every year this one always seems to come down to the end. It's always exciting. I know Marty and Seatric always had a great rivalry going back and forth in it. And now, there's a flag, so we'll see who this one's on. And now Jarvis Parker takes over at First Coast and has a chance to win in his first matchup against Seatric Faison and the Fletcher Senators.
Yeah, I remember, a couple of years ago we had this one where it was a 21-20 game. Somebody missed the extra point down the end. I believe it was a Fletcher win. And then the next year, First Coast was up big, and Fletcher came back, and then First Coast had to score and go for 2 and got it for the win. So they've had some really good games over the years.
You saw a nice pickup there for the Middleburg Broncos. This is early in the fourth quarter, down 14-3. That was Geno Addison with the big run for Middleburg. Nice gang tackling there from First Coast. They take down Cato in the backfield, top left. We got a flag on the play. So we'll see what they decide on that one. That was a big 1st down. Looks like an illegal shift on Mandarin, so they'll do that one again with the 1st and 15 coming up from about the 20-yard line, trying to cut it down to a 1-score game, down 11 early in the fourth quarter of that matchup. Mandarin and Oakleaf top right. Oakleaf on the move again, I believe. So we'll come back to that one here in a second. And now we're going end zone. We're going deep shot, and we're going to Jones. Arms in the air. That is a touchdown for the Fletcher Senators. So time after time, number 0, the man to find for the Fletcher Senators. And that is a big, big score for Seatric Faison and the visitors tonight as Fletcher gets the touchdown. Coach Joshua Jones made a lot happen on that drive. He was certainly the number 1 target throughout.
Yeah, without a doubt. And also probably interference, defensive interference on that one. with the jersey pull and the wrap around the other arm. But, yeah, he's the guy to go to. You got a new starting quarterback, and you want to get the ball, get him comfortable. They need to feed him, and they're going to need to feed him one more time on the next series if they get the ball back.
Fletcher, by the way, going for 2 and not converting. You did, by the way, see bottom left, an interception from Menendez. So the Falcons able to make one more play, although it looks like they will fall against their rivals from Matanzas, down 2 touchdowns super late in that one. And let's go back to Clay County. Here is Middleburg. Direct snap for Addison. At first, he goes into the pile, doesn't see what he likes, changes direction, goes to the green grass, and finds his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Geno Addison, the senior running back from the Middleburg Broncos, able to cut into the deficit. It is now 14-9 with an extra point to come. So Broncos might be going for 2, make it a 3-point game. We'll see what they decide. Looks like the kicker's out there. Don't know where they feel on chasing points in these. It is fourth quarter. Yeah, it's fourth quarter. If you have enough, yeah, probably. If you have enough confidence in your kicker to make this extra point, you probably do to have him, attempt a field goal later.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Sully, you got analytics on the high school? I mean,
it's good.
Would you go for 2 there?
I would probably go for 2, especially if they've got a good kicker.
Yeah, it looks like
they seem to have a decent kicker.
You got 9 minutes. I mean, there's plenty of time, but now you need a touchdown, and you would need a touchdown either way.
Need it no matter what.
Yeah. They got a good kicker, too, I think. They do, actually. Yep. 4-star kicker. So maybe they feel like, hey, if we give up a few, I don't know. It's I mean, I guess I do know. I'm probably being critical. I think I would go for 2.
I'd go for 2 just because they pretty much handled us offensively the whole game. And so we got a little momentum. We stick it in. Now we have to score a touchdown. And if Fleming Island comes out and eats up a bunch of clock, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Middleburg.
Well, they just made it a good one. Our 2-score games just made it a good one in both, right? First Coast and Fletcher, and now Middleburg and Fleming Island.
Yeah. So while you were gone, getting pizza, enjoying a couple slices.
Yeah, got a couple in.
As you see the clock strike 0 there in that Menendez-Matanzas game. 14-0 appears to be your final score. We come back to the corral, and Mandarin on the move.
Foster!
Oh, goodness.
Foster!
Nice cut back and puts the defenders on skates, takes it into the end zone. Touchdown, Mandarin Mustangs.
What a turn in that game. I mean, I go get pizza, and everything changed.
It's like they knew. They knew Brent was out of the building. They got to go change it around.
Oakleaf had all the momentum. I mean, for the entire time we're here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz, they got all the momentum. And then, was it a nice play? It was pick 6.
Yeah, pick 6. Just kind of cut in front of the route.
He threw it right to him.
Yeah, it looks like to me the wideout either was supposed to run the stop and he kept going, and the kid just broke on the ball, took it, and there was nobody there.
So big pickup there from First Coast as they look to answer after the Fletcher touchdown cut the lead down to 5. So it's a 21-16 game for the First Coast Buccaneers. Fletcher needs another stop. They need to get the ball back and see if they can make something happen. As we take you out to the 3-box here in the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz. One of our games now complete. Matanzas with a 14-0 win. They get the shutout over Menendez in that rivalry matchup. Bottom game, we got the ball on the turf, and Fletcher's got it. Senators recover the fumble. It's Lucas Berghardt, the defensive lineman, who falls on the ball after the First Coast Buccaneers can't make the handoff. So down by 5, and now a turnover. And momentum absolutely in favor of the Fletcher Senators.
Yeah, right at midfield, too. You can see the ball is basically on the 49-yard line. So, man, crazy how these games change on a dime. And look at that Mandarin game. I mean, that was literally a 3-point game about 5 minutes ago on the clock.
It was 17-14. Oakleaf was across midfield and driving.
Unbelievable.
And now 2 touchdowns have made it into a 17-point game, and less than 6 minutes to go in that one.
Well, this is the game that's really turned now, too. I mean, it was a 10-point lead for, was it more than that? It was 14, 10, 20. It was an 11-point lead for First Coast. Now it's a 5-point lead after a Fletcher touchdown. But then they just fumbled at midfield, so here comes Fletcher. And they're moving quick, and they're already within striking distance. We have plenty of time in this one, too, right? Decent amount of time?
Believe so. We got a man on the loose.
Is that Bernie?
That is Bernie, number 7. Or Parker Surtain. What am I thinking of? Bernie.
Is Bernie on Oakleaf?
Fletcher just going to throw the ball to Jones every time.
He used to be on Fleming.
That's right. The gold colors threw me off there for a second.
What year is it?
I don't know.
Right, Fleming. Bernie was on Fleming, right? At one time.
At one time, yeah.
Yeah, thought so. Stop transferring people.
You're going to throw us off.
That's a huge play for Fleming Island. What an answer this would be for Coach McPherson and the Golden Eagles up there on the top left. And Middleburg has to call on that defense big time right here.
Can he find the
And they won't.
Yes, he can.
Noah's fired up.
Yeah, Noah is fired up for Sebastian Cruz touchdown right there. It ain't hard to dial up Noah now.
I know. They do a good job with that broadcast.
They do a great job, those guys. And they're going to give some love to Chandler Dantzler. He's back there pushing all the buttons as well and helping that thing look good. And our man Daniel Hawk on the camera, a one-man camera crew for that one. But we've had a lot of fun with that Whataburger Game of the Week. And we're having a lot of fun here with our Friday Night Zone Blitz as well. The combination of it, 5 hours of high school football each and every Friday. And now we're in week 10, and the weather's awesome, and we've got playoff football on the horizon. So pretty cool. And our plan is, by the way, the rules change a little bit for us in terms of broadcasting playoff football. But our plan right now is to have a couple weeks of a game of the week still. But we'll keep you posted on that as we enter the middle of November. Friday Night Zone Blitz will probably conclude around the middle of November as well, November 14th. Here's Fletcher now.
Under 3.5 minutes to play in this one, so the clock is ticking, and Fletcher is driving.
So I was going to ask you this a little bit ago, and I think it was in the Oakleaf game, but maybe it was a Fletcher game, I'm not sure. When you're on, like, First Coast side right now, and you're the coach, you're Jarvis Parker, can you feel the momentum?
Oh, yeah.
Probably scares the heck out of you, right?
Yeah, you got to get your guys defensively to bring the energy up and not put their hands on their hips. And you know what I mean? Somebody on their defense has to step up and be like, let's go, we got this, let's go. You know, but as a coach, you could feel it, especially like that fumble took the air out of them. If you watch them come on and off the field, you're like, oh, no, here we go.
Well, that's the other part of it, right? Especially the, oh, no, here we go. And Jarvis trying to get this program in the winning ways. He's done a nice job here this season. But when you're not used to winning all the time, the oh, no enters the equation. And, oh, no, that's a nice run by Fletcher is probably what they just said there, because another one outside the 11-yard line now. The Senators are in business here with 3 minutes and ticking to go. The clock becomes an issue, and making a stop is obviously a massive issue. Fletcher trails 21-16, but they've got the football and now knocking on the door. Keep running here, Sully, or you get it to one of these receivers?
Well, I mean, Jones has done a tremendous job catching the ball in this situation, and they are giving him a lot of cushion. You could throw something quick hitch out there and keep it in his hands, but if you can eat up some clock, you have to score the touchdown here. Then you can eat up some clock and stick it in a little bit later. That helps you in the long run, too, because First Coast has been explosive tonight offensively.
Yeah. Back-to-back run plays there now at the 5-yard line. It's going to bring up a third and about, I think, 4 yards. And now we've got a player down on the field for Fletcher. Don't like to see that, grabbing his leg. That was a nice play, by the way, on by Quentin Wiggum for First Coast as he made the stop there. Top right, Oakleaf and Jack McKissick. They're going to need a miracle now. They're down big. 31-14 was a 3-point game in the fourth quarter, and then a pick six and another touchdown by Mandarin have really made that a comfortable Mustangs lead. Middleburg now just gave up a touchdown. They're going to need some work here in a hurry, too, in the fourth quarter. And they got a nice little play by the quarterback there. Dump it off to the running back. There was a flag down, so who knows which side of the ball that is on. But that is our Whataburger Game of the Week. Every play on the Action News Jacks Now stream. That's on actionnewsjacks.com and also on YouTube. And that play is coming back, as you can tell, from the officials. Where are we at the penalty? There was an injury in the Fletcher game. I didn't see who it was, and
it was one of the linemen.
It was one of the linemen, and of note. Obviously, we know David Garrard, hoping it's not Justin Garrard, his son. Hoping it's not anybody, really. But
right.
The interesting note there with Justin Garrard is I think I see him in the huddle, actually. So he's not the one that got hurt, or he's back up and okay. I saw today, I think, that David Garrard shared a picture. Said David Garrard's alma mater of East Carolina offered Justin.
The legacy.
Nice.
Yeah, so congratulations to the offensive lineman for Fletcher and DG's son with an offer. Again, not a commitment, but an offer to East Carolina, which is pretty cool. Committed to the Uncommitted, presented by Middleburg Buick GMC, is coming up here in just a little bit as well. And we'll highlight an offensive lineman in tonight's Committed to the Uncommitted, coming up again here on the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz. All right, third down and about 4 yards for Fletcher, down by 5. Few minutes to go in this football game, and they're going to keep it on the QB keeper, and what a nice job by defense. Oh, here we go. We've got some drama, Sully. We're going to set up a fourth and about 3.5, 4 yards, and with under 3 minutes to go in the game. Now it's all on the offensive coordinator at Fletcher. What are you going to call?
Probably some type of get somebody out of the pocket and get a little run-pass option on that thing.
See, this is where you were balancing the clock a little bit. You run a couple times. Well, now you're in a basically do-or-die situation. Fourth down, they bring the quarterback back in, Christian Cato. He's number 13. And you all look to the sideline. You got Joshua Jones and DeAndre Smith to the right. I like both those guys. They've been outstanding this year. And it looks like they're going to call a timeout once they got to the line of scrimmage, set things up. Hamby, if you can listen to it, hear us, how much time we got left in that game, just so we can reset it for everybody at the bottom of the screen. That's a 21-16 game. Fletcher trying to mount a furious fourth quarter comeback. Got a fumble about midfield, and now they've been knocking on the door with a couple minutes to go in the football game. Down by 5 to First Coast. It's a fourth down and about 4 to go. 1 minute and 24 seconds to go. Wow. 1 minute, 24 seconds. So this is it coming up. And really,
well, they can get a first down, right?
You can get a first down. You're right, Sully, down to about the 1.
But really, you got to either get the ball close to the 1 or pretty much game's over.
Yeah, the NFL, right? Like maybe they give up that underneath type thing, or college. You're not really throwing a slant here, though, in high school football, I wouldn't think, right?
Well, it depends on if they give you one-on-one coverage and put everybody on the other side, and you got your best player. So, I mean, you could literally do that. But I look for some type of bootleg where the quarterback's out of the pocket a little bit, and you've got some levels of, stacking levels to get the ball to different people, or just take off and run and get the first down.
Remember, backup quarterback in for Fletcher, so it'll be a big moment for this young man who's trying to lead a comeback. Here we go, fourth down and about 4. 90 seconds or less to go. They give it to Joshua Jones. He's going to pass it to DeAndre Smith, and he found him in the back of the end zone. What a play. Well, that's one way to highlight 2 of your best players. Hand it off to your receiver, have him throw it to the other receiver. I didn't know which one was going to catch it. Well, it ended up being DeAndre Smith. Joshua Jones, the one that threw it.
Wow, what a play call there in that moment.
What a job by him, by the way. There was nothing there in the beginning of that.
Well, then he was smart. He kept rolling out and then allowed the play to develop a little bit, kept an eye on that line of scrimmage, make sure he didn't run across it, and was able to throw it and find his guy in the end zone. That's amazing.
Sully, dialing up a trick play on 4th down and 4 with the game on the line.
Well, like we always talk about players, right? He put the ball in basically their best player's hands, and he threw it to the other good player.
Yeah, so, like I said.
That's a good call, though, really good call.
All right, big 2-point conversion here, right? 22-21 now. And are they going to get in? There's a battle at the doorstep, and They let the play go, and they got it saying, okay, they never stopped the momentum. Boy, they let that one go for a while. Sometimes they'll blow the whistle. And
not that time.
Well, you can see Justin Garrard celebrating, and Fletcher celebrates. They just took a 24-21 lead. And look at the body language on First Coast. Like, oh, my goodness. We've battled all night. We had the lead all night, and now we don't. But they do have time still, with about, I would say, 75 seconds or so left in the football game, down by 3. And we'll show you the finish as we do here on the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz. Fleming Island trying to put a bow on their win over Middleburg in our Whataburger game of the week. Oh, nice run. Oh, is that almost fumbled the ball? Don't do that. Mandarin also about to wrap up its win over Oakleaf. That was a heck of a game in the early stages of the fourth quarter. Mandarin pulls away. While you see some of the action, I want to get you caught up on some of the scores. Baldwin, 41-8 over Andrew Jackson. You were at that game, Weber, right? District?
No.
Oh, you didn't go that one. District title game. Look at Paxson rebound. I was at that game. Should have stayed there. 31-30. At least the last check. That's been a tight one the entire night. Mandarin, we're showing it to you, up 31-14. Bishop Kenny Cruz is over Westside, 63-12. Mount Dora 30, Eaglesview nothing. Impact Christian 20, Fernandina Beach 8. Columbia now up 21-0 over Clay. And West Nassau with another win, it looks like, 40-12 over Dixie County. Matanzas gets the win over Menendez. We just showed you that game here tonight on the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz. Old Plate Christian 51-6 over Cedar Creek. And Fleming Island's about to beat Middleburg in our Whataburger game of the week. Nice rolls over Tokoi Creek. Don't have a final. It's been like that for a long time. Maybe the clock ran 36-0 was maybe the score. Bradford up 2 touchdowns over Santa Fe.
That one, by the way, Bradford needed that win to clinch the district championship.
They do just that. Fletcher and First Coast, it's now 24-21. That's the bottom game you're watching. That's the best game of the night we got to finish, and we're going to show it all to you here on the Zone Blitz. What else we got? Crescent City with a win over Taylor. Oh, that's what I want. Atlantic Coast Sewanee. It was tight at halftime. Don't have an update on it, but it was 14-14. And the Bulls Bulldogs over Wolfson 49-0. St. Augustine 67-6 over Ridgeview. Trinity gets the dub 48-0 over Kipbold City. Rains rolls over Yulee in the district title game 58-6.
So all 3 of our undefeated teams coming into the night remain undefeated. You said
handily.
St. Augustine, Rains, and St. Joe's gets a 41-0 win over Interlochen.
There you go. I don't know if anybody had that
as one of your undefeated teams?
As one of the undefeated teams.
Well, we went last week. We went this week because you keep winning. We're going to keep coming down, Flashes.
Well, and I hope you had the over, Sully, in the Ed White Riverside game.
109 points scored.
64-45.
That's wild.
Oh, there's some good defense over there on the west side. They used to be known for that over there.
Well, isn't that the funny thing? I mean, I've said for years now that, you think of Ed White, at least in my 18 years here, and you think running the football, good defense a lot, right? And find ways to win football games, do a good job of winning football games. That ain't it this year, and even the last couple of years, really. Lawrence Johnson has opened up that offense.
Yeah.
They've got players that can chuck it, can catch it.
Having King Boylston on that roster has made a big difference.
Blossoming, too.
Yeah.
And it's 64 points. Now, again, to Coach's point, they've been giving up some now.
Sure.
This year as well. All right, here we go, Sully. Good finish. Fletcher, First Coast. Fletcher up 24-21. Tony Kennedy with the ball. And that's a good way to start if they caught it.
Yes.
Or do we got
the ball to Tony Kennedy?
Keep the flags in the pocket here.
Oh, here we go, Brent.
Oh, they might have called defensive hold. Well, wait a minute. Why are they all pointing that way? Yeah, it has to be offense. That was a good start, too, to the drive. It's that first play is always a significant one. And it was a nice little rollout play, 12, 13 yards. Good catch. Would have had it out at the 40. And now you got it back at the 20, and it's 1st and 20. Well, here's the deal, Sully. We all know the ball's going to be in number 7's hands. Tony Kennedy is the quarterback, the athlete. He can run it. He can throw it. And we'll see what he chooses to do here. Right around a little over a minute to go in the game. Down by 3. And that ball looked like it got deflected. Nice job by Fletcher. See, I think you got to be careful here, Sully, now that you got the penalty, to just go 2nd down 20, 3rd down 20, 4th down 20.
Right.
I think you got to almost use his legs and try to pick up 10, 12 yards here if you can, even if the clock runs a bit. You got to keep the drive going.
Yeah, you don't want to keep getting in those situations. You want to move it around. And like you said, have them throw it a couple, catch it, run it. I'm with you. I think they should stay running the offense with them.
Don't know the timeout situation. I got to assume they have a couple. Now you got to play clean because you just had a holding call, and that set you back. You almost had another one. Look at this. Is he going to run it? Boy, I'll tell you what, great job chasing that down by Fletcher. We got bodies crashing everywhere. Everybody banged up on that hit, including the quarterback. So keep an eye on Tony Kennedy here. And that was a really nice job, I thought, of. Oh, no, we got people pointing and talking, and hang on. I don't want any of that here. But the most important thing right now is Tony Kennedy down on the field, and he's the best player for the First Coast Bucks. So let me find out who that was. I think it was 32, Xavier Carmichael. He did a nice job on this play, really giving chase. And then I think they got Joshua Jones playing some defense too, and he corralled Tony Kennedy because it was a nice play by Kennedy even to make it a positive gain. But hopefully he's okay. Right now he's down on the field, and that obviously changes the dynamic too.
Right, without a doubt.
For First Coast. I mean, he's the guy, and that's going to be about 3rd and 15. It's just amazing how quick these games change. And, Sully, you know this. I was just asking you about momentum. It's not only that the game changes. You got to get over the shell shock nature of it, right? Like, you're up 21-10 over Fletcher. This would be a huge win for you and your program and Coach Jarvis Parker. And then you look up and it's 24-21. You only have a minute 15 to deal with that. You don't have time to get over it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you just got to keep playing the next play. I mean, you got to keep playing the next play. That's the most important thing. And Coach has been around. You know, he's been on that staff. He played at First Coast. And it's all growing pains with his young team. Just keep building blocks. This would have been a monumental win for them. And but you got to give Fletcher credit. They made the plays when they had to make them.
Yeah, we don't like show like showing the kids when they're down on the ground and hurt, but I don't like this scene as I'm keeping an eye on it here for Tony Kennedy. Again, fantastic player. Just recently, our Whataburger Jaguars Prep Player of the Week, and he's still down on the field, and also brought out some. I don't want to. I mean, it will look like it was a stretcher back there in the studio. You guys could say, but or at least a backboard of some kind. So don't like to see that. We've got a lot of players kneeling down right now, and don't want to speculate, but it doesn't look like a great situation right now at First Coast High School for Tony Kennedy, young man who's a fantastic player, and just on a second down scramble and run, there's a pretty good collision on that play. He looked like he got up initially, so I don't know if you saw that, but he looked like he got up and then stayed down on the grass. Looked like a couple of players actually both took a brunt of it, but now Kennedy's been down on the ground for quite a bit. We're watching a pretty good pile of people around him, so definitely some concern for the quarterback and fantastic athlete for First Coast.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, too, because, boy, he's played hard tonight, and just unfortunate that young man, hopefully he's going to be okay. We can't really speculate on what happened to him, but like you said, he's been down for a while, and he's the heart and soul of that team. He's done a really nice job this year. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that. Here we are. It's approaching 9:30 on the show. You know what we might do? We might take a break, and hopefully we'll come back and first of all, have good news for that young man and also the finish of that game. It's a 24-21 football game in favor of Fletcher, but now concern over an injury on the field at First Coast High School. Fleming Island's about to wrap this one up against Middleburg in our Whataburger game of the week. It was a fun one for the most part, but Fleming pulls away. Huge win for the Golden Eagles, and Beachside celebrating that win too, as Stuart Weber said. And here's the scene at First Coast High School as medical attention continues for the quarterback/athlete of First Coast High School. Fantastic player, Tony Kennedy. So we'll keep an eye on that story. Get you up to date on some scores, committed to the uncommitted as well. Take a time out here on the Farrah Friday night Zone Blitz, week number 10.
Most of us know how to throw. but you need to know what to throw. I'm not talking about footballs, baseballs, softballs. We're talking about those items you need to recycle. Republic Services explains it easy. Recycling simplified. 1. Know what to throw. When in doubt, throw it out. 2. Empty, clean, and dry those materials. It takes an extra minute, but it makes a big difference. And 3. Don't bag it. This makes the recycling process faster and more efficient. This is a look at the Republic Services North Florida Recycling Center. You can make this process even more efficient. By utilizing those 3 steps, Republic Services can help you become a better recycler in your home. Learn more at recyclingsimplified.com. Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning. 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it. Baker's Sports. It's a hometown business filled with hometown people trying to make you feel right at home.
Chris Conley, Jacksonville University.
Walker Wright, class of 2018, West Nassau High School.
Michael Young, Fletcher High School.
Baker's Sports started in a grassroots way and now outfits much of the Southeast.
Tony Mazzio, Stanwood High School, class of 2002.
High school sports, travel sports, youth sports of all kinds. They are a one-stop shop carrying Nike, Adidas, Under Armour brands, and more.
Vincent Caldes, Oakleaf High School.
Samuel Coffrin, Paxton School for Advanced Studies.
Whether it's sports teams on the field or it's your team in the workplace, like our Action Sports Jacks team, and community events like the Dream 18 Golf Tournament, and many others.
Cole Tilley, Hilliard High School.
Reagan Webb, Eagles U Academy.
Look good, feel good, play good with Baker Sports. Custom sports apparel since 1997. Shop with the hometown team at bakersport.com.
This is Action Sports Jacks, Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz, sponsored by Farrah and Farrah, your Jacksonville accident attorneys.
All right, we welcome you back here to the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz. Our games are pretty much wrapped up that we showed 4 different games here tonight, basically play-by-play, including our Whataburger game of the week, where Fleming Island was a winner over Middleburg. We showed you Matanzas beating Menendez 14-0. We showed you Oakleaf and Mandarin pulls away in the fourth quarter, 31-14 win over Oakleaf. And that was a close game, 17-14 in the fourth. And we're keeping an eye on the finish of the First Coast Fletcher game. There's a significant injury in that game, and obviously we're all keeping an eye on that and thoughts with Tony Kennedy. He's the quarterback and plays defense in every position, really, for First Coast High School. First Coast had the lead in this game 21-10. Fourth quarter, Fletcher has come back to take the lead 24-21. And with about a minute to go in this game, a running play for Tony Kennedy. There was a big collision after a pickup of about 5 yards. And he remains down on the field. Obviously, a bunch of medical attention. Players are still kneeling down, and obviously a lot of thoughts with him. Saw Ciatric Faison from Fletcher really around that whole situation. We did see a stretcher come out, and we don't like to show these situations with the kids that are injured, but just want to give everybody an update on what is happening. It's a pretty significant, serious injury. We don't know exactly what, but the stretcher now is actually coming out on the field. So they brought the backboard out first. I guess I said stretcher, backboard, and now the stretcher is out on the field. So hopefully a lot of this is precautionary, and he's going to be okay, but a big deal going on there, more important than the football game. We're bringing our Hall of Fame coach, Kevin Sullivan. Sully, I'm sure obviously you've gone through this before, and I mean, we've seen this enough to know too, right? I mean, there's obviously protocol that goes on, and when we see these injuries, we start to think the worst. But a lot of this is precautious, and hopefully that's the case in this situation.
Yeah, any kind of head neck injury, they're always going to make the precaution and make sure the young man is safe. It's a lot different now than it's been, and with all the medical advances, they want to just make sure the young man's safe. So our prayers go out to him.
Yeah, and so he is now getting taken off the field. Obviously, there's always an ambulance at high school football games. And again, our thoughts with him. Just recently, a Whataburger Jaguars Prep Player of the Week, and was having a nice game. He scored a couple of times here tonight, and he's such a key part of this. And I guess from a football standpoint, as we continue to have thoughts with him, this is a 3-point game with a little under a minute to go. It's now going to be 3rd and 15, and if there wasn't enough shell shock of losing the lead in the fourth quarter for First Coast, now they've got to deal with this, Sully, and you don't have your best player. So, I mean, the mountain just got a lot higher.
Yeah, and it's tough, especially the young man getting taken off the field that way, and you've got to go in another minute and 15 seconds and try to win the game. So maybe somebody else will step up, but it's been a great effort, really good game. And like I said, these two teams have played tremendous games over the last 3 or 4 years.
All right, let's we can take a look back at the game now, guys, and we'll show you the ending here from field level, as I think Jason Hamby has moved his way down there. And zoom in there, Hamby. There we go. So 3rd and about, again, a little different angle we're showing here because Hamby was getting the injury, but also we'll get post-game. And so here we go, 3rd and 15, and Mike Hunter into the game, and he's played quarterback, so this is like his first snap ever. But on 3rd and 15, that goes incomplete. And so again, he come into the game in this situation. Now here's the ball game. The ball game is with David Hunter, at quarterback. It's going to be 4th and 15, and you got to dial one up here, Sully.
Yeah, you have no choice. You got to figure out what maybe your best play is. Hopefully, the O-line takes care of business. We get somebody open.
So, by the way, First Coast has the ball about the 25-yard line. And crazy enough, they had the ball at the 30-ish to start. Had a nice completion, but it was a holding penalty on first down that called that back. So instead of having a first down around the 42, 3, 4-yard line, they had a 1st and 20 back at their own 20, and that set up now this scenario. 4th and 15, game on the line, down 3, got to have it. David Hunter at quarterback, and you got to get to the sticks now. Looks like he launches it and connects. What a throw, what a catch. They were able to get it done. How about that? That's Jalen Pollard. Threw it to a spot, Sully, and he was able to come down with it.
Yeah, really nice throw and catch there. Sort of a game on the line there. That's a big play. Now maybe they can get some momentum. They do have a decent kicker now at First Coast if they get close enough.
Well, that's a heck of a play. I thought it was hard to tell from this angle, but I thought his arm might have got hit. There was a little late pressure on Hunter. How about that young man? I mean, hey, this is why sports are great, right? And this is why you coach for so long. You get David Hunter has played some quarterback, but in this spot to come in, 3rd down 15, 4th down 15, and make that play in that moment against the Fletcher Senators and trying to at least now give your team a chance to come back, and that's what it's all about, Sully.
Yeah, you just got to keep playing, man. High school football, one play at a time. Try to get it going there. They're trying to get it worked out. We're going to have them come back. They'll come back to that play again too, because that was a big gainer. They got to stay in front of the sticks now. Not a lot of time left. Got to move the chains, move the ball, get out of bounds, get up there and get going.
All right, Hamby, get in place. I hope he's listening. I can tell him what to do. Get in place. Stop moving. I think he's got the whole tripod and everything else. Zoom in. 1st down for the Bucks. And a quick little out pass and out of bounds for, 24 seconds, by the way, a minute ago. Hamby said he's texting me. Zoom in. This is the fun part of this show. So they got the ball right around midfield, it looks like, and there's about 20 seconds. So not a lot of time here, Sully.
Yeah, it's going to be a chunk play here soon. I don't know if they have any timeouts left either.
Yeah, hard to tell. I'm going to get the wide view. Oh, I caught it. And then they called timeout. So they did have a timeout.
Okay.
So he throws it. Good. Nice. Well, or maybe they called stoppage because of first down. That was Kindred Hurd, the wide receiver. And I think it was a timeout. So there you go. 9 seconds to go. The ball's on the 39-yard line. And we don't know if they've got another timeout or not. Doing a good job here as we show you the end of this one. Maybe the zoom's broken. He's on 0.5 off the camera phone.
He's doing the best he can, Brian.
I'm getting on him, Sully. I mean, we got to coach him up here. It's like, what the heck? Hey, what are we doing?
He should get in the back of the end zone, too, in case there's a tip ball drill in the end zone.
Yes. Hey, by the way, if there's a catch at the 5-yard line or the 4, we're going to have it.
Yeah, on this side of the field, though.
On this side. There you go. Hey, there we go. All right, David Hunter. Here we go. 9 seconds to go, guys. Quick little out again, or at least. Oh, shit. They kept the clock moving? He didn't get out of bounds? Oh, my goodness, he didn't get out of bounds.
Oh, no way.
Looked like he had got out of bounds. They kept the clock moving there. They had no more timeouts. I thought they had called a pretty good play, get a few yards. He danced a bit. Oh, now wait a minute. The refs are saying, get back. The refs have the... All right, timeout. Wait a second. We got a guy dancing. Good moves. Fletcher, excited. They think they won. I don't know what the refs were doing there. Maybe just trying to get everybody lined up. Chaos has ensued.
Yeah. I'm not quite. Did he get out of bounds and the ref signaled wrong?
Yeah, I mean, he did wind the clock. I saw him right away. I was keeping an eye on the ref. It looked like he was trying to get to the sideline. And maybe they just didn't want to do the whole handshake thing. This thing got feisty at the end, and so didn't want to do that. But it looks like the game's over.
Yeah, I think it's over the coaches. Yeah, I don't think they wanted to shake hands. I think the coaches are out shaking hands with the coaches.
Yeah, didn't want this thing to escalate anymore. Probably a lot of emotion. Again, the end of this football game where Tony Kennedy gets hurt, taken off on a stretcher. Again, we're thinking about that young man who's been a terrific player for First Coast. Then they also lost a big lead in the fourth quarter. Fletcher, 24-21. Get the ball at the 39-yard line, 9 seconds to go. Obviously, they didn't have any more timeouts. And that last play, I mean, it's really hard to tell from our angle there, but looks like we had a chance there to get out of bounds. Couldn't quite get out of bounds. Clock keeps moving, and game over. Celebration time. And, you know, you figured you needed probably about 10 yards in that spot, Sully, to at least attempt a long field goal. I mean, from the 39-yard line, you're not going to do that. So they tried. And heck of a football game overall. You see some guys taking pictures together. These guys all know each other pretty well. First Coast Fletcher. And heated game, a good football game. And we just showed you all the action there in the fourth quarter.
Well, I do want to say that some people may say, oh, it's unsportsmanlike they don't shake hands. But as a coach and a coach in that situation, you want to make sure you take care of your kids as the most important thing. And if you don't think you should shake hands, just send them over to the side, let the coach know, let the coaches shake hands and be done. And especially this late in the year, you don't need any shenanigans and tomfoolery.
I totally agree with that, too. I don't think this had an unsportsmanlike. I think this was good preventative emotion.
100%.
You know, and that's a good call, I think, by whether it was the officials or the coaching staffs. And you saw the coaching staffs obviously shake hands and just didn't want to nothing inflammatory here going on with all the emotion in that fourth quarter, and specifically their leader getting hurt, First Coast as well. Didn't look like an overly chippy game, actually, but you started to see some things later in the game as the intensity ramped up. So, hey, good football game overall. And again, we'll try to keep you posted on Tony Kennedy's status, as you saw that here on the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz. Brent Martineau, Kevin Sullivan, our Hall of Fame coach here tonight. And Sully, what do you say we get to our Committed to the Uncommitted, presented by Nimnick Buick GMC. And we're talking about the big fella, Caleb Barnes. He's a big guy now, I think 6'1", 300 pounds. There we go. You don't make many humans like that.
Yeah, he's one of the unheralded guys on that Bulls offensive line. You know, they've got some big-time guys on there with the tight end also, and a really big physical kid inside. What I really like about him is when he latches on, when he engages on the block, real physical point of attack, and really gets after it. And again, they've run the ball real effectively, and they've got a good group of guys up front. And he's just one of the main clogs, usually at right guard, and has played really well. They pull him sometimes. Just probably a little short for big-time Division I player, but maybe a FCS or a D2 player, but really good grade. I believe 3.8 grade point average, which is pretty good at Bulls.
Yeah, 3.81. You said it. 300-pounder. And I guess that is the thing, right? That's what holds an offensive lineman back a little bit, the height. He's probably, 3 inches taller? He's probably a power 4 guy, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. And that's the thing. And sometimes people or parents and stuff, they don't understand that height is a big thing. Offensive line coach goes in and says, I'm going to recruit this kid. And the head coach says, well, how tall is he? Oh, he's 6'1". And the coach will look at him like, we don't recruit anything under 6'4", 6'5" at this level type of deal, unless you're maybe a center, which he has played some center on some of his film. I have seen that also.
Yeah, we just saw a previous block, the previous play here. He just finished that off, and coaches love to see the finish. And you mentioned it. Bulls can run. Bulls usually has good offensive linemen. Got a great history of good offensive linemen. And I kind of like seeing Caleb's tweets because they were in love with that Xander Edwards 8-touchdown game, the state record game, and he's blocking for that. That means a lot to those guys up front, doesn't it, Coach?
Yeah, because they take pride. Listen, if you ask offensive line guys and they say, if the coach says, all right, what do we need to do? They're going to say, run the ball. They can pass pro and make all their money. But the offensive line, especially high school guys, they want to maul the guy in front of them every down, every play. And the cool thing about O-line is every play they're in contact. It's not like the DBs or the they don't get contact. The offensive linemen, they love it. It's just part of the way they're wired.
Yeah, so that's Caleb Barnes from Bowles, and he's had visits to places like Presbyterian as well, so we'll see what's in store for him. But Caleb Barnes committed to the uncommitted. We'll try to push that name out there a little bit, get some more exposure. Sully, of course, has a lot of different contacts in the college football world, and it's committed to the uncommitted, presented by Nimnick Buick GMC. Also, our scholarship program, $2,500 scholarship program. Got a couple more weeks to nominate a player. We've got a few in mind, but send them our way. I guess the more the merrier to a certain extent.
Yes.
And then we will have a scholarship winner at the end of the year and usually do that presentation and show at Nimnick Buick GMC right off Phillips Highway. Check those guys out at nimnickbuickgmc.com. Hey, Brian, let me know if we've got any, I'm going to go to the scoreboard here in a moment, but if we have any highlights that we can show or have from any time tonight, some of the games, we could sneak those in. We got about 10 minutes before we switch studios, take a break, switch studios, and then we lead into the Friday Night Blitz at 10:30. Because of the World Series, by the way, the Blitz half-hour edition is not on TV tonight. So watch it on the stream on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network and also all on social media. Highlights from all these games we've been telling you about, reaction from a lot of the games as well. So that's coming up at 10:30 till 11, 11:15 bands of the week, 11:15 to 11:35. Another edition of the Blitz. That one is on TV on CBS 47, and then we'll recap the whole night all the way until midnight. So, Brian, we got any? Or... Oh, okay, good deal. I'm going to go run over to the wall and give you some scores then. How about that?
All right.
If we can
Sounds
do
good.
that. And Sully will catch you up on kind of recap the night for everybody, at least for what we know. This is a fun game here. Paxton, 38-30 over Ribault. That's a nice win for the Paxton Eagles.
Yeah, really nice win for Coach Brown, and having a pretty decent year. You know, they play in that other association, the SSAA, and doing a really nice job over there. Coach Brown been there about 10 years, I believe, as the head coach.
Yeah, he's done a nice job there. Does a good job with the softball program as well at Paxton. And before I get to some of these scores, you can obviously see them, and then we'll walk through some. But, Sully, that SSAA has really worked out for a lot of these schools, right? I mean, that's been a good thing, and a growing number of schools, as we've seen this over the last few years, have transitioned, and I think probably created a little bit more parity in competitive games than the walking into a game like, for example, today you get Kipbold City against Trinity, where I was over there,
right.
And quite frankly, Kipbold City, they're on a different planet than Trinity in that football game. So they've done a nice job with that conference.
Yeah, and I think it's good, and I think it's really watered down the rural league. And I look for the FHSAA to really do something different now. And hopefully, I think there's too many classifications now with a lot of those schools going to SSAA. But one thing I think the SSAA should do is if they have a team or a group of teams that goes and wins their, quote, state championship, then they should, after their cycle runs, they should go up and play back in the FHSAA and sort of use that as a thing to help some of the smaller programs stay in and be competitive.
Okay, so let me follow you there for a second. So you think if you win like a state title in the SSAA, almost like you graduate back into the FHSAA?
Yeah, because that way you don't, to me, if you keep having some of these teams stay down in the SSAA and they keep going and every year they're in the state championship, you've just created the same thing you left.
Yeah, good point.
You know, to me anyways. And so I'd like to see them work together and say, hey, here's what we got. If our state championship or state champion is a two-time state champion, then he needs to go up back to the FHSAA and play.
Yeah, work together. Good luck with that.
Well, I know that, but that's, you know.
No, I get it.
It's about the kids. About the kids. Remember, it's all about the kids.
Ed White, nice win, 64-45.
Mm-hmm.
How do you view Ed White's season now? They had that tough loss against Merritt Island, remember? Tough one. Man, they battled, Oakleaf last week. Really got off to that nice start. I mean, I think they're a good football team, Coach. How do you think Lawrence Johnson's looking at his squad as we have now 10 weeks completed in the season?
Well, the thing I think that's been interesting with them and their development is they're now, instead of being one-dimensional where they used to be a big running team and throw it every once in a while, and then I think a year or two ago they were really more of a throwing team and then ran it. I think now they've got a little bit more balance where if they've got to throw it to win, they can. If they've got to run it to win, they can. And so I think that really makes them dangerous. And defensively, I mean, a lot of those guys, I know a bunch of their skill guys are playing on both sides. So I think they're going to be a tough out in the playoffs. I really think they're going to be a tough out.
Atlantic Coast, by the way, 20-14 in the fourth quarter. Last check. We'll update that for you on the Friday Night Blitz. That'd be a nice win if the Stingrays get that. Game of the week, Fleming Island beat Middleburg. Bradford winning their district championship with a W. And now things just changed as I was going over this. Beachside over Orange Park, 31-21. What else we got? Episcopal, at least at last check. Savannah Country Day, they were losing, but that has obviously changed since then. Columbia gets a win over Clay. 23 in a row now over Clay County, word is, which is pretty impressive. Columbia still only has the one blemish against St. Augustine. Crescent City gets the win. Bowl stays undefeated. St. Augustine stays undefeated. St. Joseph stays undefeated. Those are the three undefeated teams still in the area. And Baldwin gets a win over Andrew Jackson. What else we got? I think that's, Rains. There's a 58-6 one. And Mandarin over Oakleaf. That was a tight game. And Mandarin able to get the win. We'll see if they potentially match up again down the road. There's the final. Savannah Country Day, 17-14 over Episcopal. So that one is updated. Fort White beats Hamilton 35-6. So I think that's some of the main storylines. Nice with a win over Tocoy Creek. Hey, next week, Sully, we're going to have two games of the week. And let's see if I remember. We're going St. Augustine
and Mandarin
on a Thursday night. And then we've got, I think, Bowles Columbia on Friday night. It's Bowles Columbia.
Those will be two good ones. Basically, what we've got undefeated with one loss, and then 2 one-loss teams on Friday night. So that should be good football next week.
Yeah, and of course we have Thursday night and Friday night football next week because of Florida-Georgia game. That's an annual thing. So we will actually have a 15-minute edition of the Friday Night Blitz on Thursday for all the Duval County games that are played. And they've been doing that for years, moving the games to Thursday because of Florida-Georgia week and security and everything else, just the amount that goes into that game here in Jacksonville. So 11:15 next Thursday on TV, we'll have a special edition of the Blitz, and then we'll do all our normal coverage on Friday. But also we go back-to-back games of the week, and good ones, as Sully just said. Bowles Columbia Friday, St. Augustine Mandarin on Thursday, and that takes us to, well, this. I guess I didn't have to remember that all because, Brian, you put this up, and that would have been the difference for me. But we've changed the end of the schedule, and we've got some good games. Had another good one tonight with Middleburg and Fleming Island. Sully, I'm going to let you get out of here as I close up the show, and we'll be back at 10 o'clock in the other network studio.
You got it.
So nice work tonight. And we'll recap some of this over the next half hour or so in the network studio.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Here, why don't we take a look at some highlights before we give you a little highlight before we show you all the highlights at 10:30 on the Friday Night Blitz. And we go Providence and University Christian, district title on the line for Mo Williams, the former Jaguar, and the Providence Stallions up against UC. Always a tall task against the Fighting Christians. Look, fired up. Mo, fired up. UC's first offensive possession, by the way, a ceremonial final play for senior Mason McCloy, medically retiring from the game of football, but not before one last play and a standing ovation from his teammates in the crowd. How about that? Nice moment. Good job by Coach Penland and UC to give that young man that moment. Put a lot of hard work in over the years. Later on the drive, home team going for it on 4th and short. Stallions defense gets the stop, forces the turnover on downs. Not a lot of offense early on from either team, but Stallions picking up a big chunk here. Jake Contner to Josiah Payton. The drive would stall out after that. Finally, midway through the second, it's Fighting Christians who strike first. John Asby into the end zone. They would add a 2-point conversion, and they led this one 22-7 late in the third quarter. And we will give you an update, of course, on that one on the Friday Night Blitz at 10:30 coming up. We still got a couple hours to go. High school football coverage. It's all coming in-house right now. Some reaction coming in, including I just saw Theatric Faison talking to Jason Hamby as they beat First Coast 24-21. We'll see if we can get an update on the young man who got injured in that game and delayed the end of that game as well. That was part of kind of a wild fourth quarter. And hopefully he is okay. We'll try to get an update on the Blitz over the next couple of hours. All right, we're taking a break. When we come back, we'll see you in the other studio. We got 2 more hours of football to talk about. Leads right into all the highlights and the reaction and everything else here on the Friday night Zone Blitz. Ben Becker coming up. ActionNewsJax.com. Check out the stream.
All right, welcome into the Blitz Breakdown, or the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz, a little continuation of our night, week number 10, on a beautiful night for football and a lot of fun games going on. We had 4 different games live on the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz, and they were fun to watch. Our Whataburger game of the week, that was pretty good for the most part. Fleming Island, though, pulls away and beats Middleburg at the end of the day. Brent Martineau here, Kevin Sullivan, our Hall of Fame coach, with us for the next little bit as we take you to the Friday Night Blitz on the bottom of the hour with all the highlights. And, all right, Sully, 10 weeks in the books. We think we know a few things. We know Rains is really good. We think Bowles is really good. We think St. Augustine is really good. And I think Mandarin got a big win, and they've been able to get some big wins over good opponents that show me, hey, they're battle-tested and ready for a run of their own.
Yeah, I think all 4 of those teams we talked about, and this is one that's one of the neat things about these, with the exception of Oakleaf and Mandarin. All those teams are in different classifications, and we've talked about this week in and week out. So it really makes a good area for the 904 heading into the playoff weeks. We've got a district champion in Rains, district champion in St. Augustine, Mandarin tonight. It looks like Fletcher may sneak in as the 8 or 7 seed tonight. With that come from behind win today, which is really good for Coach, considering they're very young. They got some good quality seniors, but overall they're a young football team.
Yeah, I tell you what, man, we would jump right to that game. That Oakleaf Mandarin game was a good one. Might come back to that. And the Fletcher First Coast game, which I think it's important to mention, significant injury at the end of that game to Tony Kennedy. We're going to try to get some information on that, but taken off the field on a stretcher late in the game, like with 30-something seconds to go. And so thoughts and prayers with that young man, because he's a terrific player, but obviously we don't want to see anybody get hurt, and hopefully so much of that was precautious. But for Fletcher to come back the way they did, First Coast was really in control, and they're playing a backup quarterback, and they find a way, and they take the lead on a 4th down and 4 play at the 5-yard line with they hand it to the wide receiver, and DeAndre Smith throws it up for grabs. Or maybe it was Joshua Jones. No, DeAndre Smith throws it up for grabs for Joshua Jones. Back the end. Beautiful throw, by the way. It wasn't an easy play. He had to wait for that thing to develop. Showed a little touch on the throw. They connect, and they win the game, and all the things you just said, right? A huge win now for them for so many reasons. One, for a chance at the postseason, but also the fashion that they did it in with a backup quarterback and rallying in the 4th quarter shows some moxie for that football team.
Yeah, and it's really good that they had the opportunity to come back. Again, they created the big turnover because First Coast had crossed the 50. They were up by 5. They crossed the 50. They're moving in. Then they get the turnover. Then they go right down the field. And really, I don't know, we'll call it the beach special, the play. That's what I'm telling Seattle. We're calling that the beach special, not the Philly special, all right? And really nice job. You put when you got to have plays, we talked about this, you always think players, not plays, and they put the ball in their 2 best players' hands tonight.
That was a I mean, can you remember a game on the line where you would call? I mean, is that putting the ball in the best hands, or is it a trick play? I mean, how do you view that, and how gutsy of a call is that to have a wide receiver throwing the football? I mean, we obviously watched some Fletcher. Those guys can really catch it. He threw a nice ball, so maybe they've done this a little bit in the past. Maybe he's got a background where he can chuck the ball a bit. It just seems like a guy who hasn't thrown the football all game in a gotta-have-it-down at the end of the game usually isn't the guy throwing the football.
Well, the thing about it, though, Brent, is it's sort of if he's the quarterback, he's running boot off that and getting out of the pocket. And if he gets the edge, I'm sure it was green grass, haul into the end zone.
Yeah.
So by them doing that, I think they just created a way to do that and get him the ball and let him make the play to the other good player that they had. So really good call, but they probably have practiced that. And most coaches will have one of those 2-point plays to win a game or a game they've got to have. They've got one in their back pocket that they've worked maybe all year since the first week of practice in August, July. And that was the night to pull it out. And good job by them, but really good football game.
Yeah, that was a good football game. I really liked the effort from First Coast in that game. It would have been a heck of a win. It's a really disappointing win, and now their attention turns, obviously, to the health of Tony Kennedy as well. Middleburg had a golden opportunity tonight if they could beat Fleming Island. Instead, it's Fleming Island that delivers a really nice win to kind of keep them in the mix in a wild classification and district that still seems topsy-turvy, right? Ponte Vedra beats Middleburg, Middleburg beats Beachside, and then, of course, Fleming Island wins tonight, and I guess Stewart said Beachside probably pretty happy about that one as they were rooting for Fleming to win, and now it's a little messy and chaotic, which I guess everybody likes after tonight's battle of our Whataburger Game of the Week.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I guarantee you the Beachside people, once they got done beating Toy Creek, they jumped on the feet of that game. I guarantee you, if they were on the road, they got on their phones, pulled that thing up. We probably had a big uptick after their game on our viewership tonight.
That's a good call. If they were smart, they sure did.
Because I would have done it if I was the coach. They're on. Let's get that up. Where they at? And so, it's been a while. That whole district has been pretty interesting. And we thought Beachside was going to walk through, and then the upset last week to Middleburg, and then now Middleburg losing to Fleming. So it's been a pretty good one, but I think Beachside has the tiebreaker over everybody else, and it looks like they may go on and win that district.
Yeah, so and that's an offense that can really fly high as well. Speaking of offenses, we mentioned this a couple times. 109 points in that game between Riverside and Ed White, 64-45. Video game kind of stuff out of Ed White, and we've seen Baldwin put up some crazy numbers. We saw Bowles put up 72, I think it was this year, or 73, with the 8 touchdown performance from Xander Edwards, and now a 64-point performance from Ed White. They lost the game this year when they scored 49. So we got some pretty potent offenses in this area that can really light up the scoreboard.
Well, at least we're not getting 70-6 or something like that. At least we're getting games where people feel like they're doing something on both sides of the ball, not just getting completely blown out of the stadium.
Yeah, that's a good point on that. Unless you play against Reigns, and then it's hard to not get blown out of the stadium. And
people want to know why Reigns is so good. Is because their backups are getting game experience pretty much 8 out of the 9 games that they played. You know?
There's a lot of logic in that, but does that really pay off again, from a depth chart standpoint? Do you find that would be a big lift if somebody does get hurt? Now, they might go 24 deep anyway or 30-something deep because they're really talented, but getting those reps, I think logic says it's got to pay off, right, if you do have somebody go down.
Yeah, game reps are game reps. You can't simulate game reps in practice, no matter what you do. So if they're getting their backups the fourth quarter of every game, that's a lot of kids getting some playing time that wouldn't get playing time maybe if they were in tight games and everything.
Yeah, I don't know if it was I think it was now 2 weeks ago, Reigns had a little bit of friction. I think it was Madison County, right? A little bit of friction, but I think it was a rainy night. It was a real rainy night as well. And maybe that's what you need if you want to play Reigns. You need a little bit of weather help. Something. You need another thing to help you out, right? Just to slow them down.
Don't cut the grass.
Yeah, whatever it takes. But they really are, I know we've been saying it all year, but to go out and just pound people and be businesslike about it, and you're just so talented and keep your edge. I think that's a tricky part of it too. And it seems like Donovan Maslin has their attention, man, and they don't take a week off.
Yeah, and again, they lost the early game. Remember the Miami school that they ended up having to cancel week 1, so they only played 9 games. And in there, we thought the Lake Mary game was going to be a good game, and they go out there and beat them 51-3 or some craziness. The quarterback of Lake Mary's committed to Notre Dame. And, and they've just sort of gone. Madison County was probably really good for them to catch some adversity and be in a game where they got to fight and claw. And if they do have one weakness, it could be a little bit of special teams because they don't punt very often.
That's a good call. And I got a feeling they're probably pretty good at that too.
Yeah.
They'll figure it out. Jason says Baldwin takes down Andrew Jackson. Homecoming win for them. I think that's big in district play as well. So Baldwin's been an impressive team, I think, this year. I've been a fun team. If you follow Baldwin football, no lack of entertainment there. And we've been watching the scoreboard tick up all year.
Yeah, no, not at all. And going into that district with Baldwin, Baker County lost double overtime to Wakulla tonight. Not a district game for them. I just got that score 13-7, 0-0 end of the regulation.
Holy cow. Good thing we didn't go shoot that one. We would
double overtime.
We would have been mad about that if we had to go shoot that one and got no highlights until the overtime.
Stewart would have showed up probably. They would have scored.
That's right. Well, that's a good football game too. And a heck of a win. Brent Martineau, Kevin Sullivan, Chandler Dantzler here. Good job on the call by Noah Schlitzup and Brody McGuff, and Travis Cunningham out there from Fleming says, great call, Noah and crew. Thanks for coming out. And you bet it was good to be there at Fleming Island at the Rock, which, by the way, great atmosphere all the time out there at Fleming Island. So if you missed any of that game, you can always go back and watch it on our YouTube channel. Just Action Sports Jacks. If you're not already there, it's the best way to find it. As we take a peek ahead now, next week, Sully, we've got 2 games of the week. And St. Augustine Mandarin. And I know that's always a big one. One, because, hey, 2 teams are really good. 2, well, that's kind of the Braddock Bowl in a way, isn't it? Was coaching at Mandarin, lured back to his alma mater. And now I think that story's probably, a little ancient history. It's been a bit. But it's still going to be a heck of a football game. And we'll have it for you in our Whataburger Game of the Week, a special edition on Thursday.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. And both those teams we'll be looking forward. You're going to get everybody's best effort next week because, with the exception of Rains, that's sort of king of the 2 county or the 5 county area. That game last year, St. Augustine got the win and the bragging rights, and we'll be looking forward to somebody trying to get bragging rights this one. But it's good we can get this game, and they'll play this game, and they're not afraid to play each other.
Yeah, and a late season tilt. Nice job, Chandler, having this ready to go for next Thursday. Again, special next week because we have games on Thursday and Friday. Because of Florida Georgia Week, we always do. So we're doing 2 things extra on Thursday with our high school football coverage, and that will be that game of the week. So we'll show the whole broadcast, and then 11:15 at night we'll do a special edition of the Friday Night Blitz on TV on CBS 47. Normal 7 p.m. until midnight coverage on Friday. That is Halloween night. We expect Sully to be dressed up. When was the last time you dressed up for Halloween, Sully?
When I used to coach on the sideline and put my hat on backwards.
You're going to dress up as Sully next week. Maybe that's what we should do. I'm going to bring the headphones out. I'm dressing up as Sully. I'm going
on backwards.
Yeah, I'm going barefoot Sully, the one that got stuck in the mud.
Man, that was a long time ago too. That one. That's a funny one.
Hey, let's break down Monday as well. And Chandler is probably chuckling a little bit too. I was chuckling at Chandler because he said my upset bid was Fleming Island. I'm like, Fleming Island over Middleburg. I'm not so sure that's an upset bid.
I thought it was an upset. Actually, if you want to hear the whole story,
yeah.
Noah gave us the upset thing we're gonna do on Monday, and he was like, "Why don't you pick Fleming and beat Middleburg?" So I was like, "All right, I'll pick Fleming," and it worked out for me.
You're supposed to pick your own game, man.
Yeah, but he told me, he gave me a late notice. He was just like, "Pick Fleming." I was like, "Okay, I'll pick Fleming."
It worked out for me. He said it. It worked out for me. And you had First Coast beating Fletcher, Sully. I thought you were on to something for most of that.
Oh man, night. I was going to be bragging on Monday. They would have never heard the end of me.
Yeah, I thought you were all over that. That looked like it was going to end up
just
like
probably going to be texting me tonight.
Yeah, no doubt. He definitely. Yeah, you'll get a little bit of that. I want to ask you one more thing about next week's St. Aug and Mandarin game because it comes in week 11. How did you feel about testing yourself against somebody really good late in the season? Rather than like early in the season. We see a lot of these matchups in the first 4 or 5 weeks. Mm-hmm. I don't think we get as many of them later. Now, some of that's because of district play and everything else. What's your feeling over the years on a big time matchup against a really good opponent later in the year prior to the playoffs?
Well, if you're rolling and you're feeling pretty good about yourself, it's good for you because you got a bye week the next week, the first round of playoffs, which is we never used to have that. So I know at Jackson, when we were playing Lee, which is Riverside now, that was always our week 11 game. We played them the end of the year, and we had overtimes and all kinds of things. But I think late in the year, it's not as big a deal. You're just lining up, playing, and try to keep the momentum heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, and well, the other big factor here, right, is considering health. Like, you don't want to.
Right.
I mean, it's football. You can't control that, but at the same time, you want to get as healthy as you possibly can going into the postseason. And that extra week that you're talking about, that November 7th week, also helps. And so you don't have to roll right into it. And for some of the good teams, that rolling right into it sometimes is an easier win in round one, depending on what classification you are. But I think there's a lot that goes into that, making that schedule is my point. Depending on which cycle you feel like your program is in. Even if you're a good program, there are just cycles that you feel better about your football team than others.
Well, I'll tell you who's going to be the happiest is Coach Rado, the athletic director, because that gate is going to be huge. That's going to be a big gate for them at home on a Thursday night, and going to a lot of national media. Probably going to have you've got two premier Wingo from St. Augustine, the wideout DB, and of course Bryson Wright. I mean, you got two big time guys, big time Power 5 guys that are going to go against each other. And they'll probably have to guard each other some because they're going to be they both play both ways, which we don't usually get. We usually get, one's a wide out, the other one's a wide out. But now they both go over and play defense. So that should be a game in the game.
That's a really good call. In fact, Chandler, don't let me forget, maybe we go with an ISO cam on that matchup. We might have to bring another camera into play on Thursday night's game of the week for that, because that could be really fun. You're right, both guys playing both sides of the ball, make an impact. Bryson Wright, the sensational sophomore, had a pick six in that game today. In fact, how about Mandarin tonight? They had 2 pick sixes, Sully.
Yeah, and really changed the momentum. The second one really changed the momentum of the game. And again, it was a good game, and that's high school football, man. The momentum changes just on one play. You know, again, we go back to the fumble that Oakleaf picked up. They're running in. They're inside the 15. Boom, get hit, fumble. Mandarin gets the ball back. Now, Mandarin didn't score on that, but they were able to move the ball, kick it back off, and that could have been a big swing too.
Yeah, it is. We saw it tonight happen in 2 different games around a similar time, and I will give Oakleaf a lot of credit. Even though they did not get that, they ended up forcing Mandarin to punt. Mm-hmm. Then they got the big run down to the 5. McKissick scores, so they kind of kept the momentum there. But they were going to score, maybe take the lead before they threw the pick six. And that just changed everything. And which, by the way, isn't a surprise. I mean, made a 17-14 game into a 24-14 game. So it got a lot more difficult in the fourth quarter. And then you take a look at that First Coast game, and I don't really know what the pivotal play was, but there was a fumble after Fletcher scored that obviously gave them the opportunity for the heroics at the end of the game. But it might even have been a play even before that where First Coast could have maybe had a first down and got a penalty or something like that. So they are all these, we say this all the time about every level of football, college, NFL. It's a few plays in the game that seem to really turn it. I do think that might be a bit magnified at the high school level because that emotion, the stuff I asked you about today, that momentum, it's hard to stop it. Because there's young kids and not like professional athletes and are experiencing some of these situations for the first time.
Yeah, and emotionally too. Now, those high school kids, they're up and down. You know, you had one, top of the world, and you try to keep them even keel, no matter good, bad, or indifferent. But yeah, that all kinds of momentum swings tonight in all the game. I mean, even Middleburg and Fleming Island. Middleburg scores, makes it a 3-point game, if I'm not mistaken, or 4-point game. And then Fleming comes right down there and breaks the long run and goes in and puts it away. So a lot of momentum swings.
Yeah, I'll actually give you one even before that in our Whataburger game of the week, and Chandler was watching it. 7-3 game, blocked field goal, return for a touchdown. Middleburg takes the lead in a real defensive game for the first 3 quarters, really. And that got called back by a clip in the back, which, by the way, I have no idea. I didn't see the replay of it. There wasn't a Fleming Island player within sight of the return for the touchdown. So that always drives you nuts, right? It's like, this isn't even a close play. It's one thing if there's you got to spring a block late
to
get the guy into the end zone. Then you're like, at least you try. You got to try it. But You hate the ones where you're breaking free. There's nobody around 40 yards of you, and there's a block in the back to call it back.
Yeah, we used to tell the kids, if he's 20 yards in front of you, run down there and meet him in the end zone. Don't touch anybody. Just run down or come over to me and high-five me on the sideline.
Is that how you coached it?
Yeah. Yeah, especially, back in the day, you used to be able to peel back and get those peel back crack blast, and those kids loved that. And then once they outlawed that, I mean, that was like you throw a pick in the flat and you look on film and there's dudes roaring back, killing guys, and then everybody goes crazy. Well, then they outlawed that. So now that's how we'd coach it with our guys. Just run down. If he's 20 yards in front of you, run down and celebrate with your teammates or come over to me and high-five me on the sideline.
Yeah, no, listen, I get it. That's a big football thing because, if it's not 20 yards, you're asking to put a hat on a hat to try to make their way, right? So, I mean, that's a delicate balance, the way you coach it, the way you play it in the heat of the moment. So you kind of understand it feels kind of dumb from afar, but if you really put yourself in those kids' shoes, it makes it makes some sense. That's pretty interesting, though, that's the way Austin was talking about that crackback block on the kickoffs. I think he was talking the other day about when they I mean, I don't know why it took so long to outlaw those kind of blocks, but it was a smart move to outlaw those kind of blocks.
Yeah, those were some bad. I mean, especially for like offensive linemen on an interception. They turn and run it, and here comes this pencil neck DB out of nowhere. Boom!
That's that guy's highlight of his career.
Yes, that's the first one on huddle.
Decleating the 300-pound lineman. I can't hate on it, actually. Especially if he can't get you.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. And then the film room, like when we used to watch film with our kids after that, that would be the best part. The kids would love that because we'd slow it down in slow motion and run it back and slow it down and run it back.
You take some of the games that we saw tonight. We should start doing this, actually. This should be like a segment, Chandler. Here you go. Just write it down. We're making notes. But it should be like wherever you guys would go on a Friday night, right after the game. It's like who's got the toughest night? The recap. Who's got the hardest recap here in town tonight? After a loss, and I mean, I guess it could be Jarvis Parker tonight, and he's probably not out. Actually, probably checking on Tony Kennedy, his quarterback. But those nights are the highs and lows of that for everybody involved. Is you can feel it, can't you?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, Coach Wolf last week they're on top of the world, beat Beachside, and then tonight they come up on the wrong end. So that's high school football.
Yeah, that would have been a huge win for Middleburg, for Coach Wolf too. It was a big win last week, and you don't forget that. They're now 7-2, which is pretty dang good. But it would have been a nice one to follow it up, which is always tricky, isn't it? Tricky to follow up a big win with another good opponent and get them again, especially when you're building a program.
Yeah, and that's the hardest thing, and people don't understand. Like, you come out and you get a big upset. Your kids are high, and everybody's fired up and patting them on the back and tell them how good they are. And you, as the coach, we got to get back in Monday. We got another one to go, and that comes with your kids' experience and having success winning those games. It's like Vanderbilt not rushing the field the other night after beating, Missouri. They rushed it earlier last year against Alabama, but now they sort of expect that.
Yeah, it's a really good call. Interesting way to look at it. All right, hey, we're going to get you out of here. Hope you have a great weekend, man, and no emotion of a Jags win or loss this weekend.
Nah, they're going to be okay, man. Just stay off the internet, man. The Jags fans are wild on the internet. You know it because you deal with the emails and everything. But I've just laughed at some of this stuff of these people. You think we've won like 10 games a year for 20 years the way these guys are. Oh, my God. It's 7 games, people. Relax. Sorry.
Hey, keep us in business, Sully.
I know they do. I love it. All right, y'all. Good night.
Have a good weekend. All right, we'll take a break. We come back. We got the Friday Night Blitz, all the highlights, the reaction, a fun night. Week number 10 of the high school football season. We're heading to the other studio. 11 o'clock bands of the week, 11:15 Friday Night Blitz, and then we'll recap it all the way until midnight on the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz. Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Sports Jack's Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
I have other green salts you can pull over if you want to at halftime.
Oh, no job too big or too small when it comes to the role of a high school football head coach. Pete Duffy making sure his guys are strapped and spatted before kickoff against the Orange Park Raiders. Hello and welcome into the Friday Night Blitz and another exciting week. It's week 10 of the high school football season. What does that mean? Well, that means we only have one more week in the regular season. That means we got a bunch of district titles on the line tonight because a lot of teams will play a non-district opponent next week, and that means we're booking some spots into the postseason. So a lot of exciting matchups to get to, and we'll bring them to you over this next half hour right here on the Friday Night Blitz. But it starts with one game in particular.
The Game of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
And that would be our game of the week. Fleming Island playing host to the Middleburg Broncos in a Clay County showdown. First quarter, Eagles down 3-0. Eric Gentry going to fire and hit Tristan Stevenson. He'll maneuver his way through defenders, and that puts a touchdown on the board, 7-3. Golden Eagles take the lead. That would be the score all the way through halftime. Next Bronco possession, QB scrambling, but this ball is picked off, and guess who? It's Tristan Stevenson, who just scored that touchdown moments ago. Well, he does it on defense as well, and as mentioned, this one goes to the break. 7-3, home team on top. Let's move to the third quarter. Sebastian Cruz with the ball for Fleming Island, and he's going to take it to the house. That's a touchdown. Golden Eagles 14-3. Fleming Island stretches the lead to 11, but in the fourth, here comes Middleburg making a game out of it. Gino Addison doesn't like what he sees up the middle, so he takes it outside, goes in untouched. That would cut the deficit to 4 until Here comes Fleming Island. They're going to put this thing away. Parker Sertivan all the way to the 3-yard line. Gets it right on the doorstep. Gentry going to handle it from there as, Cruz will take it in, and that puts this game away. Fleming Island gets the victory 21-10 over their rivals from Middleburg. Here's Marcel Robinson with your victorious head coach.
I'm here with victorious head coach Mac. I just heard you talking about this particular game. 21-10. This is not exactly what we were expecting coming in, but two hard-fought teams looking to make some points. I guess making a little bit of headway in the district. Talk about how big this game is.
Yeah, obviously for us, the Creekside loss kind of put us behind, the 8-ball a little bit in the playoffs. We're ranked 9th right now. You got to be in the top 8 in the region. So that 5th win coming into tonight would have been huge. So we knew we had to close really well. We're just fighting for our life right now. So every win helps.
You just talked about it, that playoff race. That's where we are right now. But where was the balance and the message of kind of we need to come out here and do what we need to do to make the playoffs, but control what starts at winning tonight?
Yeah, for us, it's take care of ourselves. Like I preached that my whole career. I preached all the time. We know what we got to do. We got to win games, but we got to win games by taking care of Fleming Island. And if we take care of us, every place I've ever been, when there's talent on the field, if we take care of us, we'll be okay. We just got to worry about us.
Where does that focus shift in terms of obviously having a little bit of a business to take care of against Beachside coming up?
Yeah, it's for us. It's just win every game because the way the rankings are, we're not going to catch Ponte Vedra. There is no 3-way tiebreaker anymore. The tiebreaker is going to go to rankings, and so I don't really think district championship is in the mix, but we just need to win games, and we're going to try. And if we can catch somebody and win a district championship, that'd be awesome.
Control what you can control. It just fall where they may, right?
Yep.
Awesome.
Sorry, I asked for credentials on the sideline.
No, it's no. First of all, my apologies for looking like a creep on the sideline.
No,
with
you're
no
right.
logos.
You're right.
That's a victorious head coach Mac out here in Fleming Island, still winning games, still chopping wood. Let's go back to you guys.
Hey, get him, Tom McPherson. I guess I'm going to have to make the Action Sports Jacks jean jacket now.
Yeah, you could slap our logo on that.
Maybe we just give Marcel one that he carries with him.
Now, he did have a Clay County polo on underneath that.
He did. He had to
for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So, yeah, maybe we get that on the jean jacket. I don't know.
We got 2 games of the week next week.
Yeah, so, we decided to make a flex here late in the season, right? We're glad we did because last week's Oakleaf Ed White game, phenomenal. It was a tremendous game, went down to the wire. As part of that, we said, you know what, let's add to it. Let's bring an extra game because next week we have a ton of games on Thursday, ton of games on Friday. So we have a game of the week on Thursday and a game of the week on Friday. Mandarin at St. Augustine. That's kind of the bonus game, the little extra one because, let's be honest, that's 2 of the best teams in the area and it's going to be awesome. And then the true game of the week will be on Friday night. Bowls at Columbia to wrap up the regular season. So both of those will be streaming live on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network. Speaking of Mandarin, Brent.
What about them? Let's take a look. Taking on the Oakleaf Knights. Second quarter we go. Mustangs are up 14-0 at this point. And a little Bryson Wright highlight. It's obligatory. He did have a pick 6, and then he hauls in that play as well. It would lead to a field goal. Third quarter, Knights down 17-0. Oakleaf, though, trying to get back into it. Jack McKissick, quarterback sneak, puts Oakleaf on the board 17-7. They would actually score another one on a McKissick play. And then the Knights, looking for more, had all the momentum until Kyrie Wilson picks it off. And he takes it to the house. The cup back there does the trick. That one really put the game out of reach. 24-14, but just for good measure, Shanquez Foster, a little bit later on, really puts the game away. Maybe not. He did, I promise. He ran it in. Mustangs win 31-14. Here's, we are going to watch it. There you go. Just really wanted to see celebration for a long time. Here we go.
A lot to celebrate.
That's a nice run. That's Foster. Here's Olivia Tasley.
What a night for the Mandarin Mustangs, and now I am standing next to another district championship coach. Coach, how does that one feel?
It feels wonderful. It's always great to get one of your goals, and your goal is always to win your district so you can have the best chance to have a home playoff game, and that's all you can ask for at this point in the season.
Your defense puts up 14 points alone, and then they also limit Oakleaf to 14 points. Talk to me about this defense and this group and what makes them so dynamic.
Well, I give them the best advice before every game. I tell them if they don't score, they can't win. So if they just listen to me every game, they'd be just fine. Nah, they're pretty phenomenal. They do everything as well as you can imagine. They're led by our DC, Clayton Kaysen, and they're intense. They get after it, and our defense leads it. It always will. Doesn't matter where I'm at and what I'm doing. If I'm coaching a team, we're going to try to be the best we can be on defense first.
Big test up next in St. Augustine. Talk to me about how you're going to go into that one.
They're awesome. They're awesome. They do everything. Brian Braddock, one of the best coaches around, hands down, has been for a long time. Long time. We're going to do everything we can do. We're not going to celebrate too long. Game's on Thursday instead of Friday, so we got one less game to prepare, and we'll start preparing in about 25 minutes.
Well, Coach, enjoy the next 25 minutes celebrating a district championship. Congratulations out there tonight.
Thank you so much.
No problem. I'm Olivia Tasley. That'll do it here from Mandarin, another district championship. +2. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Liv. And as mentioned, we'll have that Mandarin St. Augustine game live on Action Sports Jacks 24/7 next week. First Coast hosting Fletcher. Third quarter, here's Tony Kennedy. And wow, what a play by number 7 for the home team. Takes it back to the near side, gets behind his blocker, cuts it back again to the middle of the field and into the end zone. Buccaneers go ahead 14-10. Fourth quarter now, First Coast. And Kennedy again scoring another touchdown, and suddenly it's 21-10. Fletcher on the bubble when it comes to an at-large playoff spot absolutely needed a win. Well, they needed to come back in the fourth quarter. Here's the start of one. Christian Cato to Joshua Jones makes it 21-17. Next Bucks drive, it's at midfield, but this ball is fumbled. Senators recover, and they pick it up at midfield, so a chance for Fletcher. Down by 4. How about some trickery? Joshua Jones, he caught that last touchdown. He's going to throw this one to DeAndre Smith to take the lead. And Fletcher comes from behind, down 11 in the fourth quarter. They come back to win 24-21. Here's Jason Hamby after the victory with Seattle face on.
All right, Coach, you're down 11 going into the fourth quarter. What was the message to your team to get them right, get them ready for a comeback win here?
It was play hard. They started getting down. A couple calls went against us. So they started getting down, and we've been in that situation before. But I told them, let's do this for the seniors. Let's fight for them. Let's keep going. My defensive coach told me he had my back, and my offensive coordinator asked me what he wanted me to do. I said, let's let it go. At the end of the day, we don't win this game. We ain't got a chance at the playoffs. Let's let it go. We let it go and play football. That's what I tell my guys, let's play football. But we practiced so hard, and our off-season program was so great that we was ready for this moment.
Tell me about the fumble. You're down 5 right before the halfway point in the fourth quarter really gets you back into it. Is that something where you felt like, finally one rolls our way? Your defense has been playing good all game?
Oh, yeah, our defense has been playing good. Our back's against the wall. Even if we on the goal line inside the 5, they done came up with stops, came up with turnovers. And when those guys saw us score and got down 21-16, they say, we got you, Coach. And I heard Elijah Keys say, all we need is a turnover. All we need is a turnover. So the guys started going hard, started trying to strip the ball. And, when you got the lead and you're trying to keep the lead, you press a little bit, and they fumbled, but at the end of the day, man, that kid had an amazing game. But at the end of the day, man, my defense came to play, and in the fourth quarter, man, and I'm proud of them.
Coach, congrats on the win. I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, that's here from First Coast. 24-21, Senators win. Back to you guys. I'm Jason Hamby, Action Sports Jacks.
All right, now we're to the graveyard. Reigns hosting Yulee in the district championship. Picking this one up, Vikings ahead 7-0. Just check out the catch on the kickoff, and the Yulee big fella, Turtle Ricks, turns on the burners, rumbles to give Yulee fantastic field position. It was one of the highlights of the night. Unfortunately, it wouldn't turn anything because Vikings D-line would swarm the Hornets quarterback, force a fumble. Then it was another big fella's turn to run the rock. Jatarius Brown gets Reigns in plus territory. He's made big plays all season long. A couple plays later, T.J. Cole completes to Kelvin Brown Jr., and he's off to the races, 14-0, just like that. They were just getting started. Later in the first, Cole buys time. I've called this connection a bunch this year. Zion Butler, he's just standing there all alone in the end zone. 28-0 still in the first half. How about we show you another one? First play of the second quarter. Let's run one in this time. Tyshawn Haynes takes it in. Cole knew it right away. Pants down! Pants down! Pull him up! Reigns up.
Tremendous.
35-0.
Tremendous highlight.
Reigns has been pantsing everybody.
They have.
58-6 district title and keep rolling.
How about it? 3 unbeaten teams coming into the night. You saw Reigns, and no problem for St. Augustine. Yellow Jackets win big 67-6 over Ridgeview. They keep their unblemished mark alive. How about the third of those teams, also from St. Augustine? It's St. Joseph Academy at home against Interlochen in some SSAA action. Camden Coffin-Daffer taking the toss here, and he's going to go all the way. We've said his name a couple times now that we've covered him a few times.
All-name team?
Yeah, Coffin-Daffer. It's fun to say. It's a lot of fun to say. That's a touchdown for St. Joe's. Rams back to pass. Max Grimes says, no, sir. That is a sack for the home team. A little bit later on in the drive, Interlochen with the rock going across the middle and losing the football. That was just ripped out of there by St. Joe's. Flashes recover, and they go on to score a lot. 41-0 your final score. St. Joe's remains unbeaten as they get another win and stay undefeated.
One play at a time, you give them everything you got. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Bring it up. Let's go. Bring it up. I want to see the fire in your belly. I want to see you coming off the ball and hitting somebody in the mouth. Let's get Stallions on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
All right, district title on the line for Mo Williams in Providence against David Penland III and UC. UC's first offensive possession and a ceremonial final play for senior Mason McLeod, medically retiring from the game of football, but not before one last play and a standing ovation from his teammates and the entire crowd. Good moment there. Later on in that drive, home team going for it on 4th and short, but the Stallions defense, they get the stop. That'll force a turnover on downs. Not a lot of offense early on from either of these teams, but Stallions picking up a big chunk here. Jake Contner to Josiah Payton. That drive, however, would stall. Finally, midway through the second, it's the Fighting Christians who strike first. John Asby into the end zone. They add a 2-point conversion. At last check, 22-7, UC leading late in the third quarter.
I want to give an update too. If you were watching the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz tonight, you saw that First Coast Fletcher game. Young man Tony Kennedy was injured. There was a long delay in that game, late, taken off the field in a stretcher and into the ambulance. So we have got word that he is okay, doing okay.
Good to hear.
So precaution, we thought at the time. That was the good news. So looks like going to be okay. Good news there at First Coast High School.
All right, more to come.
More to come,
here in
right?
the Blitz. Yeah, we
let's
got more
get
to
it
come.
going. Another district title on the line. No shortage of points. We'll show it to you all when we come back.
We are the Middleburg Broncos. You watch us Friday Night Blitz.
Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz. Sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Cruz running right. Can he find the end zone? Yes, he can.
That's the play that clinched it in our game of the week. Fleming Island gets the victory over Middleburg, and that means the Golden Eagles are going home with a check.
The Coach of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
And there's that celebration for Coach Tom McPherson and his Fleming Island squad as they get the job done. Big win for the Golden Eagles. Keeps them alive when it comes to the postseason race. Big thanks to our partners with Whataburger and Jaguars Prep for this great program once again. Hello and welcome back into the Friday Night Blitz. More games to get to. How about a rivalry game here in week number 10? Menendez taking on Matanzas. Just about 10 miles south is Matanzas down in Flagler County. Menendez at the southern tip of St. Johns County. Let's go third quarter. Pirates leading 7-0. Cole Walker out of the pocket. Throws to Ladarian Baker. That doubles the lead, makes it 14-0 in this low-scoring affair. In the fourth, we got a fourth down and long play for the Pirates. Going deep and picked off. Kareem Preston makes the play for the home team Menendez Falcons. Unfortunately, Menendez comes out on the wrong side of it tonight. Matanzas gets the win on the road. They take it 14-0.
I miss it every day, man. It's a blessing to just come watch it.
Shout out to former Orange Park Raider, current Florida Gator, Roderick Kearney on hand to watch his guys take on the Beachside Barracudas. No score first half. Raiders driving. This is Gabe Taylor looking and finding Jaden Fields in the red zone, down just short of the goal line inside the 5. OP finishes in the end zone a couple plays later. Raiders now back on offense, still up 7. Barracuda's defense coming up with a big play as Joshua Jackson forces it. Beachside recovers near midfield. Road team then turning that turnover into a touchdown. Vincent Galella punches it in from short distance, ties things up. Score was tied at 7 midway through the contest, but Beachside gets the win 31-28. That keeps their district title hopes alive. More on that in the week to come. Riverside Generals taking on Ed White. This one a district championship game. Winner wins the district. Second quarter, we're tied at 14. Ed White knocking on the door. A little trickery there. Direct snap to Marion Laguerre puts Ed White up 21-14. In the second quarter, Riverside's Ed White's Julian Holt with a big hit takes down the Riverside quarterback. That's a big one. Later in the second, Rontrez Lloyd, he'll take it into the end zone. Commanders go ahead 28-14. Absolute shootout in the backyard, 64-45. Ed White wins the district title. We go to Paxton now. Eagles taking on the Ribault Trojans. KJ Palmer, he'll run it in. That's a touchdown for the Golden Eagles. A little later on, Javion Willis with Ribault having the ball now. He's going to pick up a big gainer for the Trojans. That drive would stall. And here comes Paxton with a big third down stop. And how about the Paxton Golden Eagles and Coach D. Brown? They get a big win, 38-30 over Ribault tonight. Duval Charter at home taking on Windermere Prep. Coach Killer B's there and his squad, the Panthers, first quarter action. Brandon Williams with the handoff. He's going to make it through the pile there and into the end zone. Panthers go ahead 7-0. Follow along with this play now. Kendon Steenson dropping back. Deep ball there to Brian Rodriguez. And how about the little pitch? He's about to get pushed out of bounds. Instead, he pitches it to his teammate Aiden Henderson, and he takes it the rest of the way. That's teamwork, folks. Love to see it. By the way, Aiden's dad watching from the sideline. You might know him as Big John Henderson on hand to watch this one. We'll get you a final score on this one a little later on. Duval Charter battling with Windermere Prep. Tough matchup for Glenn Academy tonight up in southeast Georgia, playing host to the Rebels of Effingham County, who are tied with Brunswick for the region standings lead. Max Noonan doing his part. Quarterback keeper for the touchdown in the fourth. They actually added another score in the final seconds, so it looks a lot closer than it was. Final score 45-42 as Effingham County gets the win.
Bradford, we don't need a break. District title on the line tonight in Stark. First quarter, Cy Cubich Or jump ball to Kamate Nixon. We know that duo. They scored a bunch last week, right? Bradford strikes first. Third down for Santa Fe. Tyler Gentry drops back under pressure, throws a prayer downfield, and does not get answered. Batted ball into the arms of number 1, Jordan Kaysen. And then he almost returns it all the way back for a touchdown. Good run back before he gets tackled. I guess it wasn't almost a touchdown, but it looked like it would be. Kamate Nixon takes the handoff, runs right up the middle. Nobody touches him. Off to the races, 40-yard touchdown, 14-0 Tornadoes, and they go on to win 21-7.
How about Wakulla and Baker County? The War Eagles would claim the district title with the win. Baker County trying to force a 3-way tie. First quarter, no score, Owen Cleese to Bryce Manning. That's a big gain. They would not, however, score. Nobody would for a long time in this game. Later in the first, Baker County ball. Hudson Register. He's going to hit Rhett Roden, but a big hit from Wakulla's Jordan Barnes stops it there in the middle of the field. Second quarter, still scoreless. Cleese to Avion Thomas. He's going to juke his way up for a first down. If we're showing 15-yard first downs, that tells you something. Not a lot of scoring. Later in the drive, it's an interception. Baker County into field goal range. They wouldn't kick a field goal. Instead, Wakulla wins it in double overtime, 13-7 final.
It was scoreless going into overtime.
Yeah.
One Thursday nighter on the schedule with Bartram Trail traveling west to Gainesville.
Usually goes to penalty kicks at that point. But.
Unfortunately, the Bobcats were really good this year. They claimed the district title in convincing fashion. Gators commit Justin Williams 3 touchdowns in the first quarter alone. Remember, Buchholz beat Nice earlier this season. They were one of the top 10 teams maybe in the state. Thursday, they handled the Bears 50-16.
The Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Hey, congrats to our Week 9 Whataburger Player of the Week. It's King Boylston. 14-20 passing, 231 and 3 touchdowns. Also ran 22 times for $130 and a score in that shootout we had as our game of the week 1 week ago.
They scored 64 points tonight.
And they did good too tonight.
We got a pretty good high school team in Sacramento. We played dominant football. A lot of memories. I definitely remember all my friends. I think when you look back at past teams, it's the relationships that matter the most. But my Friday Night Lights was amazing.
Look how much bigger Eric Armstead is than everybody else.
What do you mean? Which one's Eric?
That's unbelievable.
Oh, I can't tell.
High school memory. Jags, of course, on a bye week.
Yeah, but we still have Countdown to Kickoff. That will be this upcoming Sunday morning, 11:30 a.m. Might be a bye week, but we still got you covered on Countdown to Kickoff on CBS 47.
The Smart Play of the Week is brought to you by the FSCJ Manta Rays.
And this was a great play. So Duval Charter Panthers, it's Kendon Steenson finding Brian Rodriguez about to get pushed out of bounds. So he just pitches it to his teammate instead.
Great
It's kind of an unconventional hook and ladder.
Football IQ.
Aiden Henderson into the end zone. That would be the son of Big John Henderson.
Very
scoring
good.
the touchdown there. Good stuff from Duval Charter. That is your play of the week.
All right, this is our Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz. That is 8 until midnight. We're in the middle of it right now. Because of the World Series, we don't have our normal show on TV, so we get the luxury of doing it right here on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. And we roll until midnight, by the way. Band's coming up at 11:15, another edition of The Blitz. You can see that on CBS 47 as well.
All right, that's going to do it for this edition of The Blitz. We leave you with our Band of the Week. As mentioned, more bands on the stream. And, of course, we'll do it again at 11:15. Appreciate everybody watching us as the Menendez Band takes us out here on Friday night of Week 10 high school football. Have a good night.
Thanks for watching Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it. Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz. Sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Okay, I have other green salts you can pull over if you want to at halftime.
No job too big or too small for the head coach, Pete Duffy, making sure his guys are strapped up and spatted up before kickoff against the Raiders tonight at Orange Park. Brent Martineau along with Stuart Weber, the entire Action Sports Jax team. Week 10 of the high school football season.
Penultimate week of the regular season. Lots of district titles on the line and lots of district implications, including in our Game of the Week.
The Game of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Penultimate. SAT word.
Second to last.
Yes, very good.
Yeah, Fleming Island taking on Middleburg. First quarter, Eagles down 3. Eric Gentry going to fire, hit Tristan Stevenson. He'll maneuver past defenders, putting 6 on the board. It's 7-3, Fleming Island. Next Bronco possession. Middleburg scrambling. And this pass is picked off. There it is. And guess who? It's Tristan Stevenson. He just scored on offense. Well, interception on defense. Third quarter now, Sebastian Cruz, your quarterback for the Golden Eagles. And he takes that snap, and he's going to take it into the end zone. 14-3, home team goes ahead. In the fourth, Middleburg trying to get back into it, claw their way back. Gino Addison's running this ball, takes it outside, gets into the end zone, but Fleming Island adds a touchdown to pull away. They earn the win 21-10 and stay alive in the race for a spot in the postseason. As you take a look at our Game of the Week board, we actually got
good year.
Good year. Yeah.
Not done.
We got 2 next week because we got lots of games Thursday, lots of games Friday. Mandarin St. Aug Thursday, Bowles Columbia Friday. Get ready for those.
Let's go. Speaking of Mandarin, how about the Mustangs taking on the Oakleaf Knights? Good matchup. Oakleaf knocked Mandarin out of the playoffs a year ago. Second quarter we go. Mustangs up 14-0. How about Bryson Wright? He had a pick 6 early in the game, and he's going to catch that one down. Look at how many people are on Bryson, and he's still got the football. Third quarter. Knights down 17-0 because that would lead to a field goal. Jack McKissick, quarterback, sneaks. Oakleaf starts to get all the momentum. In fact, they scored 2 touchdowns in a row, 17-14 in the fourth quarter, and they've got the football. And they might be going in to take the lead until Kyrie Wilson pick 6s it. 2 pick 6s in the game for Mandarin. It's the difference. Mustangs win 31-14.
First Coast Buccaneers taking on Fletcher, a team on the outside looking in, right on that bubble when it comes to a playoff spot. Third quarter for the Buccaneers, it's Tony Kennedy. He's going to take this, and just watch this tremendous play by number 7, cutting back to the near side, being chased by a ton of white jerseys, back to the middle, and off he goes. Touchdown, 14-10. First Coast goes in front. In the fourth quarter, Buccaneers once again in the red zone, and once again they go to Kennedy, calls his own number. He would score 21-10. Actually went down with a late injury. I had to be stretchered off, but good news, he is okay. We got that update from the folks over at First Coast. Fourth quarter, Fletcher driving. How about Christian Cato to Joshua Jones? Touchdown, 21-17. So they cut the deficit to 4. Very next drive for the Buccaneers. This is at midfield, and that ball's on the turf. Fletcher recovers. They get the ball at midfield and a chance to go ahead late. Later on now in that drive, they're all the way down to the red zone. This is 4th down. Joshua Jones, the receiver. Nope. He's a passer on this one. Finds DeAndre Smith. Touchdown. Fletcher wins 24-21. Huge come from behind victory.
Now over to the graveyard. Reigns hosting Yulee at a district championship. Pick this one up. Vikings ahead 7-0. Just check out the catch on the kickoff. Yulee big fella Turtle Ricks turns on the Murderers. Rumbles to give the Yulee Hornets great field position. They couldn't cash it in, though, because anything the Hornets tried to do, the Vikings did better. The D-line swarming a quarterback, force a fumble. Another big fella's return. Jatarius Brown gets Reigns in plus territory. And when you do that, they're bouncing all around there, but Reigns would end up with it. TJ Cole completes to Kelvin Brown for the score, 14-0. Reigns off to the races. Later in the first, Cole buys some time and finds Zion Butler all alone in the end zone. Watch, he's just standing here. Buys time. Found his guy. 28-0 at that point. First play of the second quarter. How about a run play? Tyshawn Haynes. This is not the best part. He loses his pants. Don't worry. His buddy pulls him up.
That's a good teammate.
It's a good offensive lineman.
That's right.
58-6. Reigns wins the district title. Keeps rolling.
Reigns, by the way, one of 3 unbeaten teams coming into the night. No problem for St. Augustine, one of the other 2. They win 67-6 over Ridgeview, keep their unblemished mark alive.
A third of those teams, St. Joseph at home against Interlochen. Camden Coffindaffer.
Otters in the shotgun.
He's going to take the toss.
Toss to
And he's going to score.
on the left side.
And you know what? The Flashes did a lot of that. 41-0. They remain one of the undefeated teams in the area.
And one more for you. How about a district championship on the line for Providence taking on University Christian? UC's first offensive possession, a ceremonial final play for senior Mason McLeod, medically retiring from the game of football, not before he gets one last play, and a standing ovation from his teammates and the crowd, an embrace with David Penland III. Midway through the second, we're still scoreless. Fighting Christians finally get into the end zone. John Asby with the score at a 2-point conversion, and University Christian wins the district title 34-7. We'll be right back on the Friday Night Blitz.
The Coach of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
And a big congrats to Coach Tom McPherson and the Golden Eagles of Fleming Island. They beat Middleburg 21-10 in our game of the week.
That was a good one. Welcome back, Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, entire Action Sports Jacks team. Friday Night Blitz. Let's keep it rolling with some more games, including Menendez and Matanzas.
Yeah, a little rivalry game, just separated by about 10 miles or so across the county line. Cole Walker already up 7-0 with the Pirates.
Ooh,
He'll find LaDarian Baker, and that makes it 14-0 for the visitors from northern Flagler County. We go to the fourth quarter. This is a fourth down play for Matanzas, going deep. Instead, it's picked off. Kareem Preston for the Falcons, able to intercept that pass. However, wouldn't be able to get any points tonight, and it's hard to win if you don't get any points.
That is true.
14-0. Matanzas gets the win.
I miss it every day, man. It's a blessing to just come watch it.
Hey, former Orange Park Raider, current Florida Gator, Rod Kearney on hand to check out his guys taking on Beachside, and obviously excited to be back. First half Raiders driving. Gabe Taylor hits Jaden Fields in the red zone, down just short of the goal line. OP would finish in the end zone a couple plays later. Raiders back on offense, still up a touchdown. The Barracudas defense comes up with a big play. Joshua Jackson forced the fumble. Beachside ball near midfield. They got on it. Road team turns the turnover into a touchdown. Vincent Galella punches it in from short distance, ties things up. Score was tied at 7 midway through the contest, but Beachside would go on to win 31-28 to keep its playoff hopes alive.
How about a district championship game? At least a guaranteed playoff spot on the line. Ed White on the road at Riverside, tied at 14. Commanders, little trickery. Direct snap goes to Marion Laguerre, puts them up 21-14. In the second quarter, Riverside scrambling, but here comes Julian Holt with a big hit for the Commanders. Later in the second quarter, Rontrez Lloyd now, he will score for Ed White. They were up 28-14 at the half, and get this final score, 64-45 in the backyard. Ed White wins the district title.
No excuse not to get a highlight there. Trinity Christian trying to get over 500 at Kipbold City tonight. Early action we go. Trinity with the football, and Micah Anderson is going to get the handoff, and he's coming right at you and me, and that's a touchdown. Conquerors for the early lead. They would add to it. They dominated the first quarter. Trinity got the ball again, scored again. Hicks to Warren Covington. The freshman races into the end zone for a 14-0 lead. And then watch this play. Once they got it back again, Hicks to Hicks.
Okay.
One's first name, one's last name. That's Marquez Hicks going up and getting it. Down at the one, they would score a couple plays later. Trinity wins big, 48-0.
We needed Hicken on that call.
Oh,
tremendous.
Good. Paxton Eagles taking on Rebolt Trojans. Hey, I walked in and that happened. As I was walking in, KJ Palmer runs outside and scores. A little blurry, but we kind of got it.
I had a feeling based on where you shot it from.
Yeah, Jamian Wells. How about this? Look at this play. I thought this was about to go the distance. Breaks a tackle. And then there were just too many tacklers. But a good game. A little bit later on, Rebolt trying to run it on third down. Now look at that. Oh, those Eagles. This turned into a really good football game. Paxton wins it 38-30.
How about Duval Charter playing host to Windermere Prep? You see Killer Bees there. Aaron Beasley, head coach for Duval Charter and the Panthers. First quarter action. Brandon Williams with the handoff, and he's going to get through that pile. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Duval Charter, 7-0. Now follow along with this play. Kendon Steenson dropping back, hits Brian Rodriguez. About to get pushed out of bounds, so he just flips it to his teammate.
So good.
How about that?
Look at number 10. He's like, what just happened?
Aiden Henderson into the end zone. By the way, Aiden's dad watching from the sidelines. It's Big John Henderson. And how about this final score? Duval Charter gets the win, 47-41. We'll be right back on the Friday Night Blitz. Big John.
Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Congrats to our Week 9 Whataburger Player of the Week, King Boylston. Boylston, 14-20 passing, 231 yards, 3 touchdowns, while rushing 22 times for 130 yards and a touchdown. That was last week. I can only imagine the numbers this week, considering they put up 64 points.
They were probably high.
Nice job. Shout out to King Boylston.
One more highlight for you because Bradford clinches a district title in Stark, beating Santa Fe 21-7. Here's side coverage, a little jump ball to Camonte Nixon. Good for the touchdown, good for a win for Bradford.
The Smart Play of the Week is brought to you by the FSCJ Mandarins.
Well, Duval Charter, Kendon Steetson drops back, winds up a deep ball to Brian Rodriguez. Realizes he's about to get pushed out of bounds, so smart play. Passes it to his buddy, or flips it to his buddy, Aiden Henderson. That's a heck of a play. That's our play of the week.
All right. Hope you enjoyed the Blitz. We'll see you next week.
Thanks for watching Action Sports Jack's Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Welcome back to the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, sponsored by Farah and Farah. Brody McGuff, Noah Schlicksup. Friday night in the books. Brody, how is it week 10?
I don't know.
It seems like it was not that long ago that we were getting ready for Nice and Ponte Vedra to open up the season.
That feels like yesterday. And so does the Trinity Reigns game, which was early on in the season.
It has flown by. And it has been a great season. There have been some great games, some good ones out there tonight. Big win for Mandarin over Oakleaf. How about that? 31-14. It was 17-14 at one point. Mandarin pulls away late. That's a big-time win for a Mandarin team against a very, very solid, very disciplined Oakleaf team. I think that's one that Mandarin can hang their hats on for sure.
Yeah, and slowing down that Oakleaf offense is pretty impressive out of them. They just had a great week the week before. We called the Ed White Oakleaf game, which was an absolute shootout. But, yeah, stopping that Oakleaf offense after a week of them just being absolutely hot. Good job on Mandarin to do that. I heard Bryson Wright had a pick 6 early in the game as well. Mandarin winning the district. I think. Well, how many years is that in a row, Noah? Do you know?
No.
But they won last year, too, so it's at least
we got them in our game of the week on Thursday, so that will definitely be one of the notes.
Yeah.
That's something I will learn this weekend. As you'll learn with a broadcaster, you kind of go week by week, and I was not calling a Mandarin game this week, so I was not researching the last how many years in a row it was for Mandarin. But that's a good stat. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, I honestly just
I can do that right now.
Questions.
You just talk, and I'll look it up.
Yeah, 31 points on the Oakleaf too as well. Again, Oakleaf's defense didn't look too good against Ed White, but honestly, I think that's just because of how good Ed White's offense is. They have one of the best in the area. I mean, they can just do it all: run, throw, pass, the whole nine. They're good at everything. And but yeah, it's a great win for Mandarin to go in at home and go win that game against Oakleaf.
4th straight district title there for the Mustangs.
Wow.
And that was a game like That was a real test for Mandarin. You look through their schedule this year, IMG, a big test for them. Bradford, a big test. You look at Fletcher, that's a game that ended up being close, but they seem to be above Fletcher's level as a team. This Oakleaf game, I was really interested to see how it would play out because I felt like that matchup there with how Oakleaf is a very well-coached team, a very disciplined team. They're going to make you earn a victory. And for Mandarin to come out with a commanding final score like that and a commanding win, I think is very impressive.
Yeah, it is. And again, like you just said, that Oakleaf team is very well coached. They're a disciplined football team. They'll make you play for 4 quarters, but Mandarin kind of drifted away in the end of that game. And really good win for Mandarin, and they're doing really good things this season. They're practically undefeated to me. They lost to IMG.
Yeah,
we all
throw
declared,
that out the window.
We've all declared that's not a high school. That's a lower D1 football team right there.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see that team against like a Stetson. I think
they'd give Stetson a hard time. I think they'd probably win that, to be honest.
You think about it. I don't want to get too off track with this, but I'm thinking through with my head right now. Like, where else would I be thinking? Of course, I'm thinking with my head, but I'm thinking through it, and it's like you give maybe Stetson. They're more mature. Like they've been around the game longer. They're probably. I don't know if they'd have much of a size advantage on IMG.
I don't think they would, to be honest, because most of those IMG guys they're going like Power 4 schools.
Georgia, Bama.
I would like to see how Reigns would match up with an IMG team.
That would we were talking about this earlier because Reigns they're on another level this year. They're taking good teams and they are dismantling them. I look back, that Lake Mary win is the most impressive on their schedule.
Yeah.
Lake Mary is a team with a Notre Dame committed quarterback. They held them to 3 points and scored 52 against a team that was in the state championship in the highest classification last year. They embarrassed them.
At their home, too.
And more.
Oh, my gosh.
52-3.
They're unreal. I don't understand what you're supposed to do against Reigns as a high school football team. They have what feels like a D1 player at every position. I've mentioned that before. I don't know about on a mic before, but I say it all the time behind the scenes that they literally have a D1 football player, a D1 caliber talent football player at every position, and a great coaching staff behind it. They execute at a high level. They execute on a higher level than about most teams we've watched this year. They're just all around just a perfect high school team built. Their defense, and by the way, every week I see their defense get in the backfield, force a fumble, and take it for 6. It happens like every week. I think it happened tonight too. I don't know if they took it for 6, but they definitely were giving them Yulee QBs some problems and making them fumble in the backfield. Yeah. I would love to know how many turnovers that defense has on the year.
Yeah, and you look at, think back to every week of the season. You're seeing those highlights from the offense. That defensive unit is
nasty.
Wild.
Oh my gosh.
Just the amount of talent they have on that team. They have given up 40 points this season.
And we've played 9 games?
They have played 8.
Oh, yeah, they're off 1 game.
Yeah, someone wouldn't schedule them. Teams are afraid to schedule this team.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they have scored 40 points in all but 1 game. In fact, the least they have scored outside of that Madison County Monsoon game is 48.
I was about to say, it doesn't even count. It was raining like cats and dogs,
They've scored more points per game this season than they've let up all season. The total amount of points they've let up all season. They have outscored their opponents 414-40.
You can find so many crazy stats like that on this Reigns schedule, on this Reigns team right now.
They're absurd.
Oh my gosh. Like, I honestly expect them to walk through the state champion, just get straight to the state championship like there's no
And
tomorrow.
then Miami Northwestern, man. They are 9-0. They have outscored their opponents 307-71 in Miami.
That's going to be a good one.
I'm telling you, like, I'm fully anticipating another state championship rematch. And it's going to be so interesting when it comes down.
I'd love to call that game. Oh my gosh. That would be sick.
Unfortunately, FHSAA writes it would be an audio-only broadcast.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. I did not know that. But either way, would not mind to still call it. I don't care.
I'd just like to go see.
I was about to say, we don't even have to have anybody listening to us, Noah. I'd call it.
I told Brent Martin, no, I'll go down to Miami. You just got to pay for my gas.
No, that's the thriller. Whoever gets to watch that state championship or a playoff game, they're going to have a great one I think that's going to be an absolute, just the highest level of Florida football you could probably watch in one game would be that.
Shout out to Tyshawn Haynes as well, over there at Reigns, fighting through his being pantsed on the goal line and still scoring a touchdown. That might be the best thing I've seen this season.
We've seen a lot of funny and just out of pocket things. That was unreal. The best part about it,
he didn't care.
He didn't pay a single mind. He did not care at all. he did not care at all.
I'm him. Yeah. I'm him to the cameras. Meanwhile, his teammates are pulling his pants up.
That shows you a guy that loves football so much when he's in it.
So
his
good.
Pants could be down. He doesn't care. He's still going to enjoy his moment of scoring that touchdown. Hats off to Haynes down there at Reigns.
Haynes at Reigns.
Just a great highlight that we're all going to laugh at before we go to bed tonight.
He is absurd
at
running back. He is just, again, that team is.
Was that even the starter when we were watching Trinity Reigns? Oh, it was?
Yeah.
I thought it was number 5.
He's been the starter. Yeah, that's just it's such a good team over there, and week in and week out, just continually impressed by what they do. 51-3 against Lake Mary, by the way. Just week in, week out, what they do to their. Oh, you're actually right. Tadarius Washington.
Yes.
Their start, and then Tyshawn Haynes has kind of been the complimentary back. Washington might be missing some games though.
I was gonna say I think he got hurt.
Yeah. We'll see them in the playoffs, so I'll catch up on my stuff then. But that classification, they also got Booker from Sarasota. That's so right now in Class 3A, it goes Booker, Miami Northwestern, and Reigns, according to the FHSAA. Booker out of Sarasota, they're 8-1. They have outscored their opponents 314-102. How does that ranking make any sense? Their strength of schedule, though, not that crazy. I guess Northwestern, I don't know. There's a lot I don't know about the FHSAA, but I see these comments. Northwestern replaced their QB with a new and better QB. Well,
oh wow.
I mean, that is going to be crazy.
It should be fireworks of a game whenever that happens. I hope it happens. It has to happen.
Also, we did just take the chat box away, but I do want to thank Travis Cunningham, AD over there at Fleming Island, said we had a nice call, and they're a very gracious host this week over there at Fleming Island. Took care of us, and a great spot to go catch some high school football. Packed house as well for that game.
Oh yeah, a lot of energy in that stadium, and Middleburg showed up too. Not only just their parents, but they had a little student section over there too.
Yeah,
doing some chants in the game. That was pretty funny to watch. And
sounds like you heard some things. With that smile.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember exactly what they said, but I remember me and Noah looked at each other and he said on the broadcast and we just started laughing, but I forgot exactly what it was. Fleming's student section was chirping at the Middleburg players too when they were lining up to run out the banner as well.
Some little hand signals being exchanged.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Had some non-eagles, some other birds flying before the game. We can say that.
There we go. That's a good atmosphere, though.
Oh, it was.
From an island. It always is, has been.
Great band as
and,
well.
Big band.
They were rocking. They were rocking. At the
good
Rock.
Stuff. Good work, guys. 10 weeks in the books.
Yep.
Doubleheader next week.
Give us 10 more.
It's fun.
We kind of like that Friday starting to go. Let's start getting ready to check it off the list in a few weeks.
How fast has it flown by for you? Doesn't it feel like we felt like it just started? Like the Ponte Vedra and East game was just
I'm sure
last week. Or I guess it could be longer than you.
Well,
you got a lot more going on.
You got the Jags and college football, so these past month and a half might feel like 6, or it could just fly by.
Nah, it feels like 6. I call it the fall of one long day. That's all it feels like is one long day, which is not a negative thing. It just feels like one long day.
How many miles have you traveled this fall? You've gone to San Francisco, London.
Yeah, and we'll go to Vegas next week. So, a lot. I didn't even think about that, but probably a lot. That's without the high school football. I only went to Paxson and Kipbold City today. That wasn't too far. So, stay in the cone a little bit.
Nice.
When it comes to that. 10 weeks in the books. Next week's kind of a fun week, right?
I don't know how much you guys have talked about it yet, but Mandarin St. Aug will be a good one. Bowles Columbia will be a good one. 2 nights of high school football, Thursday and Friday. We're going to have Friday Night Blitz at 11:15. We got 5 hours of high school on Friday like we normally do. So a heck of a week in Jacksonville next week now. Yeah. I mean, with Florida, Georgia. And then, seriously, the Jags get going, and there's going to be a lot of eyes on what they do next week in Las Vegas. So this is one of the most fun weeks of the year, along with the Players' Week that we get.
Nice.
So let's do it.
Yeah, we're pumped.
It's going to be fun. I mean, we were just talking about Brent's miles. I thought we were traveling a lot this year. We've hit Brunswick, man. We're
you
going
guys
to
are going pretty
Lake
good.
City.
Columbia next week.
Yeah, I'm loving seeing all these new stadiums, new environments.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm really excited to get out to Columbia next week because I know they have a great tradition, a great fan base, great community out there. And I'm interested to see just how they match up with Bulls. Not exactly sure how that game's going to go. Obviously, St. Augustine didn't go the way they would have hoped, but that home field advantage could really play for them. Yeah. But they've got some good wins. Bulls has, had some games. They're vulnerable. And if that offense can get going, that'd be big for them. But yeah, I'm really interested. 2 great matchups next week. We got, obviously, Mandarin at St. Augustine next Thursday. Back-to-back days of just tremendous high school football. Yeah. That'll be live here on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network. And then by Saturday, my voice will be gone. And then, we'll get back to it on Sunday with the Jaguars. And it's going to be a great week. We got Asher Guido on the show on Monday.
Oh, yeah?
Bulls 5-star.
Guido it is.
Guido. I was told by Toblin last year it was Guido.
I don't believe him.
We'll ask the man himself next week.
You can ask him because I did.
You did?
So I actually DM'd him at some point this year. Like in July or something.
Oh, you told me about this.
And I was like, I know we're going to be saying this kid's name like all the time. So I was like, we got to figure out what it is. So I gave him 2 pronunciations. He's like, yeah, it's neither one. It rhymes with ditto.
Yeah.
So that's
a great way to do it too. Like rhymes with ditto.
Yeah, that's pretty easy.
Ditto.
So anyway, there you go. I mean, you can ask him again though, just to be sure. But he's coming on Monday.
Yeah, and now I'll be able to say his last name right.
Yeah, he seems like a cool kid, and obviously one of the top players in the class. That's a good get.
I think he's already got 10 sacks this season. He's been.
I saw him get one tonight, slung that QB around.
Him and Xander Edwards were out at Notre Dame last week as well.
I saw that. They've been making the stops together.
Yeah, they met Joe Montana out there.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. Ask him about that. I wonder, I wonder if you met Joe Montana, would be cool?
Yeah.
Oh, it would be.
It's Joe Montana.
But I know, but you guys are like 18.
It's not the same as
Does it matter if does Joe Montana mean it?
The only
Joe Montana, Tom Brady, I could see why that would mean something, but Joe Montana is more.
The only different thing about it is I didn't watch him play.
Tom. If we met Tom Brady, it would be different. Like it would be like, oh man, I grew up hating this guy's guts.
You'd have to find somebody that
winning.
you like, I guess.
But I've grown to respect him.
I was about to say I appreciated how good he was.
Yeah,
it was pretty cool.
I was one of those kids who got swept up in the Patriots hate.
Yeah,
they're cheating, deflated footballs, all that, because that's what I heard at school. And then but that'd be cool. I think Joe Montana though, you still see him all over the place. You hear about how great he was, and if you see Joe Montana walking around, you recognize him. I think that'd be really sweet.
You guys talking about Joe Montana, the actor? No, the quarterback.
Joe Montana was the guy who'd make phone calls to his wife on the sidelines. Great. That's one of my favorite Instagram reels that'll pop up once every
with
month.
The old phones.
Yeah.
Landline.
It's like the bullpen phones.
Yeah. I wonder if those bullpen phones. Let's not get too off track, but 15 sacks we're getting from
it's almost
Chandler
midnight. You can get off track.
15 sacks for
Giddo?
What?
In 8 games.
Wow. They put up some insane numbers. I was so I said this tonight on the Farrah Friday Night Zone Blitz. Has Bryson Wright made a bigger impact on offense or defense this year?
Special teams.
Yeah, special teams.
But I think that would be third on the list.
Yeah.
No, I think that might actually be the answer.
Special teams?
Teams don't want to kick it to him.
Well, I know, but if you don't kick it to him, then you can't do anything. I mean, I can come with you if he's on offense, they're putting 3 guys on him, so everything else is opening up.
All around.
But defensively, he's got at least 2 pick sixes, right?
He's
probably on whoever the other guy is.
He hits hard too, but
plays it means.
I just wonder. I wonder what they would say. I know he's projected to be. I get it, but I just he's been an impactful defensive player.
Yeah, at a high school level.
Yeah. If we get to talk to Coach Bullock I'm hoping to do it this weekend, and that's actually I'm going to ask him that.
I think he's on the sousaphone at halftime too. out there playing in the halftime band.
Bryson?
Brent's not putting up with any of my nonsense.
I mean, what the hell? It's like, at least say the saxophone.
No, the sousaphone.
I've never heard
it's
of
a
that.
thing.
I didn't get that one. I'm gonna be honest.
Sousaphone. S-O-U-S-A phone. It's a sousaphone. Like a big
I thought it's
trombone,
sax.
I believe. No, that's a different instrumental.
Sousaphone is a real instrument?
Yes.
I don't think Bullock will be able to answer that either. I don't think
He's
he'll. I don't.
what a sousaphone
I don't
is?
think.
I don't think he can.
No. I don't think.
So we're talking about Bryson right over here. We got the sousaphone over
here. It's the big one. It's the big thing that they play.
That's a real name.
Yeah,
real
it's the
thing.
sousaphone.
There you go.
It's not a tuba.
I was about to say, isn't that just a tuba?
No, it looks like a tuba. It's in the tuba family.
Oh.
I'm not musically talented. I leave that to
I
my little
guarantee
brother.
you, though, he will not be able to give you, he won't say a definitive answer. He won't.
I love how these guys are trying to have a real conversation.
I appreciate that.
And answer.
I tell you, I think to answer your question, on all sides of the ball, but I think on offense he just commands so much attention that it opens things up. But at the same time, you got Tion Weiss, you got Will Jones, who are both great players as well. But on defense too,
he's just single high. They're pressed everybody up, and he's single high. You cannot throw it deep. He's gonna catch it. That's kind of the whole thing.
What are his numbers this year, offensively?
I know he's already topped what he did freshman year.
Oh, he did?
He has more touchdowns already than he did freshman year, and he has more yards by now. He's probably on track for 1,000 yards receiving.
Oh, okay. So he's making that much of an impact.
Yeah.
Game in, game out. It probably is the answer. It's offense.
He's-
But I did start to wonder. I wonder if it'll be interesting when you ask Coach Bullock. It'll be interesting to see how they answer it.
He must have so much fun.
Yeah.
Just gets to do it all. Pretty sick.
It's like a video game
He's not the
character.
only guy, right? I mean, there's been a bunch. Tony Kennedy for First Coast. He's had success on both sides of the football. And by the way, he seems to be okay, is the word we got out of First Coast. If you were following that earlier tonight, he left the game on a stretcher late in that game. And but yes, we have guys that are making an impact on both sides of the football. I mean, it's pretty regular in high school, of course. So we see it all the time. But yeah, Bryson's making an impact in all three phases.
Do you know, did he have a lot of receiving yards tonight?
We had the one highlight, but I don't know how much more he had.
He came into that game.
The highlight's kind of funny because it's a bomb down the right sideline. Now, he doesn't score, but he goes out at the 15 or something. But there are literally 4 white jerseys from Oakleaf around him.
Oh, yeah.
On the play. And it's a beautiful throw and nice catch, and you got a little separation, but there are 4 white jerseys. You don't usually see 4 white jerseys on a 35, 40-yard pass play down the field. Maybe 2 guys, but not 4.
All right, so get this stat. So he has 721 receiving yards, and this is before tonight. He has 34 kick return, 198 punt return, and 201 interception return yards.
Yeah.
So in total, over 1,100 yards this season, averaging 145 per game on all facets.
Well, he had
of the
another
ball.
pick 6 tonight.
It sounds about right.
So,
but we were talking, me and Brody, about him, and not just because he goes both ways, but just his style as a wide receiver. Simply because of his size and his ability to go up and get balls and how just athletic he is, oversized. Calvin Johnson. Brody looked at me when I said that and was like, so I said, what do you think? And you had come up with Travis Hunter.
I didn't say anything.
I thought you said Travis Hunter.
I
because
told
of his
you
ball skills.
I said he has Travis Hunter ball skills. When the ball's in the air, he's gonna go get it. He reminds me of Dallas Wilson, the Florida receiver. That's what he reminds me of. They're kind of similar. That's the only guy that makes sense in my head. I thought of all the NFL. No, none of them make sense. He's kind of his own thing, and I'm not trying to hype him up too much, but he kind of is. I don't think he's kind of related to. Literally, he just runs downfield. They throw it up. He's gonna get it. That's kind of how I feel. That's just the.
Well, yeah, and you can do that in high school. It's hard to project when you're seeing him on a field with all high school kids.
Yeah,
what he looks like. But listen, he came out to the field at Jack's practice and met Travis Hunter, and he's a lot bigger than Travis Hunter.
Oh yeah,
well, Travis Hunter's not that big.
No, he's big. That's how big he is to put it in perspective. So he does relate to. I don't know what he relates to the Smith kid at Ohio State. That kid's a monster.
They're the same size, I think.
I think they're the same size.
The other thing is, when we've seen
Jeremiah Smith, right?
Yeah. It doesn't really blow. It doesn't seem like he's going full speed, honestly.
Yeah.
He doesn't blow you away with the speed, but he just does everything so well. And I don't know, he just has a knack for making plays.
Yeah.
And it's not one thing you can pinpoint as, well, this is what makes him elite. I can't really think of one thing.
Well, I think right now size makes him.
size, but I mean he'll go up against D1 corners like he did against Fletcher.
Yeah.
When they've got a 6'1", 6'2" corner on that other side, solid size cornerback.
Yeah. He was still way bigger than him. He had him by 2 inches and like 20 pounds.
That's a D1 corner.
That was a pretty good battle at times too.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you got to pick
Bryson will go up still with him in coverage and with other D1 players. I think he had a jump ball catch over Iowa committed receiver and Keys. No, Keys was out by that point. But no matter what, I think that his game's going to translate, and I think just what's scary about him is he's still going to develop. Like he's still 15 and got room to grow.
Yeah, I don't know how much bigger he's going to get,
but he's going to gain speed.
Yeah,
and he's going to continue to improve in his game.
Yeah, that's the most important part, right? Is to gain polish.
And I had asked him about that too, about like. I think he had said his speed when I had asked him in our interview where he feels like he can improve the most. I'll have to go back and watch.
I think he talked about his route running as well, his
running,
cuts and stuff like that.
So speed and agility.
Well, it'll be an interesting deal next week. Now he would have been a St. Augustine Yellow Jacket.
Yeah.
So now it goes back there and back
That's
home
gonna be
if
a
you
fun
will.
one.
Imagine that receiving room if he was there.
Oh my gosh.
Wingo, Santiago, Bryson Wright.
Unbelievable.
Because Wingo's an absolute stud in himself.
He doesn't get talked about enough.
No, he's been great. And by the way, he plays both sides of the football.
Oh
too.
yeah, and he's good at both sides.
Really good. So
that's going to be a match. That's going to be fun to talk about the whole game.
That'd be a good one.
We're suggesting if we could somehow find a way to get an ISO cam on that matchup.
Yeah, that wouldn't be bad.
Are we going to have cameras available that night?
No, we'll figure it out.
TBD,
but
TBD.
ISO cam on that matchup might be pretty good.
They should just side stream Bryson Wright versus Samorian Wingo.
Sorry, we don't have a Manning cast that we can roll out there. You know,
one day.
That's a great idea, though. They should just shake hands and be like, all right, we're just going to follow each other the whole game.
Yeah, that's right.
Do the old, like,
it's an
wristband.
entertainment business now, high school sports.
You know how they'd match you up in, like, if you played basketball as a kid, they'd give you a wristband and you were always on that one person?
There you go. Is that what they did?
That's what they did in my little league.
He's from, it's Iowa.
Iowa, that's what they do.
We know basketball in Iowa.
They do know basketball.
Fundamentals, all
Fundamentals.
that.
No wristbands.
I took charges in 6th grade, like.
Have you ever been pantsed on a football field?
No. And by the way, my immediate reaction would be to pull them up. That's the whole thing.
Not score the touchdown.
Well,
he already scored the touchdown.
Oh, celebrate.
No,
the touchdown?
celebrating.
Yeah.
Which honestly, like that. I mean, I think that's what makes the clip. Obviously, like he didn't give one care in the world that his pants were down. He's gonna go enjoy his moment.
Yeah.
No.
Offensive lineman of the year, by the way.
Yeah, post
What
it up for him.
What a teammate, man.
Oh, that's great.
That's just an all-around
Just
great
the front,
play.
though. He didn't get the back.
That's fine. He'll be all right.
And even then, he was running away.
Oh, here we go. Now we're talking.
What the hell is a helicon?
It's a helicon.
Chandler's been doing some research back
Chandler's
there.
been working.
Yeah, baby.
The last time I looked at a picture like this, I was in 2nd grade music class learning about woodwinds and whatever the other stuff is. Brass?
Shout out to the bands here on the show.
The sousaphone is the key component of high school football Friday night. That band, man, you need the sousaphone.
I didn't know that was different from a tuba, but now I know what you're talking about. It's
I'll tell you all.
It's the big upright one that they use on
I always
marching
thought those
band.
were
Looks
just
more
tubas.
complex.
Yeah.
I'd call it a tuba, yeah.
Yeah. By the way, some actual information for you. We have 9 teams that are automatically into the postseason as district champs after tonight, as we had a lot of games that decided that here in the second to last week of the regular season. University Christian, Trinity Christian, no surprise, both of them district champs in 1A. In 2A, Bowles and Bradford, both district champs. In 3A, Rains and Bishop Kenny, district champs. In 4A, St. Augustine and Ed White. 5A, to be determined. It's very muddy in 3-5A. I'll get back to that in a second. 6A, Mandarin's a district champ. 7A, Creekside is a district champ. So all those teams are automatically in. They will be in the postseason. I mentioned 5A in our game of the week. Obviously, you guys probably talked about it at some point over the course of the night.
Yeah.
Middleburg losing hurts their chances immensely. They are out of the race for the district title. Fleming Island has 1 loss. Beachside has 1 loss. Ponte Vedra has 1 loss. All in 3-5A. Beachside and Fleming Island still need to play that makeup game. Remember that one time that everybody played except for the one game that got rained out, and they said early in the day, we're not playing. I think that's on a random.
At Beachside, November 4th.
At Beachside, November 4th on a Tuesday, Tuesday, like right after the regular season.
Should we call it?
That one, yeah, hey, that might be another bonus game on the Game of the Week. That game will have huge implications for who wins District 3 5A, because if Beachside wins, they own the tiebreaker over Ponte Vedra. So that is the thing to watch there, because they beat Ponte Vedra. In head-to-head, those two would have one loss.
That's right, because now Middleburg's out of it. That's
Middleburg has 2 losses, so there's no three-way tiebreaker. No three-way tiebreaker
if it was
can
a
occur.
Three-way tiebreaker, would that go by point
It
differential?
would go by go by the Max Preps rankings, which Ponte Vedra.
So Ponte Vedra is rooting for Middleburg tonight.
And Beachside was rooting for Fleming Island.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
So now Beachside with a win takes the district.
Correct.
Yeah, we believe there was probably a good chance after Beachside beat Orange Park, they were listening into that Whataburger Game of the Week.
Yeah.
What happens if Fleming Island wins?
I was about to say, that's like,
Do they have a shot?
Is that their last game? Or
If Fleming Island wins, then they are
That'd be a
tied with Ponte
tiebreaker with
Vedra, and Ponte Vedra would win the tiebreaker because they beat Fleming Island.
All this game math that we're having to do.
Does Fleming make it if they win out? Do they
They'll make the playoffs. They'll go
Probably.
7-3.
Coming into the night, they were 9th in the region.
And they're going to get a bump. The strength
They'll
of
get
schedule,
they'll get
I
a
think.
bump from beating Middleburg.
Middleburg's probably out, I think.
Middleburg was 6th coming in, so they will absolutely be on the bubble.
They went out, they could leak in at 8. Maybe.
Well, they've got Niceville still behind them, and a couple other teams that I think are going to.
Oh, they still got to play them next week. I was like,
And, and then remember, being 8th doesn't necessarily mean you are in, because you have to look at which district champs,
Yeah,
where they rank in it. Because if you rank 12th and you're a district champ, then that would throw 8th out of the mix because you'd be in. So we'll break that all down for you next week.
You could do that on the Blitz breakdown, just playoff picture.
You could, yeah, if you wanted to.
No, Middleburg's. This is all thrown off. Sorry, I'm trying to look at the rankings right now and see what that class and region looks
It's a
like.
mess.
Don't try to figure it out.
I'll have this.
We'll sort it out later.
It's a bloodbath.
I'll have this sorted out Monday.
By the way, we used to do the actual math.
Yes, we
on that last week of the regular season back when
I didn't.
Well, I did, yeah. I used to do the actual math, but now that Max Preps has the formula, I don't get to do it anymore, which is a little bum.
Now we just do the actual math to tell Max Preps and the FHSAA how much they screwed it up.
Yes.
Yeah. Which, they're pretty good.
Like,
at
how
that.
is this possible?
By the way, I was peering around on the old GHSA website today,
Georgia,
and they have complete transparency where you can see the exact formula they're using and how all their rankings shape out, and it's all set up really nicely where you can break down each region, how many points the teams have, where they all stack up.
What a stunner! Georgia does it better.
Shocker.
Niceville got a win tonight.
They do everything in high school sports better.
They do. They really do. They do a
Lincoln's
great job.
score hasn't been reported. They're playing Godby, which they should have won. But then Fleming would jump. So I think Middleburg's in trouble right now. And
what are the point totals at? What are the numbers? Are they all in the same region?
they're all in the same region. This is so right now Middleburg's 6th, then it goes Lincoln, Niceville,
Give me
Fleming.
the numbers. Here, hold on.
In total rankings?
Niceville's 7?
And rating. So 9, 8, and then down to 5 and 4. So
who's one in that?
One in that region right now is Mainland.
But sorry, the point there was that Middleburg with a 9 puts them a good deal above the other guys, where even though they lost, the other teams have to make up 5 whole points. That's a big gap when it comes to this. So
I think they're going to drop, though, after Fleming Island's strength of schedule isn't that good. Their rating isn't that good.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't drop as much as maybe you're thinking. Maybe a spot or two, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're still slated to be in. But we'll take a look at it and we'll see how it looks.
Do they have any games the rest of the season that
they got 2-7 North Marion next week. So their strength of schedule rating is -2 right now.
Wow,
that's not good.
That's their last game.
And we'll see what happens.
Which is kind of funny because if you scheduled North Marion, you were probably thinking that was going to be a good points game. Over the years, really last 4 or 5 years, they have been a decent playoff team.
North Marion.
One that has been in the playoffs. So you probably thought that you were getting good point output no matter how that game went.
Most people don't like math at 10 in the morning,
right,
or noon.
I don't like it right
2,
now either.
A little tutoring at 4.
Ugh.
Most people really, really don't like math at midnight.
You
on
know
a
what?
Friday.
But I'm just.
This is a lot of freaking
the ball's
math.
rolling right
That's
now.
why they're rolling, and me and you are just kind of sitting here.
I'm just waiting for the
deer
show
in
to
the
end.
headlights.
I'm just going to walk out.
Hey, we got to do a game of the week coming up next
nice
week.
job. Who did this? Noah, you make those graphics?
Yes, I did.
Nice job, Noah.
Thank you.
They're all right.
Thank the templates.
Templates are good.
Templates.
How do you guys say DRAWERS?
What?
In relation to pants.
DRAWERS.
In relation to pants.
Drawers?
Drawers.
Drawers.
Am I supposed to like
No,
drawers?
Maybe next week we'll have Hamby pronounce it for us.
Drawer. He just
said something.
He
I don't
put
know
the
what he
most
said.
southern drawl on drawers that you'd ever heard.
Drawers.
Yeah, drawers. It was just
My mom kind of does that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anybody
Probably
does what I heard Hamby do.
I don't know what Hamby
I
was
don't know.
doing.
I'm from the Midwest where we don't really
Chandler heard
fully
it.
pronounce a lot of stuff.
It was something.
Drawers.
Maybe was saying
Everywhere, it's like different.
Drawls.
It's like they pick different things that they pronounce, like not the full word. Like it's different Southern, and then in the Midwest they like pick a whole different group of words that they don't pronounce fully.
If Chandler's got that clip.
Yeah, I'm from Rhode Island, man. I know how that works.
Really?
Yeah. I know how to pronounce things.
They know how to
differently.
pack. They know how to pack the car up there.
You got a good idea.
There you go.
How do you guys say huge up there?
Huge.
That's it.
I don't know
See,
because
you-
I have
Human,
trained
human.
myself out of most of
Yeah,
how I
there's
grew up
only
talking.
Can we get
There's only a few,
8-year-old sports
Yeah.
update Brent Motno?
I don't know.
You get that one on there, then
like
you'd
it only
hear
slips
him.
out a little bit. Like there's a few times where I'm like, oh, there's the Boston.
Yeah, it'll come out eventually. At times, it'll come out, but not a lot. Not like, but why? Huge? People say huge different.
My dad's from New Jersey, and he goes, "Oh, that was like he's watching the Jags. That was a huge play." He's not saying the
For the
H.
Well, it's funny you say that because there used to be a guy up in Albany, New York. I think it was a car dealership guy, and that was his whole shtick was huge.
Yeah,
Like that was the whole thing.
That's funny.
I think he might have been on in Florida too, at some like South Florida, so one of those dealerships. But all right,
Yeah,
I guess we're way past. 5 hours wasn't enough,
it's the
Just having a good time, though.
especially when you start doing math.
math and sousaphones.
All right. Well, after
Lot
this
of work.
commercial break, you can stick with us till 1 a.m.
Hey, go nuts! I don't care. Not me. Have a good one, everybody.
All
Monday,
right.
Blitz Breakdown. Have a great weekend.
College
And then
football
another good
tonight,
one.
tomorrow night. We'll have
Yeah,
that for you.
prime
Prime time. Countdown to kickoff still Sunday morning at
Yes, it
11:30.
is.
If you're a sicko, you go watch that thing and get excited about bye week football, and away we go.